just for your vibes. Hey.
Welcome. Come on. You need to share the link if you're already watching us. Let everyone know that we are ready for you. We are excited. There is a lot for you today. We are very excited to have you joining us today.
Oh yeah, most definitely excited to have you join us today because this is the day that we have been waiting for all this time.
Welcome, 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 welcome.
Oh yeah.
Get your neighbors to wake up. Get your friends to wake up. Get everyone that needs to get up right now. Our theme this year is Soar. We are ready to soar with you today.
Yeah.
You are in for a power-packed transform this year. Come on.
That is so true. We are sorry.
There's music where we are. You're going to have some music where you are. We are excited. We are happy.
Oh
we
yeah,
are joyful.
most definitely happy.
We're expectant. Are you expectant today? Come on. Share the link. Share the link. Share the link. Right now, just grab the link and share it on every platform that you have. On WhatsApp status, on YouTube, on Facebook. Share it everywhere. Come on, Pastor
Come on,
Steve.
share it in all of those work groups. I mean, with all of your counterparts, just share this with them because this is the leaders gathering, a gathering where we get to celebrate all of those that are doing impactful work out there, but we also get to hear from very influential leaders amongst us, for us to slipstream from them, pick a lot of wisdom from them.
If you are a leader, if you are a business leader, if you are a government leader, if you're a leader in your home, if you're a leader in a mission or community in Worship Harvest, if you are a leader in your workplace, Transform is for you. So tell all the leaders that you know that there's this proggy today, 4th September, and they need to get on right now. We are starting in a few minutes. We are excited. We are expectant. We are going to have you join us today, so please let us know where you're watching from. Please let us know that you are there. We are on Twitter, we are on YouTube, we are on Facebook. We are everywhere. Come on. It's a good time to get your breakfast ready.
I hope you have some music for you to vibe along, because we're just loving it.
Get your data ready, get your Wi-Fi fixed. Today, we are in for the long haul, 8 a.m. to about 4 p.m. We are going to have stuff coming at you that's going to build you, that's going to encourage you, that's going to uplift you, that's going to remind you that you are called to be a leader of influence. You are welcome to Transform. So good to have you. So good to see you. I already see some people on YouTube right now.
Oh yes, they're already joining us.
Shout-outs immediately. Timothy Waimaga, Masi Mugenyi, Gilbert Tumwesije, Doreen Miti, Cindy Adong, Sandra Chirunda, Pastor B3, Pastor Ivy, Ida Gift, Gremic, Stella Nachiwala, Nancy, Sheila, Ruby, Sheila, Dora, Iris, Stella, Elohim House of Music, Barbara, Pastor Bobby Kids, Joy, Abraham, Shirabo, Irene, David, come on! So
I
good
see
to have
many
you.
of the people are sending us the fire emojis. Well, imagine it just got started and the fire is real. How about two hours into it, and then later on about 8 hours into it, it's going to be a longer fiery day. It's going to be fire upon fire.
That's
I guess you're ready.
right.
Now, you know,
Come
we
on.
have just a few minutes to get started, and I don't want anyone to miss out. I don't want you to get distracted in any way. I need you to, you know, block out all forms of distraction. If you are still working on your breakfast, get it done and ready, because it's going to start with a lot of energy. You know,
official hashtag. Oh, you were saying something first?
I was just saying, you know, we have a thunderous music team that is coming up. We have lots of speeches from very influential people coming up.
That's right.
You know, there's lots of videos that we are going to be watching today.
That's right.
Simply put, get your stuff ready. Get rid of all distractions, because it's about to get started.
Our hashtag is what I was saying is Transform21. Hashtag Transform21.
Oh, yeah.
Hashtag Transform21. Hashtag Transform21. Transform21 is your hashtag. I'd like you to go on Twitter and post it there. I'd like
Let's
you to
make
go on
some
your
noise.
WhatsApp status and post it there. Let people be able to follow us and find us. Transform21 is the hashtag. So
Yeah.
come on right now, share on your WhatsApp pages, share on your Facebook, share on your Instagram, share
WhatsApp.
on your Twitter, share everywhere. Transform21 is the hashtag.
Everywhere.
So please get to it right now. I see many of us are catching on YouTube. Transform21.
Oh, yes, we're picking up.
Transform21. So as you share the link, share the hashtag. Share the link, share the hashtag. We are excited. In the house, there's lots of energy, there's lots of expectation, there's lots of joy as we bring you stuff this morning, stuff that's going to build you as a leader, material that's going to encourage you. So we are excited over here. We are broadcasting live from Nalia, and we are excited to have you join us today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Again, I'll say, every leader that you know needs to be at Transform21. Isn't that right, brother?
21. That
every
is right.
leader that you know, every person that you know in your workplace, in your businesses, every leader needs to be here. So get your hashtag going, get your link going, get everything going. We are excited. Come on, I see it building on YouTube. I'm excited. It's building, it's building.
Come on, let's
it's
pick it up.
building.
Let's keep on sharing that link everywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Our
Silent
theme-
WhatsApp groups,
Our theme
OB
is
groups.
Soar. Yeah, OB groups, OG groups.
All of them.
Yeah.
We have to make that noise. Come on.
All right. your mind to cause confusion. So many naysayers, but you have to find and say, victory is mine, victory is mine. There's only one way we're moving, we are moving forward. Victory is mine, victory is mine. There's nothing impossible to those who believe. Come on, your victory is closer than when you started. It's not time to give up. No, it's not time to give in. The one who walks with you is faithful and stronger in every circumstance that you are facing. Let's go. The enemy may whisper some things in your mind to cause confusion. So many naysayers, but you have to find and say, victory is mine, victory is mine. There's only one way we're moving, we are moving forward. Victory is mine, victory is mine. There's nothing impossible to those who believe. Victory is mine, victory is mine. There's only one way we're moving, we are moving forward. Victory is mine, victory is mine. There's nothing impossible to those who believe. If you got the victory, shout. Let me hear you shout. Come on. Listen. Knowing how formed against the shall prevail, and every tongue that rises against us, we shall condemn. This is the heritage of the children of Most High. We proclaim the victory. We proclaim the victory. Knowing how formed against the shall prevail, and every tongue that rises against us, we shall condemn. This is the heritage of the children of the Most High. We proclaim the victory. Hey! We proclaim the victory. We proclaim the victory. We proclaim the victory. We proclaim the victory. We're lifting up our voices to the one, the only one who's worthy. Oh, praise. We're lifting up our voices to the one, the only one who's worthy. Oh, praise. We're lifting up our voices to the one, the only one who's worthy. Oh, praise. We're lifting up our voices to the one, the only one who's worthy. Oh, praise. We're lifting up our voices to the one, the only one who's worthy. Oh, praise. We're lifting up our voices Lord our God, He is wonderful. Oh, praises be to the King of Kings and the Lord our God. He is wonderful. Oh, praises be to the King of Kings and the Lord our God. He is wonderful. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. He is wonderful. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. He is wonderful. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. He is
Good morning, Transform 2021. Come on now, make some noise from wherever you
Come
are.
on, welcome to Transform 21. We are excited. Are you excited
Most
where you are?
definitely excited.
Let us know with your emojis in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, we've been
Let us
loading
know
back
where
fire.
you're watching from. This is already hot.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I think you're looking hot.
Thank you. You look crisp,
Oh,
brother.
thank you so much.
All right. My name is Glory.
And my name is Steve.
And we are your hosts for Transform
Oh,
21. Welcome, welcome. We are excited. Wasn't that music team on fire?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
And more like the Kenyans say, we are more than excited. And I
We
know we
are
have some
excited.
people from Kenya joining us,
Yes,
right?
so good to see you. So good to have you. I welcome you from all over the world.
Oh, we love
you
you
know,
here.
Transform is not just a Ugandan event, it is international.
We
So we know that
international.
you're watching us from Kenya. I already saw Kenyans on YouTube saying, hello, we are here. Good to see you. Good to have you all the way from Rwanda, from Germany, from UK, from your bedroom in Chaliwajala, from your bedroom in Nausugwe, from your bedroom wherever you are, from your sitting room. We see you. We are excited. Welcome,
Yes.
welcome,
Just go ahead
welcome.
and share in the links in the chats where you're joining us from. Is it from Bedville? Is it from Kitchenville? Or is it from Kenya? Is it from the US of A? Is it Australia? Is
Yeah.
it Zambia, Gambia? Any part of the world, even if it's the desert, come on, just let us know where
Our
you're joining
link,
us
our
from.
link needs to be shared right now, and the
and
hashtag
wide.
for this Transform is hashtag Transform21. Come on with me, get on your Twitter right now. The
Right
hashtag
now.
is Transform21, Transform21. So as you share the link, share the hashtag. Share the link, share the hashtag. Let's make it viral, let's make it go all around. We are very excited to see you. And Pastor Steve,
Yeah.
could you tell us what the theme for this year is and what it's all about?
Well. This year's theme is simply Soar. That's why you're seeing the wings at the back. Now, don't. I think you already see that we are flying, aren't we? Well, this year's theme is Soar. We are talking about soaring, and there's something that is said about not taking ducks to Eagles school, because ducks don't fly.
So we eagles right here.
Right
so
now
if
we're
you're watching,
eagles.
you're an eagle and you're ready to soar. What expectations do you have of today? Please let
Yeah.
us know what
Just
you
go in the
expect
chat.
today. We want to know, and we know that we are going to go beyond your expectations. I tell you, what we have
possibly.
packed for us here is very exciting.
And possibly, in your expectations, expect us to fly, because we can't be having all of these wings and there's no flying. Come
Yeah,
on.
so wherever you are, whichever platform you're watching from, please engage with us. Let us
yeah.
know. And Pastor Steve, I want to just ask you a question right now.
Yeah.
what leadership book have you been reading lately? Because you know, Transform is for leaders.
Yeah.
We already mentioned that as we started off, and I'll say it again. Every leader needs to be on Transform. So what book have you been reading and what have you learned? One thing you've learned.
So
Tell us.
interestingly, during this season, I'm actually reading The 21 Irrefutable Laws of
Come
Leadership by John C. Maxwell.
What book are you reading?
Come on, go ahead and share in
Give
the
us
chat.
ideas of what leadership books we need to get. What have you learned from the book?
So one of the biggest lessons always, and this is not the first time I'm reading this book, but the law of the lead. I mean, your leadership level determines your effectiveness.
Yeah.
Whether it's
the
in
people
family,
that
where
you
you're
lead
working
will
from.
only go as high up as you're able to go as a leader. So that's why we need to grow. That's why we need to continue engaging together.
And whilst you guys are still sharing with us the books that you're
the
reading
book
right
that you're
now,
reading.
I have a question for you.
Come on.
So, who's one of your who are some of your most influential leaders right now?
Most influential leader.
Yeah, those
I'll
that
give
are
you one.
influencing
I'll
you.
give you one. At
okay.
Worship Harvest, one of my most influential leaders right now, most inspiring, is Apostle Mose of Worship Harvest
come
Ministries.
on.
And here's why. I'll tell you why. I see him as the example of a humble leader. He is the example of humility for me. That you know what? We had been going for 14 years as Worship Harvest. We knew what we knew. But then guess what? He decided and said, we're going to learn stuff from this gentleman called Bishop Doug. And so he learned and allowed to learn. And so we have been able to transform radically here at Worship Harvest. Because humility is one of the greatest marks of a leader. I celebrate him because he is my example of humility as a leader. Who inspires you and why do they inspire you? Let us know in the chat on Facebook, on YouTube. Today is going to be very, very engaging. And before we continue, I'd just like to give us some online etiquette for today. Remember to be on time. As you can see, we started with fire from the beginning. So be on time, be on time, be on time. Share the link, be engaged, and let's enjoy this together. Let's enjoy this together.
So just to let you know just to let them know what's going to be happening today, we totally kicked off with the praise and worship, which was most certainly beautiful. And we're going to have lots of influential speakers sharing knowledge. You know that thing about sleep streaming? I mean, why do we need to create our own path yet
when there are people who have gone before us that have done good?
Oh yeah.
All right, we want to tell you about a very exciting award that we usually give on Transform. Tell us about the ACT Award.
The ACT Award is the biggest award of the year, matter of fact, because this is where we celebrate the people that are doing very impactful, influential work out there in their communities. People that are giving life to the lifeless. People that are giving hope to the hopeless. People that are, empowering people financially, socially, economically, spiritually. I mean, people that are literally impacting real people out there.
Who are our nominees for this year? We nominated.
This year,
and we have nominees. Come on.
Your nominees. We have Remnant Generation. We have Bless the Child Foundation. And we have Petro Zoe. We also have Girls Unstoppable. And we have Adoption is Beautiful. Now listen up. The whole point is not for the people to know the nominees. The whole point is for you to actually go ahead and vote.
The voting is officially open right now. The link is definitely pinned on your YouTube. Voting has started. It's time to vote for who you want to win the ACT Award. The award for Community Transformation 21. So if you registered with the link for Transform, you have the liberty to vote. We need you to start voting. We need you to get voting. Who do you want? Is it Girl Unstoppable? Is it Petro Zoe? I won't tell you who I'm going to vote, but I'm going to vote and you need to vote. So the link should be anywhere on your page right now, on your YouTube. Let's get voting. Let's get voting. Voting starts now right up to 3 p.m. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. You are allowed to vote. You are welcome to vote, and we'll hear more about them. And now...
before we go there right now, I just want to re-emphasize what you have just been saying. Guys, there's no way you're going to vote without officially registering.
That's right. So
otherwise,
register to vote.
I don't even know how you will end up voting. But you have to literally, first of all, register, and that link is up there, all right? So you go ahead and register.
And then vote. And then vote. You have one vote, but you need to vote. We need you to vote. We need you to share the hashtag. Transform21. Don't get tired of hearing us. Don't get tired of hearing us tell you to share the link. We know that we have a lot for every single leader out there.
So, some people don't always get it, but some people get it twisted. They'll be thinking, well, who is a leader? And leaders are simply people who
influence.
Yeah, and guess what? Every one of us has influence. And we influence people one way or the other.
Yep.
And that's why we're having Transform this year, because this year is for the people who influence. I mean, we're talking about people that have been running business from day one, but possibly have not yet registered any profit yet, but they're still keeping it going.
There's lots to learn. We're going to have business leaders here.
Transform is for the people who started off with nothing. I mean, you've heard of the people who started a poultry business with just a feather. People who
They're
started
going to come here and inspire you.
People who started a hair salon with just a hairpin. We are talking about it is possible. It is possible. All things are possible.
Thank you for being here with us. There's a lot. Please continue to share the link. And now, we are not going to let the cat out of the bag. We are not going to tell you what to expect. I just want you to turn your eyes to your screen, to your TV, to your laptop.
But guess what? Tell me about, just one of the things that you find interesting about one of the people that is going to talk to us very shortly.
One of the things I find interesting about him is that he busts out in song.
Hey!
And he has such a good voice. And then these days, he is a crusade master. Might you want to guess who the latest crusade band leader is? I'm not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you. We're not going to tell you. We just want you to turn your eyes to the screen. And let's get ready.
Because anytime now,
That's right.
He is the lead pastor at Worship Harvest Ministries. He's a certified John Maxwell team coach and CEO of Momentum Leadership Group. He is passionate about helping leaders and teams win. He's a founding director of Harvest Finance, Harvest International School, and Harvest Institute. He is the author of Straightforward Financial Growth. He oversees the SFFG coaching program that seeks to help 1 million people change their financial story. He has been married to Sarah for 18 years and they have 3 children. Welcome to the gathering. Apostle Moses Nikisa.
Come on. Welcome to Transform 21. The gathering place of champion leaders who are making a difference. And our theme this time, it's time to sow, sow, sow. It's time to sow, sow like the eagle. It's time to. It's time to sow, sow like the. Come on. Give me something more. Timo and the band, give me something more. So like the people are ready to sow this morning at Transform. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us live from Uganda, but I know there are people watching us everywhere. Thank you so much, band. Thank you so much, team. That was the most exciting opening session that I have ever seen. Personally, I think they should do it tomorrow morning at Garage, because otherwise they will condemn us to rewatching that YouTube section for forever. Thank you so much, team. Thank you. We have a lot of people who have put this together. Thank you so much to our team lead, Pastor Florence Senyonjo, and all the people working, media team, tech team, band, everyone. Oh my goodness. Even as I start, I would like to appreciate the School of Leadership, Harvest Institute School of Leadership. They are the people who have actually put this event together largely. So we appreciate you. Thank you. It's time to soar. I know some of you are watching together in different places. If you are standing on the kitchen table, please sit down. I know you're watching together in different places and inspiring one another to soar like the eagle, because that's our theme this morning. Now, why are we here? Why transform? We are here because over and over again we have proved that our continent and the different spaces in which we are, the shortage is not resources. There is no shortage of resources on the African continent. In fact, our neighbors, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they have enough mineral wealth to rival the GDP of Europe and North America put together. But we are not having the experience of the resources we have, because right now we don't have a resource shortage, we have a leadership shortage. In every environment in which you are, the shortage that is there right now is leadership. So we've found that the reason, the whole inspiration behind our pursuit of godly leadership, servant leadership, strategic leadership, skilled leadership through the Harvest Institute and other opportunities like this is because everything rises and falls on leadership, according to John Maxwell, one of our mentors. Everything rises and falls on leadership, and every experience we are having right now and everything that is working or not working, it's because it's a leadership question, nothing else. Now, having looked at that, we say, okay, leadership is what is needed. It's time. Let's fix it. All right? Where do we start? Should we try government? Maybe, but it's been many years since there were all these liberations from colonialists, and it doesn't look like the government sector has so far, and I'm not talking about Uganda, I'm talking about all nations, at least in the African context. The government sector hasn't delivered that leadership. They are trying, but it hasn't been delivered. Should we look at academia? Should we go to universities? Is that where we should find the hope? And there's no evidence to suggest that that has been helpful as much as it could have. Yes, there's been a lot of help, but not as much as we could. Where else should we look? Business? Maybe. Business has been very, very transformational. But the problem with business is that the founding ethic of business is profit. So everyone is first of all taking care of surviving in the business and making sure that I'm profitable before we start talking about transformation. Now, that's not always the issue, but we can't deny that that also has been there. And then we come and say, okay, it looks like then we have to look at church, okay, among all the spaces. Of course, church, there should be hope, but also I'm afraid that it can't happen with the current state and style of leadership in the church, because you find that all these sectors, the people are coming from the same background, and really we all as leaders need to repent, okay, in every environment and start offering the kind of leadership that can actually bring transformation. Now, I'm largely from the church sector. I'm a little bit into business. I'm not into government at a civic leadership at all. But what gives me hope about the church and the sector called church is because the founding charism or the essence of that institution is that it is supposed to be founded on the kind of leadership that advances other people and other people's causes. So that's the difference. The difference isn't that church has got it. The difference is that in the foundational structure, church should be able to deliver the leadership we are looking for, but it isn't yet. So that's why we are here today saying, okay, maybe we can do something about it. Now, we chose this theme, Soar, this year because a lot has been going on, and the temptation for everyone is to get into some hole and cover up and just be there and hibernate until the storms have passed. And we are saying, no, we are not going to go with that agenda. Because for us as believers, our success is not circumstantial. Our leadership is not circumstantial. We don't look at the situation, see how bad it is, how terrible it is, and then go burrow into some hole and hide. That's why you've been seeing all the artwork. It has like wings of an eagle and not a garden rat. Because in spite of what's going on, we are determined to fly. We are going to keep flying regardless of the weather. Isaiah 60 verse 1 to 3. The writer says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you." He doesn't say, "Arise, shine, for the sun has come out." He doesn't say, "Arise, shine, for the situation has improved." No. He doesn't say, "Arise, shine, COVID-19 has ended." He doesn't say, "Arise, shine, your employees are now behaving like angels." He doesn't say, "Arise, shine, your spouse is now the one you dreamt of when you were growing up." No. Arise, shine, for your light has come. Light here is not sunshine or umeme or something like that. For those who are from Uganda, otherwise the people in Nigeria would have absolutely no chance. But light is revelation. Light is knowledge. The thing that is responsible for your staying afloat, staying in flight, in spite of every circumstance, is what you know. Someone said that what you don't know won't hurt you. It will kill you. What you don't know won't hurt you, it will kill you. So I just want this time, this morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're watching us from. Some people are watching us from Australia. It should be afternoon there. I want us to focus on the idea that you're probably where you are, you're stuck where you are because of something you don't know yet. And so when we talk about soaring, flying, raining, etc., you are stuck. Yeah, that's you. You're stuck. Your marriage is stuck in a certain gear. In fact, maybe you're about to get into reverse. Maybe it's in parking. You know, when you're in parking, P, you don't move forward. Your business is stuck. You've lost market share. Customers have fled to the competition. Your faith is stuck. You used to pray, you don't know what happened. I don't know what else is stuck. Your church is stuck. The few sheep that were there have since become goats, and you're wondering what's going on. I don't know what else might be stuck. But what my experience of life is that there are always these things that come, some huge, some small, slow us down. And when we're talking about soaring, you're like, man, I wish I had wings, Red Bull, but I'm stuck. Isaiah is telling us, stuck. If that is your name, arise, shine. Why? Your light has come. Revelation has come. Knowledge has come. Psalm 119 verse 130 says, the entrance of your word brings light and gives understanding to the simple. What brings light is the entrance of the word. It's not the situation necessarily getting better. You know, it's very ancient societies where people don't do anything at night because it's dark. We have figured out how to light up situations and streets and lanes and cars and rooms so that life goes on even when the sun has set. That is advancement. Just use that metaphor for your own life. You're waiting for the sun to come out before you can start going out. No. All you need is some light. The reason people read at night is because they can provide light. Before that, you could only read during the day. So don't be stuck. It's not good to be stuck when there is a solution present. The solution is light. The solution is revelation. The solution is knowledge. Yeah. Everyone threw in the towel when COVID came. Okay, not everyone. A few people threw in the towel. Some people innovated. Why? They had knowledge. They figured out you can go online. They figured out your services can go online. You can use TV, you can use radio. While others were shutting down churches, other churches were growing and multiplying. Why? These guys knew something the other guys didn't know. While other people were closing down businesses, other businesses were growing. They went online and developed delivery systems and greater customer care and all of that. Why? These guys knew something the other guys didn't. While some people were battering each other because now they are stuck in the house and they can no longer go out and they are destroying their family, other people figured out that if you serve a cup of tea or coffee or buy a gift here and there and order some flowers, things are going to be good. These guys knew something that the other guys did not. You're a sum total of your knowledge. You're a sum total of your knowledge. Don't be stuck. We live in the knowledge age. There is so much knowledge. I was reading this morning an article, I think it was attributed to Elon Musk, who said that just using YouTube, just sitting down, and you can learn anything, almost anything from YouTube and become an expert at it. Yeah. Just YouTube. You can become an expert at anything today by just watching YouTube videos and trying it out. There is no excuse for being stuck. God has given you wings. It's called knowledge. Knowledge is your wings. One time there was a king who was stuck. He was the son of Nebuchadnezzar. It's called Belshazzar. They were having a party and a hand came and wrote some inscription on the wall, and everyone's knees were knocking against each other because they couldn't figure it out. And when he inquired, this is what he was told in the book of Daniel chapter 5 verse 11. They said, there is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy God. And in the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. What do they say about Daniel? They say light, understanding, wisdom, like the wisdom of the what? Of the gods, were found in him. Do you have it? You can't have it without knowledge. You can't have it without knowledge. Let me tell you something about lack of knowledge and its impact on life. On Monday, some friends and I, Pastor Emmanuel Okulo, Sam Kisa, and myself, we traveled to a city called Arua. Those who are either from Uganda or not from Uganda, like the people in Arua say something is happening in Uganda. Yeah. That's how fight is. Well, you have to drive 500 kilometers to get there. 500 one way. Okay? And because the road is not so good in some parts, it takes a little bit of time. If you go by bus, you're looking at 7-8 hours. If you're driving, most people will tell you 6-7. Okay? I will not tell you in how much time we got there. It's just that the people were a bit surprised to see us. Now, when we left and we were going to Lira, another place, we were happily driving, and then we heard a sound, an unusual sound. And we started slowing down the car. By the time we had stopped, we had lost our rear right tire. Completely gone. Shredded. So we proceeded to get all the equipment and change the tire to a spare tire. Oh, and then we set off. One big disappointment, though, was that on this spare tire, you couldn't go above 80 kilometers per hour. Even if you tried, the car would cut your power, so you stay within 80 kph. So we hobbled along, and then as we were nearing Lira, we started hearing even more unusual sounds. So we eventually stopped. Thankfully, we stopped in a good way. We got off the road, stopped under a tree shade, only to find that our spare tire, the holes through which you take the nuts, had been dug through. They had expanded. And also the nuts had been eaten into. Some as far as maybe a third of the nut was eaten into. It was just basically hanging on. We had this almost tire on the car. Ooh, what did we find out? That's when we discovered that the spare tire has its own special nuts that we should have used. What we had done, we had used the nuts on the original tire for the car and used them to tightly whatever that spare tire, and happily moved on because maybe we are not used to that car and how it works. That's when our trouble began. Because first of all, we had shredded one tire. The spare tire, which is a thin tire, which has its own special things, we had already spoiled the rim because now the holes were big. We had spoiled the nuts. We called every tire dealer in the region. They didn't have our size of tire. So we called the people in Kampala and called for help. Help! So they organized to send us a spare tire on a bus. While we were at it, that's when we tried to take the spare another tire on the bus. We tried to take off the spare tire and realized that the nuts, yeah, and the what's the combination of the nut and the bolt, yeah, that whole thing, they were not cooperating. Then we discovered we had spoiled the nuts. So we called, please don't send only the tire, send nuts, send nuts. Okay, they got nuts, took pictures, everything was at the bus. While we were there, when we tried to take it off and it didn't come out, it hit us that because the threads of the nuts had been worn out, of the bolts had been worn out, we had destroyed the hub of the car onto which the tire goes. So now we had to call in reinforcements, say, get everything off the bus, it's not going to work. Get someone to drive here with the tire, the new nuts, another tire and rim, because now we don't have a spare tire, just in case something goes wrong. So 2 tires, 1 complete with a rim, nuts, and then a whole hub which they have to like buy off an existing car. And a mechanic, of course. I can tell you that our plans didn't go smoothly and on time. By the time we're coming back on Wednesday using another car, we had lost so much time, so much energy, so much emotion, so much money, buying all these other extra things. Anyway, the mechanic, Pastor Dennis eventually came with the mechanic. Of course, they tried to fit it. The tire was just getting off freely. They had to wait the next day, find someone else to bore, because even the hub they brought was different from the hub of the car, so they couldn't fix it. So at about 10 o'clock, we said, you know what, let's go and sleep. This is too much. PM. The next day, they finally managed to, they had to destroy that hub by boring new threads into it and getting bigger bolts and nuts and what. And I just kept thinking, all of this because we didn't use the special bolts and nuts for the spare tire, because we did not know. Eesh. Being stuck because of knowledge. See what Paul writes in Ephesians 4:17 and 18. Ephesians 4:17 and 18, Paul writes and says, "This I say therefore, and testify in the Lord, that you should no longer walk as the rest of the Gentiles walk, in the futility of their mind, having their understanding darkened." Understanding darkened means no knowledge, no understanding. When your understanding is darkened about something, you don't know. Our understanding was darkened about the use of special bolts for the spare wheel. And we ended up losing a lot of value. 3 men stuck by the roadside, waiting. What is the result? He says, being alienated from the life of God because of the ignorance that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart. In other words, even if you're a Christian, because he's writing to Christians, you can be a Christian, and because of the ignorance that is in you, because of the blindness of your heart, because your understanding is darkened, you can be alienated from the life of God, which is in you. Wow. That's amazing. Like, the best thing that ever happened to you and I, those who know what you're doing with your life, is to believe in Jesus and to receive God and to receive the Holy Spirit and to have the life of God in us. Can you imagine God in us, Christ in us, the hope of glory? And then you go and you proceed to live like he's not in you. Why? Because even if he's in you, you are alienated. You are separated from the very life of God which is in you because of blindness of heart, ignorance, and understanding being darkened. Where am I going with this whole thing? Arise, shine, for your light has come. In other words, you are only ready to rise and shine when your understanding, when your knowledge, when your revelation has come. And says, and the glory of the Lord is visited upon you. So when you receive light, when you receive understanding, when you receive revelation, then glory. Then glory. Then this whole thing we're talking about soaring above the storms, above COVID, above deaths, above sicknesses, above pain, above loss, above closures, above lockdowns. It's a function of light. Soaring is a function of light. Soaring is a function of light. There are not many birds that fly at night. Mostly if you hear something flying at night, it's going to be a bat, not a bird. Because birds that fly by day. Yeah. Soaring is a function of light. It's a function of knowledge. It's what you know is going to determine your level of participation in the space in which you lead at this time. Whether that is business, whether that is government, whether that is church, whether that is home, it is what you know. And as leaders, we can no longer hide from this issue. Hosea 4:6 says, my people are destroyed not for lack of effort, not for lack of connections, for lack of knowledge. And says, because you have rejected knowledge, I also will reject you from being priest for me. It's interesting that God can hardly use a person who has no knowledge. Wow. Wow. Yo. So, arise, shine. Why? Why? For your light has come. You know, it's very interesting in English. There are some words that look simple and small, but they are very critical, like the for here. Arise, shine, because your light has come. Now that your light has come, it's time to rise and shine. That is revelation. That is knowledge. Light is revelation and knowledge. As we saw with Daniel, it's not sunshine. Yeah. It's amazing. It's not sunshine. It's revelation. It's knowledge. That is the thing that is going to help you keep leading, help you keep flying in the conditions we are seeing. We have seen this. We have seen this here at Worship Harvest. And he says, and the glory of the Lord is upon you. Let me just add a little bit there on the glory part, because most people don't understand glory. Glory is the opposite of shame. For human beings, the only way to understand glory is when you describe its opposite. Because we are acquainted with shame. No human being needs to be told what shame is. You felt it, you know it. Now, that bad thing you felt, just imagine the opposite. That's glory. Proverbs 3:35 says, the wise shall inherit glory, but shame shall be the legacy of fools. In other words, shame is the opposite of glory. Hosea 4:7 says, the more they increased, the more they sinned against me, and I will change their glory into shame. Psalm 4:2 says, how long, O you sons of men, will you turn my glory into shame? So glory is the opposite of shame. So if you're going through any situation, if there's anything that has happened with you in this last 1 year and a half or so that has completely pulled you down and has made you get into a situation where when you look into the mirror, the feeling you have is shame. Maybe you were running smoothly with your business and now it's gone. You've registered losses. You have had to fire people. You feel shameful about the failure you're experiencing. Maybe it's a church. Maybe it's a marriage. Maybe it's, I don't know, parenting. Yeah. When kids don't have space to go out and play with friends, you can't take them. You know, we used to ship them off to school, let the teachers worry about the outcome. Now you have to worry about the outcome. And now you discovered that you are not as super apparent as you used to think. You are now proposing to increase the teachers' salaries. Now, all that can result into shame. And another way out of it, light. Your pathway from shame is light. Knowledge. Feeling bad about it won't change it. No. It's get knowledge. Get understanding. That's what the writer says in Proverbs. It says wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. In all you're getting, get understanding. Get understanding. He says, exalt her and she'll promote you. She will promote you. She will bring you honor when you embrace her. Does this look like an escape from shame? Yeah. Promotion, honor. Yeah. Give me the next verse. It says, she will place on your head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory. She will deliver to you. The very opposite of the thing you've been feeling. Oh, a crown of glory she will deliver to you. Hear, my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of your life will be many. I have taught you in the way of wisdom. I have led you in the right paths. When you walk, your steps will not be hindered. And when you run, you will not stumble. Take firm hold of instruction. Do not let go. Keep her, for she is your life. What's the pathway out of shame? Knowledge, understanding, wisdom. Luke 11:52. Very, very interesting verse as we start to finish. He says, woe to you lawyers. This was Jesus. For you have taken away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourselves, and those who were entering you hindered. In other words, knowledge is a key. It is a very bad thing when you need to access something and the key is not there. I've shared here before the story of a brother who was driving home from a long distance. And his bladder kept warning him. His bladder kept warning him. And he kept holding it. He held on tight. He drove through the traffic. Everything was going smoothly and almost on time. And after he had broken through the traffic, now he was dashing home because now it was situation critical. He had to access the bathroom. So I want you to imagine him driving very fast. And in some of these neighborhoods, I will not say which one, but there's lots of dust. Plumes of dust. Humps, he's just flying over the humps. Why? He must get to the bathroom now. Eventually, he swerves through the gate and brings that car to a screeching halt. Jumps out, dashing straight for the bathroom. That's when it hits him. The house is locked. And he can't find the key. Have you ever found a lady looking for a key in a handbag? Because some of these ladies, some of them are here with us. The handbag is a miniature home. There's a mini kitchen in there, a mini bedroom, a mini bathroom. So by that time they find the key. Woe to you lawyers, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. Let me tell you, once someone takes away the key of knowledge from you, you're stuck. You are stuck. This is the last verse I'm going to share right here. It hit me so hard. In Matthew 5:16, when Jesus says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. That even that, because even though it's right to think about it that way, and we typically think about it in terms of your good works, that you're shining, you're doing the right thing. But we never think about it in the sense that Before your good works come out, the root is light. Let your light shine. The root is knowledge. The root is understanding. The root is revelation. The reason Nebuchadnezzar bowed before the God of heaven and his son Belshazzar and all the other rulers of those kingdoms is because in Daniel there was light and understanding and wisdom. You see, you've been trying so hard to live a life that honors God, but even you are confused about the outcome. This is what I desire. This is what I'm putting out. What's the problem? Knowledge, understanding. So, you ask, what am I going to do about this? Let me try and share maybe something that could help. I learned this from Mike Brain about the way we learn. The ways we learn. Information is one side of that triangle. Those who are familiar with the up, in, out triangle. Imitation is imitation double M. Thank you, Lord. And then that one I know is two ends. Innovation. And in this triangle, the arrow of progress is like that. So first of all, go out and get some relevant information. Just start reading. Read 2 books a month. That's what people in Harvest Institute do, School of Leadership and other places. That's going to change your life. Get information. Get information. But information is not learning. Don't think that now, you see, knowing about a thing doesn't mean you know the thing. The only things you know are the things you are doing right now. The evidence of knowledge is action, not argument. So, get information, but then find a person to imitate. Imitation is part of the plan. And after you have done the imitation, you can go to what? Innovation. You can improve it. Okay? So, for example, a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, I started listening to a gentleman called Bishop Doug Hayward Mills on YouTube and Podbean. That is what? Information. He's the bishop of Lighthouse Chapel International. The good thing is, because Lighthouse is an international church, they have churches in Uganda. So we went and saw the pastors. And they told us what they are doing. We started imitating them. We were listening to Bishop Doug, we were reading his books, and now we were imitating the people that he had discipled. And guess what? We improved it a bit and did some innovation and came up with a church growth system that we call PEVT: prayer, evangelism, visitation, teaching, and healing. You find that none of Bishop Doug's books puts together PEVT completely in one go. You sort of have to find it in the different books. We found it, we summarized it, we put it in one executionable system, and the church called Worship Harvest has been growing like crazy. Multiply, everything in this church has multiplied at least 4 times in the last 1 year. Everything. Members, attendance, missional committees, everything has buildings at least 4 times. What kept us in that state all those 14 years, where in 1 year we have done a lot more? In 1 year we have done 4 times at least, in every metric, 4 times what we did in 14 years. Light, knowledge, understanding. Friends, may God bless you as you embark on this journey, as we enjoy Transform together, for it is time for light, knowledge, and understanding. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day as we take Transform to levels, and levels. Yes. Hey.
Thank you so much, Apostle. Wherever you are, you can stand and clap. Yeah. We are online, but you can stand and clap. Thank you so much. Pastor Filter, I see you. You made a comment. You say you become an alien of that which is already in you. Rosette Nachiwomia already has an action point. She will be reading 2 books a month. Now, there's a question.
Yes.
There's a lady called Priscilla Ondoga. She has said, if by the grace of God you know something, are willing to learn, but do not find the opportunity to apply that knowing, how would you advise that ego to find even a streak of light? You're so wise, so you're going to click.
You don't find the opportunity to apply. That's what I was dealing with. Find a person who is already doing it and imitate that person. Find a person doing it and imitate them. Donald Trump learned about real estate by working with his father, who was a real estate developer. So he has innovated and has taken it to another level, but that's where he started. He had the knowledge, he was imitating someone, and now he's innovating. So that's what you do. Find a person. There is nothing new under the sun. If there's anything you're doing, there's someone who has already done it very successfully.
I remembered a story, Apmo, when you were teaching. That thing of, you said you're stuck because of something you do not know yet, and you can be alienated from the life of God. I remember my financial life. My financial life until 2017, I was stuck. And there's something you said yesterday about you can be doing something, so we're very generous people, but we were stuck. So what happened when you bring in the whole thing of get information? So I remember we go for a newborn camp, you get some information, you read the wealth files. I start doing your mastermind, okay? And so then light started to come. Light started to come in our lives, and we realized the things we are not doing in order for light to come into our financial life. So we got information. We imitated you. You tell us, do this thing, we do it. You start doing a thing, we started doing it. And so light came. We got knowledge, we got understanding, we got revelation, and our financial lives changed. Friends online, what are you going to do? Who are you going to imitate? Where are you going to get knowledge? Okay, Rosette says she's going to be reading 2 books a month. What is it that you are going to do? Because your light has come. Your light has come.
I think people should find actually 3 applications.
Yes.
1, what are you going to do about information? So that's the most reliable systems now is reading books or listening to books, especially when you're in traffic, using Audible, and listening to podcasts. Podcasts are incredible sources of knowledge because they are usually more current than the books. All writers of books, including me who wrote SFFG, there are things you wish you could improve in the book just a year down the road. But podcasts are current. So you should both do books and podcasts. Information. Then find an action point for imitation. Really, that one, there is no 2 ways about who are you going to imitate. Find a mentor, find a discipler. And for many of you, God has already given you those people. And then the innovation part, that will come later.
Yes.
Or if you're already informed and you're imitating someone, the next question to ask yourself is, how can I take this thing to the next level?
Yes.
How can I do? What can I do about it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Apostle, Pastor Emmanuel, wherever you are. What are some of your highlights and what has stood out for you?
Good morning, Transform. Good to see you here. Welcome to the Leaders Gathering. Thank you very much, Apmo, for that very, very tremendous and enlightening teaching. You know, I was just listening through the things that you taught us this morning, that we do not have a resource problem in Africa. What we have is a leadership problem. And so the question is, what are we going to do about it? Because everything rises and falls on leadership. And that's why we are here gathered this morning at the Leaders Transform Gathering, that we may be able to raise leaders, and which leaders are going to go out and solve the problem of leadership that we have out there. And you ask the big question about which area, which sphere of influence is most important in delivering this leadership that we talk about. Is it business? Is it education, academia? Is it entertainment? Is it politics? Definitely not. And you seem to propose that the big one is the church. The church is going to deliver the leadership that we need to take us to the next level of growth and development. And why the church? Because unlike all the others, the church is focused on growing others rather than self-development. You talked about Isaiah 60 verse 1, that arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. And you mentioned that light in this aspect is in reference to revelation. And therefore the presence of light, spelled Knowledge, is a game changer. And the lack of knowledge is very costly. And you elaborated that very amazing story of our trip that happened last week. It was quite daunting, quite exasperating, quite draining, quite painful. Yeah, it was fun in a very interesting direction. The Chinese have a proverb that says, may you live in interesting times. Interesting in this sense doesn't necessarily mean good. Then you talked about the lack of knowledge being very costly. Yes, what you don't know will not hurt you, but it will kill you.
Yep.
Albert Einstein has been, this saying has been attributed to Einstein, that when you stop learning, you start dying.
Yeah.
And therefore your challenge to us was to go out there and acquire knowledge, because knowledge is the game changer. You can be born again, adopted into the family of God.
Like
the
we
very
were,
source,
without finances.
Exactly,
Yeah.
the very source of knowledge, and still be
alienated.
ignorant, spelled S-T-U-C-K, stuck. So may you be unstuck by acquiring knowledge. And Adam was very, very, very kind to actually show us the different ways by which we could gain knowledge.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He told us, listen to podcasts because
Read a
they are
book.
current. He told us,
Read a book.
exactly, read a book. He told us that is going to help us acquire knowledge. And then the next step of that triangle is to get imitation.
Yes.
Find somebody.
Find a mentor.
Find a mentor.
You find mentors. Mentors don't look for you. You find mentors. Find a mentor. Find a discipler.
Yeah, there's people who have gone before you and achieved success in so many things that you want to do. Find one of them. Stick yourself to them like a leech and just keep moving. When they move, you move. Just like that. And at the end of the journey, you shall become, because the book of Mark tells us that Jesus was talking to his disciples and he says, follow me and I will make you become fishers of men. And immediately they dropped their nets and follow him. Find somebody to follow and they shall make you become.
Welcome again, friends, to Transform 2021. Wherever you are, make some noise. Come on now, share the link. Share the link. Share the link. Mama, share the link. Hey, share the link. Share the link. Share the link. There's lots of stories of transformation today. There's lots of teaching. There's lots of learning.
Yeah.
We are going to soar. We are going to get unstuck.
Yep.
Worship Harvest has got something called missional communities.
Indeed.
Missional communities are spaces where people come together for the sole purpose of mission.
Indeed.
For the sole purpose of mission. And our heroes are the missional community leaders that are soaring and they are flying.
And causing others to soar and fly as well.
Yes. And right now, we'd like to bring your attention. Don't leave the screen. Don't touch that dial. Don't touch it. Don't touch that dial.
I see you.
Don't touch that dial.
Put down that finger.
Put down that finger. Yeah. Some of you are hitting porridge right now. Stop. Because we are going to receive a transformational story from one of our very amazing missional community leaders. Share the link, share the link, share the link, don't touch that dial, share the link, share the link, share the link, share the link.
Hello, my name is Barbara Sina. We lead the Soweto cohort in Nansana with my husband, Engineer Michael Sina. It started as an MC, Soweto, called Soweto, in 2019. And 3 years now, we have 7 MCs. We have in their teens, children, and then the big people MC. It has been quite an interesting journey of touching lives, seeing lives being transformed. Right now we have a VSLA, a Village Savings Association, registered. Right now, from our membership as a cohort, we are 152, and the people who are saving are 52. In addition to that, we have people who have come for small loans. We have one of them. She was learning the tailoring skills, and then after some time she came for money to buy the tailoring equipment. And right now, at least she can earn some money daily. We have some other people who, some other gentleman who came for a loan to fix his boda, and then we gave him that money, and he was able to fix the boda to continue working. Also, we have another lady. We're empowering ladies, we're empowering teenagers, we're empowering men. The lady came for money. She wanted to boost her poultry business, and we gave her money as well. So, and we're giving out money from this savings group to empower the youths in the community. We also have another frontier, a soccer frontier, where we use soccer to reach out to teenagers. I remember the first time we went to the pitch, we went as an MC and we started playing soccer, and all of a sudden teenagers would come. They want to join us, they want to be part of our group to play soccer. So that's how we started out. We're also looking at registering the soccer club and impacting more of the communities in Katoke, in Kisumu, in Nansana East, in basically around in Nansana.
Hello, my name is Busua Ramadan.
I'm Daphne Asimwe.
My name is Farida Nsoken.
Around 2019, Barbara Sina invited me for supper. She told me you can come and join us for supper. I came in, then somehow we ended up praying and watching Apostle Moses videos, and after like 2 to 3, 4 weeks, I got born again, and that's how I started life in Christ with Soweto MC.
Since I joined the poultry, I've never bothered to look to borrow money.
MC, they have taught us how to think great.
It has also helped me to save.
Saving, how you get out of your comfort zone and start up a business. Doesn't matter whether small or big, as long as you can earn something from it and you can help somebody, or you can actually even grow yourself from that.
It's promising because guys are joining us every day. People are coming in to join the football team, and along the way, it's how we get people to come to Christ and preach to them the word.
I can encourage the youth out there to get plugged into an MC around you, close to you, like be with church.
We are growing in numbers. It is so amazing because all these 7 MCs were birthed this year, like in 2021, between January and up to now. There is a lot of people yearning to know God, people asking questions, people need hope. So this has really been a very, very interesting journey where you see God changing lives. And when you hear teenagers, when you hear them talking to you, giving you feedback, how the word of God is transforming their lives. We have now, like from those 152, just know that all those 152, those are salvations that we've picked up, you know, like that. Those are some of the salvations that we've picked along, you know, like this journey we are doing in transforming the community.
Welcome to Transform 2021. My name is Chris Davis Nsubugamuga, and I'm here with
Lynette Nsubuga.
And we are going to be diving into an awesome story with a wonderful couple, the Mattisons.
Yay!
All right. So Ron and Anne, we are really honored to be having a conversation with you right here in Wairaka. Yeah, so Wairaka, for those who are watching from other parts of the world, is part of, is in Uganda. It's very much near Jinja, near the source of the Nile. So that's where we are. You know, enjoying ourselves, meeting and talking to Ron and Anne, Pastor Ron and Anne Mattison. Now, you look like your lives are full of stories, okay? And we just want to just dive right into it. We want to actually start from your parents. Tell us a little bit about your parents. What were they doing?
So my parents were both English, born in England, and my father was a doctor and my mother helped my father in his work. He had a practice always, usually it was in our house. At different times he was involved in lots of lay ministry, and then he had 12 months where he was full-time ministering in England. So yeah.
Wow. So you are a daughter of a minister?
Oh, sort of, yeah, I think so.
He was a minister on his deathbed, that guy.
Yeah.
He was evangelising the nurses as he was dying.
Yeah. Pastor, and how about you?
So yeah, my dad worked with the railways in Australia for almost 20 years. My mum said she threatened to divorce him because he retired left that job 6 months before he would have qualified for some long service leave, so extra holiday. But he left that and took up another job, and Mum sort of kept saying, I should have divorced him over that. They never did divorce. They celebrated 51 or 2 years of marriage before my dad passed away. Mum spent most of her time managing the home. We were 6 children, and so that kept her busy. But from time to time she took on other work as well, particularly once most of the children had left home. And so she worked actually with Dad in the last years of both of them working. He was at that point the caretaker of the high school, and Mum was one of his staff.
So how did the two of you meet?
At university, yeah.
Financially, we weren't really very well off when I was a kid, and the concept of actually going to university and to live in a college like that just was too far-fetched for my parents, really, to get their head around that could happen. Fortunately, there was government support for students, and as well as that, I had been able to get substantial work during the break between the end of school and the beginning of university. So I'd worked all through that time, and I'd built up a little bit of money that made it possible. So yeah, I went and just before university was about to start, wrote letters off to all of the colleges and said, look, I didn't apply, but I've got into a course at Melbourne Uni and I need somewhere to stay, and this was the last one. And I think the thing that got me over the line to get a place in there was that I'd actually playing football, and I'd represented the state.
So when you say football, do you mean Football, soccer, because when the Americans speak and the British speak, it's different.
And when the
Australians speak, is it something in the middle? Is it soccer, football? What's that?
Football in Australia is the best game in the world, but it's only in Australia. It is a variation of football that's only played in Australia. Yeah. And that's the football I play.
Australian rules football is the
it's called
technical
Australian.
term.
All right, so offside is onside in UK?
Yeah, there's no offside.
No offside?
No offside.
I'd love to play that.
We'll show you a film
crazy game.
on it sometime.
It's a crazy
totally
game.
different. Totally different game.
So how long have you been married now?
We make 40 years.
We make 40 years in December.
Wow!
Let me lean into that a little bit. Do you feel like you've been married 40 years?
It's hard to describe something like, because it's just who we are.
Mm-hmm.
We're together.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're counting the years until something happens, or counting because, then we've reached this milestone, because it's just actually life. And I think the scariest things for us are that we'll be sitting or we'll be driving somewhere and there'll have been silence for a few minutes or even a long time. And then suddenly one of us will say something and the other goes, I was about to say that. Exactly the same thing. Wow. No reason, not like it's still the conversation, it just happens.
It does.
Or we say, we think we should give some money to this. What do you think? Yes. How much? Same amount, always.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you have any children?
We do.
Mm-hmm. We have 3 children. Mm-hmm. Jeff is now, I think, 37 years of age. Anita is 36, coming up in a month, and Mark has just turned 33. Wow. They are each of them are married, and so Jeff and Rebecca have 3 children, all girls. Anita and Stuart have 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, and Mark and Ellie have 2 girls and a baby on the way. To make 3 for them as well.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 sounds like it's a magical number in Australia. Is it
kind of crazy, isn't it?
Or is it just your number for the family?
Lots of people have only 2 children. Some people have 4.
Yeah.
It's not. It just happens. And I was one of 3. I have 3 children. Each of them has 3 children. Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice
Whereas
patterns
I was
there.
one of 6.
Yeah.
But 3 is half of 6.
She had to find a way of bringing the 3 in.
Which makes us twice as good.
You look every day, every bit like you're in love. As in like, no. So how what happened? Like, how did you get to connect?
The university college was a very communal place, so you'd eat meals together, and it was not very big, so that we got to know everybody. It was a Christian college, and so there was lots of different Christian things that happened, like there was a morning prayer meeting every morning, which was great, all of these things. All of which to say, except that Ron wasn't a Christian at the time. But he hung around people like me and others.
Yeah. To the point that one of my friends there decided he wanted to start a basketball team. And he's a short guy. For basketball, you need a bit of height, and I'm reasonably tall. And so he came and approached me and said, would you like to come and join our basketball team? And I said, oh, yeah, that'd be good. And he said, the rest of us are all Christian. And so you just need to know that. And I said, yeah, that's fine. If you're okay with me. I was hanging around with these guys who were all Christians. They became my friends. And so I started hanging around with this Christian girl as well.
Yeah. Who was really struggling because I was a Christian and had been for a very long time, even at that early age. And so for me it was really tough because here I was feeling like I'm falling in love with a person who's not a Christian. Mm-hmm. And I'm fighting with God and saying, what's happening? You know, I can't have a boyfriend who's not a Christian. That's not how you do it. Why have you given me this situation? Cried lots of tears at night and all of those sorts of things. But God was working, and he did become a Christian.
I did.
And that's very exciting. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it was just a process that we just, kept on spending time together and realising that,
Wow. How long did it take before you got married, and did you live in Australia all your lives after that?
So
we were
married when I was 21.
As Anne said, her father was a doctor and English and quite traditional and very much Christian. And whereas my background, I'd grown up in a Catholic family, but a very nominal one that nobody had been to Mass in the last 7 or 8 years probably by the time I got to that point. And so I'd been a Christian for almost 2 years by this time, and made the journey up to Anne's parents' house, which was 7 hours from where I lived, and so said, could I have a chat with you? This is the last, I'd been there for a couple of days, and it was the evening before I was coming back. Could I have a bit of a chat? Okay, so we went down to his office, and I said, I'd like to marry your daughter. And he said no. I did not have my permission.
And even in Australia, that's unusual.
Yeah, very unusual.
That is a story that nobody has.
Wow.
So that had been at Easter in the beginning of April, late November, and sister is getting married. And so I went up there again for the wedding, and then we had a couple of days away with the mum and dad after the wedding, and so I asked again. No.
Really?
Yeah. That was a bit of a shock that it was still no. Wow. But we were really convinced. We really believed that God wanted us to be married.
And so we just kept praying about it.
We kept praying, and then, so 2 months later, month and a half later, I'd gone up and was on holidays, Christmas holidays. I'd gone up to visit, and we decided that we were going to get married. And so we met them again and said, we would love to have your blessing, but we seriously believe God wants us to be married. Mm-hmm. Let's sleep on it, he said.
Okay.
He's a tough man, wasn't
he? No, that's better than no.
Yeah, that's better than no.
Okay.
That was good. We had some hope at that point. And so the next morning he came and said, we give you our blessing.
Wow.
Now, maybe 20 years later, I think they actually thought it was a good idea. I think it probably took me nearly that long to really win them over.
20 years.
20 years, yeah.
It was never terrible.
No.
But it just was not as easy for them. And you have to realise that they didn't see each other as much as well. Like, they had really not met Ron properly.
Yeah.
And I was the youngest daughter, lots of things.
Yeah.
But for me, it was very much that God knew what he was doing. My father was a strong man. He was a really loving but caring but very strong man. And so it could have been that I was then still part of his decision making. So when a decision needed to be made, I would have gone to him instead of us making the decisions. And so it was a way of just breaking free, if you like, but not lacking honour, not lacking respect, but being a new family.
How did you come to be in Uganda?
Going back a very long time, when I was a small child, my father had a partner who was a doctor who had been working in Kenya, and his daughter was the same age as me, and also that my parents had always had an interest in East Africa. I actually said when I was a small child, I'm going to go as a missionary to Africa. But I got married, and Ron said,
I'm not going to Africa. I'm not going to be a missionary. I said that before we got married, don't worry. And for 30 years I got away with that.
Wow.
Yeah, we've learned never to say never.
Don't say no to God. So Anne was teaching. I was actually at the time working for our church in Australia in a administration pastoral role. And someone from her school, one of her colleagues, organised a fundraising dinner for Soweto. Mm-hmm. Okay, and Reverend Gary Skinner actually came over and spoke at that meeting. Anne doesn't remember it this way, but I remember it, I didn't want to go. I'm going to be sitting around a table of 10 or 12 of her colleagues who I don't know, I've never met them before.
Oh, no,
And that doesn't sound like, for me, that's not a fun night out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't looking forward to going. But got dragged along and we went. Gary Skinner spoke about what Watoto were doing, and he spoke about the situation in Uganda, and particularly of children and orphans, and what it was like, and what they were doing as an organisation. And I didn't particularly feel, I'm going to go and join Watoto, but I knew something weird was going on. Something was happening in here, because one of the fundraising things was that there were some paintings that had been produced. It was actually by a lady from South Africa, and they were being sold by auction. And sort of we're sitting side by side as the auction's happening, and Ron puts his hand up and makes a bid, and then someone else outbids, and Ron puts his hand up again, and looking at me, and for the first time in my life, I bought a painting. I had never bought a painting before, and here I am, and spent. I think it was about 240 Australian dollars, which is a couple of hundred American dollars, which was just kind of weird. Like, I mean, I don't spend money very much on unnecessary things, and so so there was clearly something was happening.
What you consider unnecessary.
Yeah, what I consider unnecessary. There were two paintings, and I actually bid on the second one as well, but it went beyond what I could actually justify paying. Next couple of days, I'm sharing this story with a friend from our church, a good friend, who was leading the missional community under a different name that we were a part of. And he said, oh, that's interesting. My brother-in-law's involved in something like that just starting up in Uganda as well. And so eventually found out what that was, and that this was an organisation in Australia that was planning to build a village, so a series of homes for orphans to come and live in, with a widow to come and stay there as their mum, and so creating new family units in the homes. And I'm finding that out from one of the guys in the organisation. Our senior pastor of the church is there, my friend John is there, and John and I are looking at each other and thinking, hey, we could do that. Like, they're saying we're going to take teams of people over to help build these homes. And John and I are looking, thinking, that sounds like something we could do. That's a bit of fun. And we both had children who we thought they'd be into that. So our youngest was studying construction management at university, and John's daughter, he just thought, yes, she'd be into it as well. So we put together a team. And so we came here at the beginning of 2009, February 2009.
I would want to know what the experience was like. Yeah, you came in, you're constructing something. What was the food like?
Yeah, we were staying close to where we were building, but at an organisation that starts with the letter of the alphabet that I won't tell you.
You're learning fast.
You're a hard follower.
Is that called following?
That's hard following.
And they were cooking for us, but they didn't have qualified cooks and people who were experienced. It was just whoever was sort of on hand. And so we ate lots of posho and lots of beans and lots of cowpeas. There was 1 or 2 meals where we got a soup with that was I think it was goat bones.
What do you mean goat bones?
Well, there certainly weren't chunks of goat meat, but there was bones that may have had a little bit of sinew attached.
No meat on the bones.
But the absolute low light, though, was one evening when they served us. There was a delicacy added to the meal, so it wasn't just posho and beans, but there was this big pile of makeni. We were working very hard, like physically hard work, and so we knew we had to eat the food, even if posho and beans wasn't our favourite, we had to eat that posho because we needed to. We needed the strength to go on because we were doing hard physical work. So.
And you're thinking, this is why I'm not coming to Africa.
It's right all along.
So what led to the turnaround for you?
Yes.
We had a couple of afternoons where we were off and we were just going to Ginger Town just to relax, go and get some real food. And on the last of these, I was actually wandering around just by myself, just taking in and sort of reflecting on the couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm walking along and I had a real sense of God saying to me, you can do this. You can actually do this longer term. Like this has been 3 weeks, but you can do this. And now I'd been each day pretty much on the phone to Anne, just sort of keeping her up to date with what's happening and where we're at. And so said that to her on the next day when I'm on the phone, and she was ready to jump on a plane, pretty much. And I said, just slow down, maybe.
For 30 years,
yeah,
so really.
Yeah. We arranged to come with another team, leading another team the next year. So beginning of 2010, Anne came with me, and we spent 3 weeks here then.
So during that time, it really was a time where, for me, I needed to be sure that it was right, because you've had a dream, but dreams can be just dreams. They can be childhood fantasies, and so it really needed to be significant. And one of the things at the time, I was doing some teacher training with a Christian university. I was teaching as a secondary teacher as well as doing some teacher training, and I said, if someone talks to me about, I need someone to talk to me about teacher training. And in my head, I had in my mind how God would do that. We've got some time in Kampala before we hop on the plane. There'll be somebody who's living nearby who happens to be involved in teacher training. That's how God will do it. Wow. Well, I don't know whether you do it, but I certainly sort of work out how God can do things, and they never happen the way I organise it. I just don't understand it, but they don't.
That sounds godly. Because it's God and not us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah. And so one evening, near the end of our time here, one person had invited us to his home, and his wife was there. And I said, I haven't seen you around. And she said, no, I've been involved in teacher training. I looked at her and I went, what? What did you say? Did you really say teacher training? And yes, she did. And so that was a very significant thing. And so, yes. So then we came.
So we went back, and then we spoke to the organisation back in Australia and said, look, we'd like to go and live there for 12 months. And live in the village as it had started, because nothing much was happening unless there was a team from Australia there. Like the locals hadn't been empowered to go on with stuff, and so we said, well, look, we could go and live there, and we could start to make things happen. And so we did that. Part of that was getting people in place to make it run without us being around, but. So we actually lived in the village for the first 6 or 7 months of the year, and then moved into a guest house that we'd been building. So at that point there were 32 children living in the village, 16 when we first got there, another 16 came in very soon after, and then in about October, November, another 16 came in. And so, by the end of the year there were 48 children who we'd spent a lot of time with and got to know. These children who'd come from terrible situations where they were living in dire circumstances with little or no parenting. Often the parenting was by a very elderly grandparent or something like that. And they were coming into the village. They had a house, and for some of them, that was the first time. One boy came in, had never been in a bed. He didn't know what a bed was. The first night or two, he would sleep outside because that's what he did. He didn't know what a bed was. But these kids were coming in. They had a house. They were getting 3 meals a day. They had clothes to wear that they were able to wash and keep clean and look after, and they had someone caring for them. And they were going off to school and being ignored. For many of them, like 12-year-old kids come into the village and they've not been at school, or if they have, they've just, it's not been an important thing for them at all. A 12-year-old can't start at the beginning in P1. And so they're sort of put into something that's almost age appropriate.
Yeah.
And so there were like girls who were put into P4 having never been at school. And so they don't know what they're doing. And in a crowded classroom, what happens to the kid who doesn't know what they're doing? They move to the back and don't do anything. And the teacher hasn't got the capacity or the time to get up there and bring those kids up in any way. And so that was part of it. There were a number of things that happened through the year that contributed to us saying, okay, God, I think you're telling us we need to do something here about education in Uganda, and that we can do something to bring about some kind of change and improve things. One of the things that initially had shocked us was about the end of term 1, and I was just outside the village, and it was about 9 o'clock in the morning, or a bit before. We were together, were we? And the local school where the children from the Village of Hope were going, there were kids in uniform, and they were walking away from the school, and we're trying to work out, well, what's going on? What's happening here? And we discovered, of course, that it's just about to be exam time, and you don't get to do the exams if you haven't paid your fees. So they're being chased. And that Australia education is free. Okay, everybody, and it is free. It's compulsory. It is free, and it's compulsory, but it's free. So to have children being sent away from school because they haven't paid for it was just a shock to us. I mean, we were very naive.
Yeah.
But it was a shock, and that was the first step of thinking, things need to change here.
Yeah.
And a number of things happened throughout the year that led us to say, we need to do something.
In addition, I was working as a secondary teacher, teaching maths to one class at a local high school voluntarily. So that also prompted some of the issues, because we came to recognise that it was primary that was really if by the time the children had got to secondary, the problems were too big, should I say, and the learning. And so we started thinking about primary education.
Which is kind of weird, because both of us had been secondary teachers and had spent most of our 30 years or whatever up to that point teaching at the top level of secondary, so teaching the senior 4, 5, 6 classes, not even the senior 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah.
But primary was where it was at for us here. We felt God say, you need to do something about training teachers, and we needed to learn what goes on in a school, what are the challenges for a school, how does it, how do you overcome those things? Again, in Australia, maximum class sizes are 25. So you can't have more than 25 children in a class in Australia.
Sometimes up to 30.
Yeah, maybe
30 maximum.
In private schools, they might get up to 30.
During the year, we did try and offer our services to a local primary school, because that would have been ideal.
Yeah.
But they wanted different things to what we wanted. What we could offer, actually. And so then we believed to buy a block of land, and so by the end of 2011 we bought a block of land here and put plans in place to build. Have done a bit of reflecting about why it worked well, to try and do some analysis, but so at this stage engaging education as such didn't exist, but in order to register the school and in order for us to have volunteer work permits, we needed to have a organisation, so that's when engaging education came into being. It basically has 4 arms, and it was the primary school, primary teaching, teacher training, faith and sponsorship.
Pastor Ron, just briefly take us through what's on ground right now.
So we initially bought 2.5 acres, and that's what the primary school was established on. Those 2.5 acres were set back from the road by some plots that the original owner wanted to keep and develop as individual plots. And so we bought that in 2011, built the school. So during 2012, the first 4 classrooms and offices were built. And that's what we started with at the beginning of 2013. Then we added another 4 classrooms during 2013. We then found out that you need to accommodate your teachers as well, so we built some teacher housing down there. And then we had that full, and yet we still had need, and so we bought one of the plots out the front, and built another teacher house thing on there. So we had accommodation by that stage for pretty much the whole staff were able to be accommodated, and they were all living there. So the primary school has that. So there are 8 classrooms. One is a computer room and library and so on. And then with the PTC, we recognised that for that we did need to have boarding. We did not have, the primary school is not a boarding school at all. Yeah, that was a deliberate decision against the advice of people that were wanting us to build a school. So, you've got to have boarding. No, we actually believe kids should stay with their parents and be raised by their mum and dad, not by a matron in a boarding school. And so we had that, but we recognised, primary teacher training college, we need boarding. And so we started building dormitories. So we built a boys' dorm first, girls' dorm, and we actually began operating the PTC using one half of the boys' dorm as the classroom. All right, so during 2019, we only had effectively the 2 dormitories. At that stage, we still didn't have the land for this plot we're actually sitting on right now, and we had to buy that at inflated prices. Like, as soon as I started to buy extra land out the front of the school, initially buying from the same guy who'd sold us the school property, said, came up with a price, but you sold me that much at that much an acre, and this is only this much. And he said, yes, but there has been development. And I said, I know, I've been the developer. And so we built this building we're sitting in now, which is double-storey. So the ground floor has got some offices behind me, the library that we're sitting in now, and then there are 2 classrooms. And then above here is a big hall. And so that's actually where Worship Harvest Wairaka meets. And it was
where it did when we could fit.
That's right. So it began when lockdown came last year, and we started hosting, home hosting things. We began that, and at that point all of our PTC students had obviously been sent home because everything was closed. And so we started just in the house, which is actually on the same property. And then we grew a little bit, and so we thought, we probably, for space-wise, we should do that in a classroom. So we started hosting in the classroom. And it grew a bit more, and by that stage we were probably getting up to 15 or so. And then when lockdown was eased so that candidate classes could come back, that meant our second year PTC students could return.
I'm very curious about your journey somewhere in the privacy of your home. The journey from, we are in Wairaka, it's locked down, we've been asked to host, we are hosting, and now there's talk of allocation. And now you're pastors. A church in Uganda. In your wildest dreams, was that anywhere in your mind?
So we joined Worship Harvest, and we were loving it.
In 2018.
In 2018, and we were loving it. We joined an MC, we were part of the MC, we loved being part of the MC, we loved everything that we were gaining, and we actually said to Pastor Fielder at the time, we're loving it, but we just don't want to be in leadership, we're doing leadership where we are. And I think he was a little bit upset, but he was okay. He was very nice to us, but he would have liked us to have done more, which I can understand. And then lockdown came, and we actually had not a disagreement, but we needed to have a discussion about whether we would stay for when lockdown was happening, when COVID was happening, and I really felt that we should. We went out to dinner and we discussed it, and we both had peace about staying. But as it was, we couldn't have got back to Australia anyway.
Yeah, God
but
took it out of our hands anyway.
So that we were needed to be here. So we knew we needed to be here. The whole hosting home, that was natural because we were part of a church, and you do whatever you're part of a church, you do what's happening in that church. We didn't see it as something leading to something. We suddenly heard this term hosting centre, and we're thinking, oh, that's nice. And, and everybody loved it when, Wairaka Hosting Centre came up on the screen. That was all very fun, and we were thinking, this is fun, isn't it? And then came November, December, and we were asked to be elders, and we prayed about it, and we thought, I think we should be. Like, that's what we're meant to do. But to be elders, you had to be MC leaders, at least. And we weren't MC leaders, so we thought, okay, well, maybe, and the church had decentralised, I don't know whether that's the right word, but zonalised, so that we needed to be in an MC here. So we thought, okay, well, we'll hold MC here. So that sort of came naturally because of the next step and what we needed to do. And by becoming elders, we were committed to 5 years.
As Wairaka Hosting Centre was growing, it kind of became obvious that it's going to be a church one day. And so we were thinking that that's going to happen. And so we started to think, okay, so who's going to be the pastors of this church? Who's going to do that? Not at all thinking it was going to be us. Even though, because we'd had one full year with the PTC, and very much those young people have been our disciples. We've been discipling them, and that's been quite important. And lots of the other people who were joining us were sort of almost attaching to us as if we were the pastors, but we had an idea of some other people. Okay, we're thinking,
I know what that's like.
But really, the passion, the idea, the belief that this needed to become a church just grew and grew. And then we, I guess, as a part of that, the concept that, well, actually, we're in a better position to be the pastors than the other people at this point in time, because in lots of ways we've been doing it. Like we've been pastoring these people anyway. We've been functioning here, of a hosting centre of 100 people, or nearing 100 people, where we were the pastors, without it being in name, and so it just became kind of the natural thing. We should do it.
And part of it is very much the model of Worship Harvest with the pastoring as well. Like you are following. You are pastoring, but you're not the lead pastor. So you're not making those big decisions. You're just doing the things that you need to do. And yes, there's a lot of other things that you do. I know that, but that changes it as well.
I know now that, and you guys are involved in this, there's more training going on for people who are about to plant locations, and that's important. I kind of felt like we skipped all of that and just, hey, we're in here. And, we went out for lunch the day of launching, and while we're sitting at lunch, you're introducing me to Church Metrics on my phone, and I'm thinking, I didn't even know this existed. And there were just so many things like that just, okay, so now you're a pastor, you've got to do this and you've got to do that, and you've got to put this report in and that report. So there was a lot to learn.
And it was different for us because we weren't coming from being zonal pastors, we weren't coming from being cohort shepherds, we were coming from being MC.
For 6 months, we've been MC leaders for 6 months.
MC leaders and hosting centre leaders.
And so there was a lot of things that we just didn't know, to be honest. But it was also, I think it was impactful. That Sunday was very impactful for me, certainly. I think it was for you too. Just that real sense.
As Anne said, there's a model. Worship Harvest has got a model, and I believe in that model. And I've believed in that model from before we became pastors. Like, we attended New Dawn camp, and there was a lot of explanation of how this is how Worship Harvest works, and how the discipleship structure is there. And I looked at that and say, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. That works. And the concept of, the pastor is officially looking after the zonal pastors, and the zonal pastors after the cohort shepherds, and that no one person has really got to care for everybody. Although as pastor you have overall oversight of them all. But that's a model, and I thought, I can actually go with that model, and believe in it, which I do. And then, of course, as a part of that model, we're following and learning to follow.
The idea of following isn't something that is new to us.
No.
We have been good at following people.
Yeah.
I think being Australian, perhaps some of the age thing is a little bit easier for us to handle, as in you can have...
As in, yeah, look at that.
I
noticed. As in, you guys! As in...
I do it all the time!
You don't understand. Wow. Hey, come on. Hey.
Follow me. Yes.
But the age thing in Australia is different.
Yeah.
You can have a principal who's very young, and you as a teacher just have to follow them, do what they say. So I think there's some of that. The other thing is that when you believe in something, you do it. And like Apostle Mosaic says, continuously, you look for the fruit. And that just makes complete sense to us. The other thing is, I think that we are older, which means that we've got less chance to do this. And this is something that just is amazing. It's amazing to be part of, and you don't want to miss out. Because we have seen the opposite. We've seen, yes, we believe in the model, but we have heard of this model to a certain extent in different ways before in our life, and people trying to take it on, but not in a situation where they have taken that leadership role and said, you must follow me, because there's a real danger of people feel a danger in saying that in Australia, because it's too democratic, it's too egalitarian, so everybody's equal, you can't tell me what to do. I'll have an argument with you and then I'll do what you tell me, but let me have my opinion. Well, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so I think for us, we're passionate believers in it because we're seeing the results and we don't want to miss out.
Yep.
And it's people say, like you're saying, it's easy. I think if you came to our house and heard we're a fly on the wall at times, you'd know that it's not easy. We are not morning people, but we have chosen to be morning people. It's those sorts of things that it comes from here that we believe, and then you have to make that decision. And it's a conscious decision on a daily basis.
And character-wise, we have both probably always been a bit predisposed to following anyway, in the sense that, in school I was the good kid who behaved himself most of the time, largely, and tries to tell the stories of how she wasn't. But her level of bad is if there's bad and there's Anne's bad. So we've from an early age we've been people who tried to do the right thing, and we have had some good pastors in our walk up to this point who have led and we've followed, and so it's a concept that we're used to in that sense, although never as developed as it is within Worship Harvest. It's never been as clear cut as to this is what following means, but we've been followers, so we're used to that. In terms of the age, we try to forget that we're actually we were married at 7 and 8. Coming up to 40 years, we were only we can't be really 62 and 61 years of age. So and part of that has been, it gets fed by the fact that we hang around with people just out of school. Like these teachers that we're training, they're just out of school, and so we're hanging around with young people all of the time, and that, for lots of people, that can keep you young.
So I would like you to project yourselves 100 years from now. Yeah. It's 2121, about this time. And I'd like you to speak to the people who are watching you 100 years from now. What are the things that have made you and drive you, that have made you become the things you are now, that you think are important for them to pick and run with?
The first thing I would say that has been constant through our life is change, which kind of sounds strange, a constant change, but to be prepared to embrace change and not be stuck in, this is the way we do things, this is what we've always done, but to say, no, there's something new God is doing here, let's grab hold of that. Yeah, so be open to what it is that God is doing, and the move into pastoring is a part of that, and saying, okay, we can see what God is doing here. Like this is revival, and we've been waiting, for me, 40 years to see this kind of stuff happen, and now it's happening. I want to be part of that. And so, what I'd say to people is, be on the lookout for what God's doing and move with it.
Yeah.
Don't be stuck in what you've always done.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so true. Like we've seen glimpses of different things. We've sort of skirted on the edge of the Toronto blessing stuff. We've experienced different times of small revivals and things stopping those things. Even going back to a small country town where we were in, and Ron and another couple of guys were running a youth group, and it was just expanding, and yet the church wouldn't accept them, and we got thrown out of the church because we wanted to have people become Christians.
Well, encouraged to leave.
Oh, sorry.
Encouraged to join the local Baptist church.
There wasn't one.
But that's okay.
But just that whole sense that it is looking out for what God wants to do and being prepared to sacrifice for that. Like you think you're sacrificing, but sacrifice isn't sacrifice when you've got something that you're really wanting to do. Like it's a bit like, I really like eating bread, but I'm going to sacrifice eating bread so that I can eat chocolate brownie. Well, is it a sacrifice?
I like chocolate brownie. No sacrifice at all.
But you think you are when you say no to something, you're giving up something, but what you're actually moving into is something just so much more. And the other thing that I'd say is, don't waste your time. Like, I am just so frustrated, annoyed at myself that I have not done the things that I knew I should have done in terms of memorising scripture. We go back to, that would be about, Barry Plant was about... Barry Chant
was in Bendigo, which is in 1990...
Yeah, early 90s.
3?
Yeah. And this man would prophesy to people with words of scripture. Yeah. His wife was writing down the Bible references as he was prophesying to people. And I went, wow, I need to do that. What did I do about it? I've not done something about it. Don't leave things, Don't take on these opportunities, and you'll get great opportunities, Now, that's a regret if you like, but there's also great things that we've done. So I'm really thankful to God for all of the different opportunities. But we do also reflect back about what could have been in many situations as well. As in, we say, why didn't this, that where a church was growing, keep growing? So that, and we're saying, well, okay, we're hearing the answer, follow, so let's do it.
In the next 100 years, there'll be a different Pastor Ron doing something different that this is preparation for.
Amazing.
And so
great stuff.
Don't sit back wondering, what is it that God wants me to do? Do what he's got you doing now, and he'll take you to what it is that he wants you to do in the next step, and then the next step after that.
Azin, come on now, hey!
Come on! What was that?
That was crazy.
Come on, right
that
from
was
the
hot.
opening.
That was
That's
lit.
right from the opening set with the worship team. Pastor Steve, can you do that flip
Yo,
for us?
that flip was crazy. Matter of fact, let me give it a shot.
We don't want to lose your lungs, brother.
Okay.
Come on, come
But
on.
guess
that
what?
opening theme
There's
was
this
dope.
thing that I like that they were doing.
You know, Pastor Steve likes pausing because he's a great dancer.
Yeah, man,
Come
I loved
on,
it.
worship team
The
was
worship
awesome.
team, you were
We
off
had that
the hook.
session
Oh, yeah.
from Apostle Mose.
Dang.
Come on.
Great teaching.
What was that?
Isn't
what
he-
my highlight was? Can I tell you what my highlight
Tell
was?
me about it. What was your highlight?
Feeling bad about a situation doesn't change it.
Hey.
All you need to do, all I need to do is to get knowledge. To get knowledge about what I don't know yet, and then I will begin to soar. And knowledge is light.
Light.
And then when I
Illumination.
get information, I find somebody to imitate.
Yeah.
There is nothing new under the sun. For everything you want to become, for everything I want to become, there's somebody who has gone before me. There's somebody who has gone before you. So what do you need to find out? What information do you need? And then who do you need to start to follow, to begin to become? Who do you need to imitate? Find a discipler, find
hope
a
you
mentor,
acted upon
and
that.
then start to do. The purpose of knowledge is action, not argument.
Imitation.
Come on, come on. That was amazing. Let us know what
Very
has stood out for
amazing
you.
that was.
Let us know what your highlight has been. And then
Well,
Pastor Ron and Pastor
From
Ann.
Pastor Ron and Ann's
Wow.
session, I mean, that was really, really out of this world. Because, first of all, I look at a man who tries to fall in love with a girl and asks for marriage, I mean, and he's told no by the parents twice. But the interesting part is, he goes on to marry her and
they've been married
40 years. Come on.
Okay, that was one of the
Come
highlights.
on.
Another one that really stood out for me is that they said yes to leadership
Yes
of
to
a
leadership.
location, having led a missional community for only 6 months. What
Only
was
6 months.
that?
Come on.
That
Come
was
on.
very inspiring. That was
is-
very exciting.
That has a lot to say about Pastor Ron and Ann. I mean, initially, Pastor Ron saying no to doing anything. I mean, coming to Africa and
then
all of
now
that.
he's sold.
But now he's so sold.
He's totally sold.
I mean, he's selling.
And then I really enjoyed their cheekiness. They have nice jokes. They're so exciting.
Marriage goals. Hashtag marriage
Come
goals.
on, let us know what your highlights were. We'll answer the questions that we can in the chat. Let us know. And now, before we get into the break, the award for community transformation.
Oh,
The
yeah.
award for community transformation videos are going to be running in the break. You
Yeah.
need to know who's standing. You need to know who's a nominee so that you can vote for them. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat. We have Girl Unstoppable, Petros Zoe,
Bless the Child Foundation.
Remnant Generation.
Remnant Generation.
We need you to know who they are and you need to vote for them. So during the break, don't log off, don't turn off, just get more data, just get something to drink, but stay tuned to see the videos for the people who you nominated for the award for community transformation. That's what we're going to do. We need you voting, we need you voting, we need you voting. The links
keep on
are
voting
available.
right now.
Come
Keep on
on.
voting. That's why you have the break, so that you can see what the people have been up to,
Yeah.
so that you can make an informed decision.
That's
so go
right.
ahead and vote. But don't forget, please don't forget, the only way you can vote is after registering in the link.
That's right.
So if you don't register, that means you can't vote.
And then if you register, it means you
Can vote. Yeah, so go ahead and vote for your people. Vote for the person that you would like for us to celebrate this year as the ACT Award winner for the year 2021. And you know, we're simply celebrating all of those that are doing very impactful work out there in the community. Come on, go ahead and vote.
Remember, the hashtag is Transform21.
Oh, yeah.
Transform21. When you're sharing the link, when you're telling anyone about it, just tell them Transform21 is your hashtag on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Transform21 is your hashtag. Share the link even during the break. We have not finished everything, so those coming in after will not miss. They'll still be able to log on, plug in, and get connected with us. Every single leader needs to be here. So let us know. Now it's time for the Act for Community Transformation. The award is on. Watch the videos. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Anywhere.
We got ya.
Oh,
God bless ya.
Right now.
See you.
See ya.
Come on.
Hi, my name is Grace Wanunda. I am a born-again Christian based in Mombasa. I am a mother of 2 beautiful children by adoption. In the year 2014, the Lord called me to adopt. I obeyed and started the process of adoption, and I brought my first child home at 5 months, 5 kilos. It was a real struggle. The process I thought was easy, it wasn't so. I thought that if you wanted to adopt, it would be easy. You walk into a children's home and pick a child and bring home as simple as such. But it turned out to be so emotionally draining. It turned out to be so challenging and so many obstacles on the way. So I got so discouraged, but I said, if this is what God wanted me to do, I will pursue it to the end. And I did just that, and therefore I brought my daughter home. 2 months down the line, I saw a huge transformation in my child. A baby that came home 5 months, 5 kilos, transformed and started becoming so glowing, so happy, so bubbly. And I also became so happy. The fulfillment that I felt was so huge, and therefore we were just meant to be for each other. Therefore, this fulfillment and the transformation and the challenges I went through is what prompted me to start a group called Adoption is Beautiful. I said adoption is beautiful because of the beauty that came from me. The beauty, the inside beauty came out because I started talking confidently about my journey. I was so proud about it. I was so proud about the fulfillment, and my journey and my story with the child, my daughter, made so many people developed interest in adopting. So this is the reason why I said adoption is beautiful, because it's godly, it is divine, it is God calling you to walk with a child to be the person that God ordained them to be. And to me, that is a beautiful thing. So therefore, I brought people together through my story, and I formed this group with an intention of creating awareness and demystifying the challenges and the stigma and the stereotypes associated with adoption. We brought up together adoptive parents, and we brought up together prospective adoptive parents and adopted persons, and therefore this group is a huge family for 13,000 people that have just come together to share and to learn and to demystify and to encourage people to adopt. It is not only for Kenyans. There are so many people that are learning through Adoption is Beautiful that are not Kenyans. I've got a Malawian that approached me when she wanted to adopt. She followed me and we shared, and she got her to adopt. I've got a Zambian lady who adopted, and through Adoption is Beautiful Kenya, she has also started her own Adoption is Beautiful Zambia. And we have demystified the stereotypes and the stigma that has been associated with adoption for a long time. So many people have come together, and we are celebrating our joys, we are celebrating our challenges, we are encouraging each other that this thing is doable. We have brought together professionals like psychologists, we have brought together children's officers, we have brought together the adoption social workers, we have brought together even mentors that we always invite from time to time to come and talk to us and to just enable us to learn on how to encounter the challenges that an adoptive parent or an adopted person goes through from time to time. We have brought up families, different families from different angles. We bring them up from time to time to have family fun days. We have managed also to bring up the High Court of Kenya that is authorized to legalize adoption together. We bring the judges together to educate us on the legal process of adoption. We bring up people together from all corners. Those that are not able even to afford the legal process fee, we have managed to bring them up together to teach them on the self-representation. So therefore this group hope Adoption is Beautiful is a home for all the people that are considering adoption and those that are in the process of adoption. We help each other psychologically, emotionally, financially, and we just support you to make sure that your will, that the will of the Lord concerning adoption in your life is fulfilled. So the reason why I keep talking about adoption and I keep sharing about adoption is because even God himself adopted us into his family. We are the children of God through adoption, and Jesus Christ, the one we believe and we profess, is an adopted child. So I keep encouraging Christians, particularly Christians, that we cannot change the whole world. But you know what? We can make this world a better place for one child. Bring one child home today. Purpose to bring one child home and make a better place, make the world a better place for that child, because adoption is beautiful and adoption is godly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I pray that this story may encourage you, that you may open your hearts and you may open your families to consider adoption. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Genza. I am the program manager for Blessed Child Foundation, an organization that takes care of children who are undergoing treatment for cancer. We have been here since 2007 when Brian, our founder, who is a local clown, got the inspiration after visiting the Uganda Cancer Institute. The need was that there were many children who needed accommodation, who needed care, who needed nutrition, that were lying on the hospital verandas. And so he came to us, his friends, we put our resources together, and we opened our very first home in March 2010 here on Soweto Kagwa Road. Since then, we have opened 3 other homes, one in Gulu, one in Barara, and another home right within the same area here. Children that come from far from all over the country, some come from outside of the country, Congo, Southern Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, they all come to Mulago for treatment, and many of them have nowhere to stay. So the homes of Blessed Child Foundation provide for them accommodation, meals, nutrition support, all other psychosocial support, play therapy, education, to help them be able to cope with the challenges of treating cancer. We offer many services, like I have mentioned, but chief among them is accommodation. Accommodation for a family that has a child that is suffering from cancer. We take them to hospital every single morning, we bring them back in the evening. And I must say that this has had a huge transforming effect on the people that come in to have their children treated for cancer. Many of them are not exactly rich people. They are hard-pressed for finances, but when they come and they know that accommodation is taken care of, their meals are taken care of, the child is going to receive therapy, play therapy, counseling, palliative care, they are able to stick in there, hang in there, and we have seen treatment abandonment rates drop dramatically. We celebrated 1 year in Barara at the Grace Home earlier this month at the beginning of August, and the doctor there, Dr. Barnabas Atwine, who is in charge of the pediatric oncology ward, was telling us that abandonment of treatment rates in Africa, averagely they stand at about 30%. But because of the social interventions that we have seen in the homes like Blessed Child Foundation, those abandonment rates have dropped to 10%. That is a huge impact. So now parents who have children who are suffering from cancer do not have to worry much about where they are going to stay when they come for treatment in Mulago, because the homes are available and everything is provided to them at no cost. The accommodation, the transport, subsidized medical support, the education. Unfortunately, some of the children pass away, but we are still able to offer bereavement support for them all the way until the child is repatriated back to their communities. I am glad to say that in the last 10 years when we have been operational, actually 11 years, we have taken over, we have looked after nearly 4,000 children. The actual number is 3,882, something like that. And we have seen a tremendous impact in the treatment outcomes of children with cancer. What I can say is that back in the day, about probably 6-7 years ago, the death rate, mortality rate of children with cancer were quite high, standing at about 70%. They have since gone down to about 30%. So the impact has been tremendous. The ACT Award, Award for Community Transformation, if Blessed Child Foundation came out top, that would be a testament to the intervention that we are doing among children who are suffering from cancer in our country. It would mean a lot to us that people are finally recognizing that, number one, we have a challenge of cancer among children in Uganda, but most importantly, that there are people out there who are doing something about it to ensure that every child who has cancer has a fair shot at treatment and beating cancer. I would like to thank the Worship Harvest community for the award for community transformation, the ACT Awards, and for the people that have nominated us. I know that we are among the top 5 nominees. We would like to say thank you so much because you believe in the work that we do. You are partnering with us to ensure that we kick cancer out of our country, Uganda. Thank you so much.
I'm Erin.
And my name is Hannah.
And together we lead
Petros Zoe Initiative. And I would like to tell you about our mandate. Our mandate is to promote the strength and abilities of youth by providing life skills that empower each to face life's challenges with confidence, competence, and dignity. Now, we are doing that through different programs, but today we would like to highlight only 2 programs that we are doing as Petros Zoe. And Erin here is going to start with one of our biggest programs.
That's right. Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah.
So the first program I would like to talk about is our Teenage Pregnancy Center. So like Hannah said, we focus on the youth in Uganda. And we realized that because teenage pregnancy is such a big issue in Uganda, we cannot effectively handle taking care of the youth without focusing on that population as well. So last year, we decided to start our teenage pregnancy program. And then in October of last year, we launched our residential center for the teens. So since October, we have had more than 40 girls go through our program. Currently at the center, we have 22 girls and about 16 or 17 babies. Yeah. When the girls come to our center, we train them, they go through counseling, they go through parenting classes, and we basically set them up for success for after they leave our center. Once they give birth, we give them about a year to get themselves together, to get their confidence back, and to be able to enter society again and become successful mothers. For girls whose pregnancies are normal, for those who don't have any complications, we are able to deliver them from our site here, which saves us a lot of transportation, and it also keeps the girls safe. A lot of these young mothers go into labor, and they go into labor very quickly, so having a labor ward on site takes care of that unknown of the travel. The midwife is also here 24 hours, so she's able to be in here with them during that time as well. By the time they leave our center, which is about after a year after giving birth, that they will be able to enter back into society and be productive citizens, be good mothers, be good parents, and then raise their children up to be good followers of Christ as well. We have a discipleship program with the girls. They faithfully attend Worship Harvest every Sunday. They're part of it MC, and we've seen incredible transformation within the girls that we've had at the center. You see them coming in and their confidence is down. They've gone through trauma. They don't believe in themselves, but then just through the short time that they're at our center, we see incredible transformation in their confidence. All of a sudden, they understand that they can be somebody and that their life is not over just because of this teenage pregnancy. So yeah, we are super excited about that program. I'm going to pass it on to Hannah for our other program we're going to discuss today.
Thank you very much, Erin. One of the programs that I would like to talk about to you today is the charity clubs. Now, the charity clubs are a group of young people in the communities out there who have chosen to do a lot of work in their community. They are actually doing community work, and they are partnering with the local government in Mukono as a municipality. So we have different charity clubs. We have one that is dealing with sanitation in the community. Another one is dealing with the children, the babies, the children who are supposed to go to school but do not have enough help from their parents to help them do their classwork well. And those who do not know how to download work from the internet, we have a charity club that is helping them to do that. And another one that is dealing with food security, and they are helping to go out into the communities and teach the people how to do urban farming. So today I would like to just really highlight the sanitation club. The sanitation club, they go out into the community, and every week they reach out to 320 homes on a weekly basis. They go to them to find out if they have latrines, what are the conditions of the latrines, are they harvesting water, do they have soak pits, how are they disposing of their garbage, and they are teaching the communities on how to do that. Now, what happens is that we as Petros Zoe, we are just facilitating these youth with just 10,000 shillings a week to do this kind of work. And when they find disabled people, old people who cannot put up for themselves latrines, who cannot dig up for themselves soak pits, they actually help to make sure that they put up these facilities for these old people. For the people who have the energy but do not have good latrines, do not have soak pits, they actually work hand in hand with the local government who come in and enforce the law to make sure that the community is clean and that the community is doing well when it comes to sanitation. So those are the two programs that we wanted to highlight to you today.
So we'd like to thank everybody who nominated us. Thank you so much. Webele nyo. And if we win this ACT award, we are going to be so excited, so happy. And I know our youth are also going to be so proud that there's something that so many people are getting behind and supporting. So thank you very much. Vote for us.
My name is Annabelle Nakabiri Sebachije, and I am the founder and executive director of the Remnant Generation. The Remnant Generation is a ministry that works to rescue, restore, and empower survivors of sexual abuse and teenage mothers to survive and thrive according to God's potential. The Remnant Generation started from my personal life experience. I am a survivor of sexual abuse and child marriage. And for a very long time, I was that girl that many people would look at, and when you're advocating for the girl child in Uganda, I would qualify for that category. Growing up in poverty, not having an opportunity to go through school, and being forced to be married off at the age of 13. When I finally found the bravery to run away from home, became part-time street child, worked as a housemaid, and grew, to learn how to work for myself, I had a deeper compassion on the inside of me that when I ever make it through life, I'll go back and help other girls that are going through similar situations like myself to come and have the opportunity to go to school. My dream was to be like Oprah Winfrey. I loved how she used to have those shows and invite people and give them an opportunity to dream, and they are able to talk about stories. I loved, I would envision myself as Oprah Winfrey. I may not have become an Oprah Winfrey, but I'm glad that I have become something better. So in 2015, we founded the Remnant Generation together with my husband and registered it as a non-government organization. Since that time, we have served more than 8,000 young girls in this country. Currently, our locations are in Kampala, Lyantonde, and Kasanda district, where we are working with over 700 girls this year to basically bring these girls out of desperation, girls that have been sexually abused, enabling them to access healthcare services, access justice, have a safe home to stay. We have a princess shelter that accommodates girls that are chased away from home, girls that have been forced into marriages and they have found the bravery to report and to run away, and we give them second chances. We currently work with a team of 27 staff members, and God has been good to us. He has blessed us with property where we are planning to build a Hope City in Kasanda district. And this Hope City would be home for 100 girls each time, where we also hope to have a hospital that will be able to provide specialized services for girls that have been sexually abused, and a healing program that will potentially go across the globe. Currently, we are working with 750 girls in all the districts where we are operating. And our impact has been just seeing the transformation, the opportunity that has come with these girls being educated, having access to healthcare, and girls that would have potentially died because of lack of access to basic health services are now able to deliver their babies, and they're able to go back to school and graduate and become responsible citizens. We have seen discipleship happening in this space. We have seen girls coming in broken, finding the love of Jesus Christ and starting a new life. Right now in our community program with a School of Purpose, which is a vocational skilling program, our alumni that have been through the program since 2011 are the ones that are training. We have girls that have gone through that remnant generation, part of our staff team, and we are believing that every story of desperation can be transformed into a story of hope and inspiration. The story of Uganda, where we are seeing 28% of girls as teenage mothers, can completely change if we all arise and give these girls an opportunity. I want to thank you so much for nominating the Remnant Generation as part of the ACT Award. And this is what it means for us. It means that we have the opportunity to show girls that are pregnant and have gone through a lot of abuse that there is opportunity and potential, and that there are people that see them and believe in their dreams and believe in their aspirations, and they are able to rally behind them and give them that platform to shine their light out. Thank you so much for voting us even now.
Dr. Catherine Nagadia is my name. I'm a 29-year-old medical doctor and an aspiring general surgeon. I am the CEO and co-founder of Girls Unstoppable Uganda. Ever since the age of 6 years, I always wanted to be a medical doctor to play a part in the health of the people in my community. And I studied really hard, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get into medical school on government sponsorship. However, I would qualify for private sponsorship, but my parents could not afford the monies that we needed to be able to go to school for those long 5 years. The plan was that once I get into medical school, I would actively look for a scholarship. And I remember the first day that I reported to school, my dad had to sell over 7 cows to be able to put me into school. And for the subsequent years, every year that I looked for scholarship and we didn't get any, that was the routine. Unfortunately, in my second year, my dad got very sick and our family finances reduced significantly, and I nearly dropped out of school. However, at that same time, I was fortunate to receive a miracle of a scholarship from Wales Mountain Initiative, and the experience alone, the fact that I was going to go on to complete my education and be able to become the doctor that I desired to be from a young age, made me desire to educate another girl. For every marginalized adolescent girl deserves to be able to go to school and receive the education that they need to be everything that God created them to be. Following graduation, I went on to do my medical internship, and from the allowances that we used to receive and the money I received in my graduation, we were able to send the first girl to to school. The girls that we sponsor in school are required to give 40 hours of community service. They are encouraged to do different activities for 40 hours a year, and some of these girls clean health centers, their hospitals. They give back to their community in different ways. We also require of them to do an income generating activity that requires them to save at least 20,000, and we believe that by creating in them a culture of service above self and also the culture of saving, will be able to transform them into responsible citizens. Girls Unstoppable so far has given scholarships to 14 girls, has been able to give 2 book donations to 2 schools, and has distributed sanitary pads to 2 schools in rural Uganda. We have also been able to offer career guidance to over 500 girls in different schools across the nation. The culture of service above self that the girls are learning and the financial skills that they are obtaining are transforming the girls, and ultimately they are transforming their communities. Our dream is to be able to support the education of 1,000 girls in the next 5 years. The monies that we use to sponsor these girls, to support the education of these marginalized adolescent girls, comes from donations of people, regular people like me, and some of them are actually as young as 13 years of age. Thank you so much for nominating Girls Unstoppable Uganda for the SCT Award. Your nomination is an endorsement of the work we are doing. We are very, very, very grateful. It is a testament that the work we are doing is actually transforming society and our communities, and will ultimately transform the world. When we win the SCT Award, we will utilize the visibility that we are obtaining to reach out to more girls, but also to reach out to more funding and more donors. And the money that comes with this award will be utilized to send more girls to school, and ultimately it will get us closer to educating 1,000 girls by 2026. We are very grateful. Thank you so much.
Seen what Yes, we do. God, we believe for
Welcome, Azin! Azin, come on!
Come on, tell us, aren't you loving Transform 21?
Magnifique.
Très bien, excellent. Come on, this is amazing. This is exciting. People are now confused about who to vote. The nominees are all exciting, and that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted you to hear who they are, know who they are, and then make an informed decision. So right now you need to vote, 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 vote.
Do you know what just happened to us?
Tell me.
We just got light concerning the ACT Award nominees.
That's right.
Because before that, to some of us, there were simply names. I mean, I'm talking about Remnant Generation, Bless the Child Foundation, Petra Zoe, Girls Unstoppable.
That's right.
Adoption is beautiful.
That's right.
I mean, who knew adoption was beautiful?
Yep.
Now I know. That is called light. So now you know what they're all about. Now it is in your hands. The ball is in your hands. Now you have to vote for them. Go ahead and share that. Oh, don't share that. Go ahead and vote for them through that link. And now share the link.
Share the link.
Because we are back.
Welcome everyone to come back. The hashtag is Transform21. You need to share the hashtag. You need to share the link.
That is true.
And we're not going to tell you what's coming, but there's stuff coming. We have a very incredible interview coming.
Yeah, it's very, I mean.
We're not going to tell you what it is, but we need your eyes on the screen.
The temptation is really great, just to let you know what's going to happen. But just know, this is my word of caution for anyone out there. Usually when this speaker does share knowledge, he does share a lot about the books he reads. Matter of fact, you just need to prepare a pen and paper just to write down the book titles, because he comes with a hosepipe of wisdom.
And then he comes with a lot of experience.
Yeah. And the shocking thing is he's very relatable.
Yeah.
Like he's from out of this world, but then from
with
here.
A feather, kind of. So I don't know, but he's very relatable. He's very exciting. We're not going to tell you who it is, but we look very forward. So get the link going.
Yeah,
get the link going. Don't watch alone. The link needs to make its rounds on your social media pages.
Can I tell you the best thing anyone can do for their friend, for their workmates, for their family, for their friends, for anybody out there?
Yeah.
Share the link.
And then invite people to watch in groups.
Exactly.
You don't have to watch alone. You can watch together and then exchange thoughts, ideas, and make decisions on what you're going to do. Get accountable. There are groups of people watching from all over the world. Don't watch alone. And if you're watching alone, you can still participate by sharing the link.
Yeah,
share the link. Share the link.
Share the link. It doesn't matter if you're in Uganda, because we are international.
That's right.
I know we are reporting live because this is not pre-recorded, just to let you know, just to remind you,
We
this
are
is
the real people.
live.
We are
Straight
the real
outta
ones.
Nalia.
That's right.
Now, you just go ahead and let us know where you're coming from to watch us.
Watching from?
Because right where you are is where you have an opportunity to just invite people to join you as you're watching.
Every single leader needs to be here. We are up for something incredible. Every business leader needs to tune in right now.
Yeah.
Every leader in every workplace, in your home, wherever you lead, you need to tune in. So we're excited that you're sharing the link. We're excited that you've been with us right to this point. There's still a lot to share. So don't get tired of sharing the link. Don't get tired of talking about it. We have an incredible interview coming up.
Yeah.
We're not going to tell you what it is. We won't let the cat out of the bag, Pastor Steve. We are excited.
Most definitely. Can I tell you one of the best ways one can win whilst attending Transform today? Just get a piece of paper and you can break it down into 3 columns. Put it in landscape and then just create 3 columns. You're going to write down information. then you're going to put
Imitation.
and then you're going to put
Innovation.
So every time you have a speaker, a very wise person like what's about to happen right now, you write in the column of information what
you've
information
learned.
are you getting or what have you learned, and then you go to the imitation
That's really
column
cool and say,
where you're going
who
to
is already doing
what I'm
I've
trying to do,
yeah.
and then
who can I look for to learn from?
Yes.
Who has gone before me? Who can I imitate? Which mentor? Which discipler?
I mean, there's lots of people, like Upmo said, there's nothing new you're going to do that someone has not already done.
Yeah.
So in the imitation column, you're going to put the name of a person or someone you have to intentionally look for.
Yes, Pastor Angela said in her feedback that mentors are looked for. They don't come to us, we go to them. So you need to go and find the mentor and find the discipler. And then lastly, knowledge is not for knowledge's sake. Knowledge is only useful when we act on it, not when we start to compile it in our minds and start arguing about it.
Yeah.
So we only know what we do something about. You only really know what you do something about. What you don't do something about, you only know about. You don't know it.
No.
So do something, innovate, start something. Listen to the people who are mentoring you and take actions to become that which you need to become.
Yeah.
Again, share the link.
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 By the way, so something from Upmo's session that really got my attention. You remember the thing about the car? I mean, the bolts and the spare tire.
Yeah, the bolts and the nuts, yeah.
There's something that just really hit me hard. And it is a question that I can even put out there for everyone else. Question is, what kind of car do you drive that, whose parts are hard to find?
Oh,
but then on the other hand,
are you saying that it might not have been a Toyota? Just,
No, I'm saying, what I'm saying is...
All right. We can tell them no. We can go
Mercy,
on more.
forgive me if I stepped on your toe.
Keep your eyes on the screen. Keep your eyes on the screen.
Keep your eyes on the screen right now.
2021. Welcome once again. My goodness, Pastor Steve, Pastor Solome, they have energy for days. But right now, I'd like to welcome you. My name is B3. I am from Worship Harvest Ministries here in Uganda, Kampala, and I am absolutely excited. Our theme this year is Soar. We have these incredible wings just for you to remind you that you can soar. And we already had an incredible session earlier with Apostle Mose talking about knowledge being light and how it precedes soaring. And you know what? I bring you an interview today. One of the things we love to do is to hear stories of people who are soaring. And you know, sometimes before you soar, you make your way down and then you make your way up. Because to soar is to have come from a certain level to another. This is one of here at Worship Harvest Ministries and at our business garage. You've met the man, you've interacted with him, you've heard his story. You know him as the guy who is always spitting books. He has captured the part of information and some innovation. But some of you haven't heard the story of Mr. Grace Munyira, who is the leader at Vine Pharmaceuticals, Uganda. Yes, he has an incredible story, and today he's here to share it with us. Okay, my microphone is playing games. The technical team is working around the clock to fix it. Yeah, here we don't play games, please. Microphone tycoon. Come on, yeah. If this one refuses, I have a spare. But right now, we're going to get right into it. Mr. Munyira is sitting here, ready to share his wisdom. Welcome, Grace.
Thank you very much, Pastor P3.
Always an honor.
For that elaborate introduction.
Yeah, and I didn't even do the real thing. You know, the microphone was disturbing me.
Yeah, okay.
But Grace, I always love to sit and hear your story because your story is one of inspiration and one of soaring.
Yeah.
Just like we're talking about today. And like I said, to soar, you come from somewhere. So we have little time.
Sure.
And we have a lot to share, so let's dig into it immediately. Tell us about Grace Munyira. When did you start Vine Pharmaceuticals? By the way, are you a medical doctor? Are you a pharmacist? That's an assumption I made, I remember, and then you were like, no. So tell us, what did you study? How did Vine Pharmaceuticals begin? Take us to the very beginnings.
Studying. Did I study? But okay, seriously, I went to Makerere University, did a degree in chemistry. Very hard, no jobs and things like that. So I gave it a shot at social sciences. I did interviews, and I used to go up country and interview people about HIV, about lifestyle, about income. So I was into the arts. So I had a stint with the Makerere Institute of Social Research, purely in another field. I was just compiling data, administering interviews, analyzing data using SPSS. That was the software at that time. So I'm not a pharmacist. Vine started in 1999.
Wow.
Some of you were not yet born. Yeah, 1999. But I'm not a pharmacist. I just saw an opportunity to actually make money. That time I needed money. I really badly needed money. I just had a kid. My daughter was 2 years then. And then I had no job. So I really needed to put food on the table. It was tough. I remember it came to a time when I had to have lunch from home so that I go to town when I'm full.
To save.
Because there was no money to to buy lunch. Yeah.
So
So
you
it was
ate at
better to
home.
first eat from home. Then you go to town loaded.
Someone might be right now in that situation. There's hope.
Yeah.
But tell us, so you say that you saw an opportunity. How do you see an opportunity in the pharmaceutical industry? I don't know that. I don't feel like that's a space where I'm broke. Let me start a pharmacy. I don't know. Talk to us. How did this begin? Like, where does this journey begin? What makes you think of pharmacy of all things? Because seeing as you're talking about the work you were doing at the time, doesn't seem to have been in the pharmaceutical industry.
It was in the pharmaceutical industry. So what I was doing as a medical representative, I was selling medicine to the doctors and the nurses. And then I would see the opportunity that was there. So I would tell them about the medicine, and I would give them the medicine, and then they sell it and then pay me. So then I'm like, why don't I be the other side? Yeah, instead of just being this side, why don't I be the person behind the counter? So that's how the opportunity came. But then it didn't come on a silver platter, because initially I had no money. So I ganged up with 4 friends of mine. First, a friend of mine, and both of us didn't have enough money. So I called a third one, and still we didn't have enough money. And then I called a fourth one.
Did you get enough by number 4?
We got something. We got something, yeah. So the 4 of us were able to put up the pharmacy. It was called Alia's Pharmacy in Wandegea initially, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I love how this story is already beginning, that it seems like you are in challenges, right? First of all, broke, like to put it plainly. Little money, desire, looking for opportunity, but even the opportunity you saw, there was a challenge.
Yeah.
And the challenge was money, but that didn't stop you. You asked a friend.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough, asked a second one. Wasn't enough, asked another one, and you started. Of course, I feel like I want to dig into that, but then I know what's coming ahead, because I'm now thinking, how come you started to think about the possibility of partnerships with the way that people talk about partnerships now? If you can briefly talk about that before we get into the juicy details ahead.
Our partnership was very stormy.
Ooh.
It was very stormy. We fought, we argued, we said words to each other. More than the competition, we fought among ourselves. We disagreed, but we were naive. We didn't know anything, actually. We just had good intentions. And so when we got together, we didn't know what to do in a meeting. We didn't know how to hire. We didn't know who should hire, who should be fired, who should be, I was telling a story to some other people that I said, so we didn't have even a formula for how often does someone pick money. So someone would send his wife or girlfriend to pick money in the course of the business, in the course of the day.
The wife to the business?
Yes, so one of us, you just send your girlfriend and say, you pass by the place and pick money.
Oh gosh, that doesn't sound okay at all.
Yeah, then the wife can come, send the people, one of the staff, to do personal errands and go and shop for them.
Oh gosh, then they leave the pharmacy?
Yeah, then when you come back, there's no staff, but there's a wife.
And one of the 4 did it.
Wow.
Then in hiring would be like, we need a cashier. Someone says, my wife is a cashier now. So who is going to be our cashier? Who better than my wife?
And how do you argue with that? Are you saying she can't
Are
manage?
you saying?
So how did
Me,
that...
I've been with her. So if my wife cannot be...
How did that end? Did that end well?
In tears.
It doesn't sound like they're soaring. I like the statement you made that you had good intentions but no knowledge. And I think earlier that's what Apostle Mose talked about in the first plenary, that when there is no knowledge, you're stuck. And so you say it didn't begin as Vine Pharmaceuticals. So what happens after that? You've started out. How long did this last? And how does Vine come into play?
It lasted 2 years, from 97 to 99.
You tried.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think the thing is, we should be able to work under someone. We should be able to take instructions under someone, even if you have all the money. I think it's important to work under someone and learn from them and really take instruction. Part of the arguments we had is we'll never give in to anything. Now, sometimes it is, should we increase prices, should we lower prices? Now, one view is going to win. So, if everyone wants to have an opinion, then we can't win. And if everyone's opinion is to be counted, then we cannot move forward. Yeah. So, gradually you learn to, even if you don't agree, you commit.
Yes.
To a decision. That I did not agree with this decision, but I'm held accountable for this decision. Yeah.
So then there's a form of accountability and responsibility.
Yes.
So for you guys now, so 1999, when you say that it ran for 2 years, what happens? Did that come to an end?
No, I sold out. I told them, you know what? Buy me out.
So you said, buy me out?
Yeah.
But that wasn't the end for you.
I am starting again.
You started again. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And I feel like that's really been your journey.
Yeah.
And I love that, because for someone watching, maybe that would mean throwing the towel, this doesn't work. But you recognize that we've made mistakes, but it doesn't mean that the pharmaceutical business cannot work. But you recognize that we've made some mistakes. What made you start again?
I had dreams in me that, let me give you a small example.
Yes.
So I always felt, out of the money we make at the end of the month, we should eat some, we should keep some.
I agree.
Yes. Now, my friends felt we should eat all.
Hey!
Today we live, tomorrow we die.
Wow.
Yeah. So we said, no, the dream to have many branches was already there. So I said, look, we need to have more than one.
Yes.
But they never saw it. So I said, one day, not after a quarrel, not after, I said, you know what, guys, buy me out. I am okay. And I left them, but they went on to do well, by the way. Yeah, I wasn't, my living did not make them die. So they went on to do well, and then I went on and began. Buying pharmacy, yeah.
There's already a lesson in there that to soar, you have to be like-minded.
Yeah.
Because if we partner with, because you said they went on to be successful,
Yes.
and you also went on to be successful, which is okay. But had you stayed together, you'd probably have struggled because you were not thinking and moving in the same, the principles were not the same.
Correct.
Perfect.
Right.
So talk to us about Vine. Vine, how is Vine born? And let's start there. How is Vine born? So you say you start, was it just you? Did you get another partner? What happens?
No, this time with my dad.
This is good.
Because I'm his son.
You're his son.
Yeah.
Why your dad? I thought that would be more dangerous.
No, my dad will forgive me.
Oh.
Yeah. My dad will forgive me.
Was your dad a businessman?
No.
Wow.
No. He was a civil servant. Clueless about this whole business. But then I thought, I can bounce off some ideas out of him. And he could, give me what he thinks. He will not, it is not binding, but he'll say, watch out for this, and then the rest will be good. Once that is done, then you'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you start in 1999, Vine Pharmaceuticals is launched. To tell us the journey of Vine.
When we started in Kamocha, things were going well, really well. Then we came to what was then KPC building.
Yes.
There was a shop there we acquired, and then we acquired another one in Wandegea, then we acquired another one at Dewington Road.
Wow.
We were actually acquiring about two a year, 2 to 3 to 4. So I like to negotiate. I really love to negotiate. I really love to negotiate.
You really love
Yes,
to
I do.
negotiate.
So we acquired these, and for a moment, I would say I walked on water.
Mazima.
Yeah, because whatever we did really worked. And, you know, medicine was scarce, and we're getting the hard to find medicine.
Yes.
And we're adding on cosmetics, and we're training the staff. And people were loving us. I remember I was asked by the New Vision to feature in their, there used to be a Friday thing about business. I featured there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, the national newspaper.
Exactly.
You were flying.
Yes. So banks loved me. Yeah.
Why
I
did
remember
banks love you?
I was doing extremely well. I remember one day we accessed, that was 2011, 2012. We accessed about a billion shillings by then. Yeah. And within 28 days, we paid it back.
Banks loved you.
So
we
the
have
MD
someone in banking with us in studio. He's smiling. He's like, that's a good customer.
The MD wanted to meet me.
Of course.
Yeah. And so one day I threw a tantrum, and the MD said, Grace, what's the problem? What can we do for you? Then I said, I need an overdraft of 100 million. Said, it's done. What else do you want?
Hey.
Yeah.
Banks really loved you.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The newspapers loved you, the banks loved you.
Yes.
I remember actually, as a consumer on the other end, Vine was the name for the pharmacy. Like, if you want quality and great service, so you'd go looking, is there a Vine pharmacy here? Where is Vine? You know, and so it's true that there was a reputation for quality, for great service, and there was a name and a brand that had been built.
Yeah.
That sounds like soaring to me. I mean, banks love you.
Yeah.
You're in the newspapers.
Yeah.
You're expanding everywhere. So at the peak of Vine at the time, how many branches did you have in the country?
We had 36.
My goodness.
Yeah.
That's more than the current Worship Harvest locations.
36.
That is serious.
Yeah, we had 36 with 147 staff.
My goodness.
Yeah.
So the person listening now is like, wow. You were soaring.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I was. I mean, I traveled and, you know, got the highest, the gold card in about 10 months.
Because of traveling
Yeah.
a lot. Wow.
I would travel and come back. 2 days later, I travel again.
Mr. Munyira, I thought you were with the other guys of let's eat some and spare some. What happened?
No.
Sounded, you moved on.
Yeah.
What happened? Did the philosophy change?
No. Because business was so good that we would get stock and stock would get finished. And so we would get that profit, then plow it back, and then make money, and then go back. And then I got a team to be traveling with.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were living the high life.
I was living the dream.
So what happened?
In fact, at some point, I dispatched a team to China. I dispatched another to Bangkok.
Tell us.
And then I stayed in Kampala. I felt successful.
You were successful. I mean, some people have gone to Bangkok, others are in China. You're here, things are working.
Yes, exactly.
Did you really think anything could go wrong at this point?
No.
But something went wrong.
Something went wrong.
Yeah. Talk to us about what happened to Vine Pharmaceuticals.
Now, whenever we increased number, you know, so you give away certain responsibilities. And so I used to recruit, I used to train, and I am tough on those things.
Yes.
Even up to now.
Even now, yes.
Yeah. So when you give away certain responsibilities, sometimes you let go too soon, and then you don't observe the quality of the people that are being onboarded. Before you know it, you know, you have relatives, you have uncles, brothers who So you say, you know what, my sister is at home, so let her come and work, and that kind of thing. Then you have, you don't let, you let your eyes off the accounts. So the person there is playing some games, and then some money is lost. And then eventually, because when you do this over and over, you're not looking at every detail. So some things go wrong.
Yes.
And the stock is no longer as productive, and the suppliers are demanding more money than you're making, and the staff, and then you're being audited by URA, you're being audited by NSSF, and all this kind of thing. So that whole blend and mix produces a very tough alchemy.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's talk about this businessman, loved by the banks, making news in the nation. Everything is going well. Employees are being paid on time. Let's talk about the pit when now Vine hits rock bottom at some point.
Yeah.
If you can first paint a picture of what that looked like. You come from 36 to how many? What's happening with the banks?
Yeah.
What's happening with NSSF?
Yeah.
What happened?
You see, for entrepreneurs, they say leaders are dealers in hope.
Yes.
Okay? Now, sometimes you ride on hope too long, too much. Okay? So the issue is, there is a crisis. There is something wrong. But you hope and pray you will somehow, create an S-curve and then drive this thing back to normal. You've done this before. Okay? Part of your history is what is haunting you, because you've done this before. So you say, okay, this is a crisis, 3 checks are bounced, but we shall come back. we shall turn this corner strategically and come back. Now, only that, then you see a few, bombs here and there and there. Then, you sell off one branch to solve that problem. Yes, then you sell off another to solve this problem. Or so you think you're solving a problem. Then you borrow to pay this one. Yes. Then you change banks. Yes.
And we are talking about, this is what you did actually.
This is yours truly.
This is yours truly. So we are what happened? What gets to this? Is it financial trouble? What happened?
It's financial trouble. You see, the model has to work. It has to make profit. Now, no prayer will just make profit come eventually. We prayed, by the way.
Okay.
There was in that time, I even asked staff to fast. And they did, by the way, because they saw there was a problem. They did. But then the principles never changed. So our fasting and our prayer didn't deliver us to the promised land even then. At one moment, we even got one branch and even called it Ebenezer.
Hey!
Yeah.
Was that prophetic?
Because you see, the thing is, sometimes you're thinking that you're Christianizing this thing will help you resolve your demons, if I may call it.
Wow.
Alas, it didn't.
Even
Ebenezer went down.
Even Ebenezer? No, Ebenezer, that's far the Lord has brought us. Wish it tanked. You disobeyed principles, is what I'm hearing. You say that you are trying to spiritualize what you can't spiritualize.
Correct.
Because even God will not allow you to disobey principles.
No.
So what are some of those principles? Because I'm about to get you to paint the picture. You've told some great stories before about you and the banks. Because after you're the darling, I mean, you just told us about these stories, throwing a tantrum and they give you what you want. But we're going to get there. But now, to sort of, what are some of the principles that you disobeyed that you believe brought Vine to its knees at the time?
You see, I hoped.
Oh, hope comes again.
Someone said that hope is not a strategy.
Yeah, John Maxwell.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I hoped it would work because my intentions were pure. That didn't turn out to be true.
So good intentions are not enough in business.
No. Then I thought if I put rewards ahead of work, if I reward you before you work,
wow,
then we shall catch up. You know, there's a whole theory about that, that if you put the reward ahead of work, then the person will actually work harder.
They'll be motivated.
So, yes. So we rewarded way above work and hoped that, you know, we will work so hard and then the rewards will match, and then the productivity will outweigh the cost of the reward, and then we'll make profit. So you know it's not working, but you're hoping that you will find a way of, closing that gap.
Like a shortcut.
Yes.
So let's talk about the worst times at Vine, because we're going to talk about the recovery and soaring, because that's the gist of your story. Hearing your story is a story of hope, of admitting that we hit rock bottom and this is why, but also that we've actually now gone on the mend.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what was going on with the banks at some point. What happened there, and then employees, and then how many branches were left. So let's talk about rock bottom for Vine. What year was that, and what was happening?
You see, when you start failing, you fail gradually.
True.
And you go in slow, small, like they say. Yeah, you put in your foot until you. But one of the things that really made me think that something was really wrong was the rate at which staff were resigning and being poached was really, really high. Then we couldn't track inventory. And then the rate at which the checks were bouncing was really high. And I always hoped there was a way things would turn back. But I think that I got to a point when I knew that the number of branches was finite. And so if there are 36, you can only sell 36.
It's true.
And at some point, you will sell all of them. And when someone comes to buy, they buy your best. So they don't buy your worst.
Yes, the best performing, of
So
course.
at some point, I made a decision, no more selling. Okay, no more selling. Then I said, now what do we do with what is remaining?
What was remaining at the time?
About 15, 16.
Yeah.
So radically, we decided to close 4 at once.
Wow.
Yeah, laid off a few people. But then I knew pain, then gain.
Yes.
Yeah. If I didn't, then everything would go south.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. So the banks, did they still love you?
No.
A little bit?
No. No.
Tell us a bit about that.
No. Actually, the banks were we had a series of meetings with the banks to say, okay, Grace, put this right, rectify this. And I would say, okay, fine, I will. But you see, you're under so much pressure that you're promising to rectify things too soon because you want to paint a very rosy picture, which is not realistic.
Yes.
So after painting, that just failed, and then the bank asked me to leave.
What do you mean the bank asked you to leave?
They just told me I was not their customer.
The bank fired
Yeah.
you? I have to laugh. Wait, I think this is the only man I know who was fired by a bank.
Yes.
The bank actually told you you're not our customer.
Yes, they gave me 90 days to leave.
That's rock bottom.
Yes. So I knew. Now, when they give you 90 days to leave, so the 90 days clocked.
And
I renegotiated for another extension of 45 days.
Wow.
Yeah. But meantime, I was really working to make sure that we make it work.
Yeah.
So I knew that this thing could crash.
Yeah.
So 2 possibilities. I said, well, I can crash it myself. Okay? I can crash it myself and have a exit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then I feared.
What did you fear?
I feared my wife. Because you see, the house is mortgaged.
Oh my goodness.
So then, how do I tell her?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So I said we have to find a way around this. Yeah.
Wow. I was actually going to ask you, why did you not just crash the thing? The answer has come.
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah.
Okay. So, We've hit rock bottom,
Yeah.
Grace. URA is coming.
Yeah.
The bank has fired you.
Yeah.
That one is new. You've shut down branches. You've
Yeah.
reduced employees. Now let's talk rebuilding.
Yeah.
First of all, why did you stay in this business? Because someone is just like, let's just leave this. I mean, you're already a businessman. You've tried your hand. You can start another thing. Why did you not give up at this point? And then we'll start to talk about the process of rebuilding and what it looked like.
I think a bit of a story. I used to feel guilty doing business.
Oh.
Yeah. In fact, I told myself I'll work so hard until I'm 30, and then beyond that, I'll preach.
Wow.
So I always felt I would do business, repent.
Repent from,
Yes.
from what?
From doing business.
Because it was bad.
Yes. Because the way I had been brought up was business is bad. Anyone worth doing anything countable is winning souls.
Oh.
So until I read a book by Ed Silvoso called Anointed for Business,
Yes.
then I was reading. So when I settled it in my mind that I'll do business to the day I die,
Yes.
then I said, look, let me see how I can raise this thing from the dead. Yeah.
Wow. Raise this thing from the dead indeed. So let's talk about rebuilding.
Yeah.
Wow. So we've already talked about 97 to 99. You start something, you get out, you start again.
Yeah.
It's soaring. It's
Yeah.
doing really well. And then it tanks.
Yeah.
Now, what are some of the things that helped you to rebuild to where, first of all, maybe let's say, where are we now? Vine. Let's first talk about where we are, because sometimes it helps to know. We've already talked about where we were a few years ago. And now, where are we as Vine Pharmaceuticals? And then let's talk about how did we get to where we are now.
So in me were two tensions.
Yeah.
One, I wanted to grow, but I also wanted to remain small. So I said, how do we establish a level of flexibility of one, but the advantage of many? So if we can find that intersection, then it would be very good. So the issue was, people are really motivated when you give them a level of autonomy.
Absolutely.
Yes, and a sense of purpose. So I came clean. I said, you know what, this thing will crash, but I'm thinking of a way. So I said, look, can we run this thing together? Okay. First, can we arrange and pay the landlord and the employees, right? Because those will chase us.
Yes.
Okay. Now, out of what we get, can we share? Yeah.
Who are you having these
The staff.
conversations with? The staff?
Yes, the
Wow.
staff, a few staff. And if you bought it, if you thought I was being too clever, there must be something.
Yeah.
Grace Mugezi.
Must be something.
There must be something, yeah. So I said, look, I'm being honest. This thing will all go home if this thing crashes. But if we can find a way of making sure that the staff are paid
Yes.
and the expenses are met and we don't increase our debt structure,
Yes.
then whatever remains, you take some, I take some. Does that sound good for you? Some of them said, yeah. I said, let's try it. And now we're 11.
Wow. We're now 11 branches of Vine
Yes.
Pharmaceuticals. Well on our way out of danger.
A lot way out of danger.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
in the
there's-
coming year, we are adding another 10.
In the coming year, we're adding another 10.
Yes.
Wow.
And in the coming year, we'll do all that debt-free.
Yes.
Yep.
My goodness.
Yeah.
That right there is a story of hope.
Yeah.
That coming from, and what's your relationship with the banks?
Right now, we have a few fights, but...
But no one is firing you.
No. They're like, Oludeo. I'm like, I'm on the way.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way,
yeah.
coming up. Okay. So rebuilding. So the first thing you've basically talked about is sort of giving ownership, shared ownership.
Yes.
Of the business, not just, with the people who are running, you have shared ownership.
Correct.
What are some of the other principles that you've embraced? Because sitting with you, Grace, you're full of so much business wisdom. And sometimes I look at you and people are conversing and you're laughing like, I've been there, don't do that thing, sort of thing. But what are some of the key guiding principles that you've embraced that have helped you to begin to soar in business specifically? What are some, like someone who's watching right now, maybe they're starting out.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you would say to them that you'd say, hey, if you if you hold on to this, I think from my experience, it will help you to really start to build your wings on your way up.
Treat people well.
Treat people well.
You see, even when you're undercapitalized, when you treat people well, they will sell this product, run back, buy, and run back and buy. Yeah. When people know, even when you fight them, you have their backs.
Yes.
They will work for you very well.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think maybe
Even
that's
when
why
you
they
throw a
stayed.
tantrum, okay, they know for sure that you have their backs.
Yes.
Yeah. I like to say, you know what, cross-generational poverty ends with me.
Amen.
Yeah. And let there not be cross-generational poverty from your generation to another.
The next one.
Yeah. Treat people well. Show them that they can be that which they were meant to be. They can, you know, live that dream they always wanted to have. And once they understand it, then they will work to achieve it.
Yeah.
That is one. Two, I find just be transparent. I don't think that people expect me to be paid like them.
Of course not.
Exactly. But they know I get paid.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so just lay out the books and say, look, this is it, this is it, this is the landlord's money.
Yes.
This is the salary for staff. Let's not touch it. And what has remained? Take a bit, I take a bit. So, you know, one time I asked my staff, I said, how much do you think I earn per month? And woo, they gave me very fantastic
I'm
figures.
sure.
I even wished I was earning the figures that they came up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I said, well, what does it hurt?
To tell them
To
the
tell
truth.
them, yes,
Yeah.
this is what I earn. And you know, then the other thing was we came up with a formula that the better we do, the better we'll get paid.
Of course.
Yes. So the more you put in, the more you actually earn. Yeah.
So I'm hearing add value to people, be very transparent,
Yes.
especially with finances.
Yes.
Which is another principle that I know also, you know, the Apostle Mose lives by in business. You know everything, even in church.
Yeah.
So you're saying those two are critical
Yeah.
for you to soar.
Yeah.
Some more?
Some business embedded principles. You know what? Analyze what are the most profitable products. How much margin are we making? We like to say margin pays the bills.
Yes.
So know how much margin you need to make. If we increase the sales of those products, then we'll increase our margin.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is give people a direction, a sense to dreaming beyond now. Say, look, what do you want to be in 5 years, in 10 years? And so do you think by doing that you will arrive the other side? Do you think more of that will give you the other thing that you say you want to have? Then think and get back to me.
Wow.
Yeah. And be transparent. Some people don't want to work with you. It's okay. And at that point, it's okay for them to get off the bus. But then the thing is, if you want to work with me, then know who I am and then what will annoy me and what won't annoy me. So let's have a good relationship, but then let's see how we can move and make this bigger and better.
Wow.
I find that even by simply helping people save money, helping people tithe,
Yes.
really changes people's mindsets. At some point, with these, 20, 21-year-old people we hire, sometimes you just have to be a father.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to step in and pay rent and say gundi. Yeah. You look so pale.
Yeah.
You look so pale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And sometimes, a female among our staff will talk to the other females.
Yes.
Say, Baba sister, let's improve.
On some things.
On some things, yes.
So what I'm really hearing, Grace, as we close, is what has come out a lot in your nuggets of soaring, on top of what we know to be who you are, knowledge. When it comes to knowledge, it seems like you read a lot. You get a lot of coaching. But beyond the leader, what I've heard you say is, as a leader, once you've invested in yourself, invest in those you lead.
Yeah.
Add value to them, help see beyond the work they do for you. Also get interested in their dreams, and as you help them to soar, you will inevitably soar.
Yeah.
And that sounds very kingdom, that success in the kingdom is helping others succeed.
Yeah.
But usually that sounds counter. It's like, no, let me figure out how you can make me succeed. But you're saying that if I figure out how to help others succeed, they will also be figuring out how to help me succeed, and we will soar together.
Correct.
Wow, what a great interview this has been, as always. I feel like it was fresh, even though we've had the story. It was really fresh. Thank you for sharing your journey, your story. And it's so honest, so raw, but also very encouraging and inspiring that we can, even if you've hit rock bottom where you are, you can pick yourself up and you can build your wings and you can soar. That was Grace Munyira of Vine Pharmaceuticals. This is Transform 2021. Let us know what you learned, what stood out for you. It's time to soar. Let's keep going.
Welcome to Transform 21.
2021. Haven't you had such a good time so far? And I hope you're starting to grow those wings that are going to help you soar. My name is Jean Kawesa, and this is
Chris Kawesa.
And we co-direct Dag and Brag Unlimited. I am not going to claim to be that wife who scared him or who stole money from the
I
business.
will tell the truth. I got
sure
scared many times.
But I'm sure we've had great lessons today. And I'll allow Chris to just take us through some of them.
Was that a powerful interview, first of all?
Yes.
It was very
amazing.
powerful.
Always great to hear from
Before
Grace.
I take somebody else, I'm going to ask you, have you ever dispatched a team, even to Nairobi? Or do the banks love you?
At least you love me.
And that's what matters.
Actually,
So-
I do have a team of 5.
Yeah. That's the first business. Well, friends, again, so many lessons to learn. First of all, this is a chemist, Grace's story, a chemist who was broke. I mean, imagine a chemist broke. We expect that having that kind of qualification, you will not get broke. And then he goes and starts a pharmaceutical business. One would think they're the same things. No. That speaks something, that don't get stuck with your papers. Don't get stuck with your papers. There's always an opportunity. Find a problem and solve it as a business. That's the first highlight that came for me.
I think my biggest highlight was to do with partnerships. So he entered some partnerships without enough knowledge, without experience, and that partnership failed. So when you're getting into partnerships, when you're making investments, always go in with knowledge. Yeah.
Great. First of all, just to clarify, someone was asking on social media, one, Grace does not sell drugs. Yeah, they don't sell drugs. They sell medicine, not drugs. So just to clarify on that, so that people don't come looking for Grace. Yeah. So my other lesson, still in partnerships, that partnerships might fail, but do not give up. Do not give up when a partnership fails. The key thing there was that they were not like-minded. They were not like-minded, and they didn't know that in the beginning, but they came out of it, and Grace continued in his business and soared. And soared.
So Grace also made quite a few mistakes in business, and you notice that, yes, from 36 branches to 11. But what actually stood out is that he did not ever lose hope. He actually picked himself up. He had a bit of an illusion of soaring in between, where the banks loved him, the airlines loved him. Who loves you? What color is your airline card? Anyway, yes, he picked himself up. He picked himself up, and that there is a story of, soaring. Yeah.
Some interesting quotes there. Do not Christianize your business. Follow the principles. Do not Christianize your business. Follow the principles. Even Ebenezer was sold. So there are business principles that we should take upon and live. Yeah, business principles that we should take upon and live. So let's learn. And I think the theme here is knowledge. Let's get knowledge. Knowledge helps us to soar. Knowledge helps us to go to the next level. Let's find that knowledge.
Grace, I think, is one of those who Upmore advises us to imitate. Get someone to imitate. We are already imitating him. We meet him almost every week and try to follow. Do the same. He has a lot to share, a lot to teach. So, Grace, I hope you're ready to mentor quite a number of people.
Many others.
Yeah.
So one of the things he talked about that helped him come up, the thing of, first of all, he humbled himself. Humble yourself so that you can relate. Humble yourself so that you can relate. And then he went ahead and partnered with his staff member, with his people, the people he employs. I thought that was very powerful. We are learning getting sons and daughters in business.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't have to be biological children. Get sons and daughters as a business person. Partner with your team. Partner with the people you employ so that you can come together, build relationships so that you can soar even more.
And they will stay loyal. Loyalty is everything. Loyalty is everything. Any businessman will tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think
the last thing that we picked out, which I think is a theme also, is a very important thing, is knowledge.
Get
knowledge. Knowledge.
Yeah.
Get knowledge. Knowledge is everything. Just to share, here at Worship Harvest, we have 2 key spaces where we get business knowledge. 1 is Business Garage, and 2 is School of Practical Business.
you can get so much more from Grace on Business Garage every Sunday at 7:30 a.m. My children like to joke that it's like watching Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. That must have been the meeting that was in Greece that time, because there's so much wisdom and knowledge that is shared. Okay, and School of Practical Business, can you talk about that?
Well, School of Practical Business is one of the schools in Harvest Institute, and there's a School of Leadership, which is a 1-year course. From School of Leadership, you can join School of Practical Business if you feel like your mission in life is about business. It's a 1-year course. We are covering the first year, and it's an amazing space to be. You build relationships, you learn so many things so that you can improve on your business. Just share. One of the things he mentioned there was he was a rich man and he had many friends. The Bible was very clear about being wealthy. You will get many friends, and the banks loved him. And the reverse is true if you're a poor man. So we go out there to, 1, do business as a mission, to create wealth so that you can impact this nation. So, friends, it's time to sow. It's time to sow. It's time to sow. Let's get knowledge. Let's soar so that we can be champions.
Amen. Transform 2021. Finished?
Yeah.
When we first got here in 2019, there was a lot of commotion. There was chaos, but also we looked at these children and there was so much need in their faces. I mean, a need to be loved, but also a need to learn. So what we decided to do as an MC was to create some structure and bring some order into the community. We decided to group the children according to their age groups. They range from the ages of 1 year to about 15 years old. And since we grouped them in those age groups, we're able to teach them according to their ability to understand. Hello, Worship Harvest. This is Motisha MC. My name is Susan Maraka and I lead this MC. And with me is Anita, Mama Winnie, and Beatrice. We are down in Chualimu community, which happens to be our frontier. This community has about 150 children.
Children are more receptive of us. When we come here, they will all run, call each other, and it's not just for the drinks and the food, but also for the hunger for the word. We sit with them, we work with them, they color, they tell us stories, they share their life experiences with us. Some of the stories are heartbreaking, some of them are promising, but they've learned to trust us, they've accepted us into their community, and they allow us to be a part of, to share their life experience with them. They're always excited to see us, and they're always excited about what they're learning next. They're happy to share with us what they learned from their previous lessons and how they've put it into practice. For example, when we taught about sharing, they were very happy to tell us how they've been sharing. When we taught about morals and values, they came back and they were able to articulate and actually share and tell us how they've been doing church around their communities, around their homes. You know, children who didn't want to do housework were now telling us, oh, now I go and fetch water, or I'm helping mom when she's cooked. They've picked a leaf from the lessons from the teachings that we're giving them, and they're actually putting them in practice, which is very, it's a big step of improvement, because what we found here was children who just were unruly and had no love, no guidance, nobody had ever shown them what the love of Jesus looks like. And now they don't doubt us anymore. They're very confident with us. They allow us into their space very openly.
And generally as an MC, we have grown as individuals as well. I mean, we are now able to disciple the rest of the community, because from the children's stories, the parents have been impacted. They are now more interested. I mean, when we come here, they are now not looking at us indifferently. They are actually happy to let us have the children. And for us as an MC and as individuals, that's really transformation. I mean, we are changing lives. And so when the pandemic hit, because we are in this community, we could see the need. There was a need for food. The children were hungry, but also they were looking at us and hoping we'd do something about their situation. So we shared with our leaders, and the church was able to partner with us as an MC, and we were able to feed 160 families.
Hi everyone, we want to say thank you. God bless you a bunch. We have done such great work as a church. We have blessed the whole area of Chiwalimu. I feel so blessed. I'm a resident here. I am so blessed. Oh my goodness, I am so hyped. I am so blessed by you guys.
Worship Harvest, that is 160 transformational stories in this community. And we just want to bless the Lord and give him glory for how the community has responded to this act of kindness.
Transform. We'll be right back. Transform. We'll be right back.
That's right. We would like to apologize for that very, very small technical glitch. We are back. While we were away, we were taking selfies. He's a photographer, so of course we were taking selfies with those wings in the background. But hey, we are back and we're excited, so stay right where you are. Thank you so much for staying.
The temptation is real.
No, we're
just
not
taking...
all right. Yeah! We've really enjoyed on you because we're having such a good time.
Oh yeah.
Guess what, guys? We saw Pastor M and Pastor Carol all the way from Mavuno Church, Nairobi on YouTube.
Oh yeah, show them some love. Go ahead and press
Put
those
out all
hearts.
those Kenya flag emojis on YouTube. Pastor M and Pastor Carol, we see you and we're very excited to have you. Pastor Steve, who else did you see?
Oh, and we also have Pastor Jimmy Macharia, straight out of Harvest Family Church
in
Ongata Ronga. Hey, tunakupenda.
Karibu sana. So good to have you. We are excited. And right now we need you to prepare for what we call 7 in 7. Pastor Steve, tell us what 7 in 7 is all about.
So 7 in 7 is simply 7 inspirational stories told by 7 people in 7 minutes.
That's right, 7 in
so
7.
You're just getting prepared for that. And just to let you know about some of the people for you to look out for, we have Ruth Odida's cohort shepherd in Worship Harvest Gayaza.
That's right.
We also have Peter Kakoma, the team leader of Kansa Code.
That's right.
We have Dr. Catherine, who is the team leader of Girls Unstoppable.
You heard about her in the nominees.
Oh yeah, we also have Shadrach Muanguzi, the team leader of Extreme Agency. And we also have Ivy Inapo. Hey!
She's just fire. You're gonna see what's up.
Just be looking out for that. We also have the Sebombos, aka Bishop.
And the Episcopal sister.
Hey.
Liz, we love to call him Bishop. We love to call her the Episcopal sister. Liz
and Stuart Sebombo.
The Sebombos are going to be among the 7 in 7. So what is that?
And we also have...
we have more.
Yes, we also have.
I'm sorry.
Apologies. Last but not least, we also have Jotham Wambi, who is the team leader behind Walimi Katale, an online
I look forward
marketing store,
to
you know,
hearing
for
that.
groceries in the market, from the market.
I look forward. Come
on, you don't
so
want to
that's
leave.
7 in 7. 7 inspirational leaders sharing 7 inspirational stories in exactly 7 minutes. We are excited. I just want you to keep your eyes to the screen and tune in the next few seconds.
That's right.
Hi guys, my name is Ruth. I am 17. I've been homeschooling for the past 11 years on the ACE curriculum, and I just finished high school. So my leadership journey started when I was about 13 or 14. I joined Worship Harvest in 2016 and I was a part of the music team. I was playing ad keys, and then towards the end of that year I was asked to become the leader of the band. So all these different leadership opportunities helped me grow in leadership, and I learned how to work with people from all different backgrounds and people with so many different personalities. In the beginning I found it really hard to do that, but through leading so many different teams and in different spaces, I kind of learned how to do that, and it really helped me grow in leadership. 2019 came around and I went for Fearless Summit in Kenya at Mavuno Church, and when I came back I really knew that what God wanted me to do, which was one, start a discipleship group, but then also move to Mavuno Church in Kampala. So I did that. I went, and God had really asked me not to take up any leadership in that church. So I went and I served for 6 months, and then when I came back I kind of hesitated to get back into leadership at Worship Harvest Gayaza. However, I was then asked to become a missional community leader of Kasangati Missional Community, where I led, and June 2021 we birthed a missional community, and then I became the cohort shepherd. I'm currently leading 4 missional communities: Rema MC Changers, Rema Missional Community, Changers Missional Community, Mindset Missional Community, and Sunesis Missional Community. We are currently 63 people in our cohort, and we plan to birth 2 more missional communities at the end of September. My leadership story is a great testament to the power of discipleship, because if I hadn't been discipled by Pastor Chris and Pastor Lynette in Subuga, the Irumbas, Papa Blesso, and so many other people who kind of walked with me on that journey, I wouldn't have been where I am today. So some of the lessons that I've learned from my personal leadership journey is, 1, character precedes competence. You guys, you can have so many qualifications and what, but it's always your character that takes you places. I remember Papa Blesso asking me to be a part of the youth music team that was playing for the shift. I think it was 2019, and I asked him why. I'm like, why did you choose me? Like, there's so many other musicians. And he said, because I can count on you, and what you say you will do. So for me, that has been one of my biggest lessons, that character precedes competence. And secondly, you might have a gift of leadership, but the gift of leadership can be developed, and you can grow and become an even better leader. Another thing that I have learned throughout my journey is always say yes. When you're given an opportunity, say yes, and the rest will sort itself out. Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Peter Kakoma, and I lead the team at Kansa Code, a tech company that builds digital solutions for businesses and communities around the world. And we've been in existence for 7 years, and we've had the wonderful opportunity to serve all kinds of businesses, from a multinational organization that is giving microinsurance products to over 700 smallholder farmers across the African continent, to an e-commerce store that's providing very vital healthcare products for women in Kenya and Rwanda, to e-learning platforms for students in South Africa and in the US. And more specifically for Uganda, we've built a product that helps microfinance institutions, SACCOs and investment clubs securely manage and grow their finances. I'm also the founder and a board member of the Kansa Code Foundation, an entity that discovers, trains young aspiring software engineers and also gets them into meaningful employment. I'm also the husband to Nyana Kakoma and the father to 2 biological children. I'm a cohort leader for the Fishers of Men cohort. I'm a missional community leader for the Kaizen missional community, and I'm also an elder in the Worship Harvest community. I studied electrical engineering, but I developed a passion for software, for building software, after a friend and I brought together our hard-earned cash and decided to create an online platform, and we gave this money to someone, and that platform never showed up. So from that point forward, I wanted to learn to do the things myself. And that really led me on a journey that even as I was doing electrical engineering, I wanted to grow in this field. And I got my first opportunity in my second year on campus in internship, where I interned at a wonderful company called Helica Limited. And that's where I cut my teeth in this craft. In my third year, I then got an opportunity to intern at MTN Uganda Limited. I joined and started interning, and that really opened the doors so that when I was going to finish just a year later, when a temporary opportunity opened up, still in the same company, I applied and got it, and then started to grow in that area. And I worked there for 8 years, and by the time I left, I was a principal engineer. But before that, very critically, in 2013, I had a radical encounter with God. I had a very long-standing back issue that I had tried everything to solve. I'd done everything imaginable to solve. And God miraculously healed that back pain for me. And from that point, I wanted to hear Him from myself and walk with Him. So when I started learning and growing to walk with Him, in 2016, I started feeling the sense that God was leading me to leave this high-paying, good job at this really good company and really go out and venture and focus full-time on this company that I had already started, Kansa Code. By that time, it had just 2 people on the team that I was paying from my salary. And there was really a struggle between hearing Him say that and really now believing that I've actually had, and even taking the leap to do it. And it took me a bit of time. I only finally took the big leap in 2017 after a lot of back and forth. And God proved Himself true. He showed Himself strong, true to His word. I didn't immediately dive full-time into Kansa Code. I had a year at a different company called Andela. But even then, when I finally came and settled full-time with Kansa Code, God started to open doors in so many ways. He brought clients. He brought us into various huge conversations with different prospects. The team started to grow. We also started work on our flagship product, the product for SACCOs and investment clubs. That product alone now crossed the 1,000 mark in users just last month. We started to work with that institution that is powering microinsurance across the continent, and all those are doors that God started to open up after I took the leap, after I listened and believed that He was actually talking to me and stepped out to follow what I felt He was telling me to do. And so we've gone through so many milestones since then. More recently, one of the really big ones is that the Jack Ma Foundation, from a pool of over 12,000 candidates across the continent, selected me as one of the top 50 African business leaders causing an impact on the continent. And all these are testimony to God's hand at work, God moving and proving and doing His thing as he shows and validates that he's with me, and that it was him who started this good work, and he's seeing it through to wherever it is that he wants to take it. And mine is an encouragement to all of you out there. As God leads you, as he impresses something on your heart, start to take the steps, because as you take the steps, it becomes clearer. When I was starting out back then, I saw myself solely as a software engineer. But God had something bigger in mind. He was using the software engineering only as a tool, only as an avenue to start the journey into business, into doing more, into expanding my horizons and redefining how I saw myself and what I was putting out into the world. So mine is really an encouragement. What is God telling you? Where is he encouraging you to step out into? And how far can you go if you actually just take that leap of faith and step into what he has for you? That way, you will definitely soar into things that are bigger than what you see yourself, into things that only he can will and do for you if you only step out. God bless you.
I'm Dr. Nagadia Catherine. I'm a 29-year-old medical doctor by profession. I'm a businesswoman and a soon-to-be surgeon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Girls Unstoppable Uganda. When I was a young girl, I wanted to become a doctor because I used to see my dad have to travel to Kampala for his treatment, but there was also many people in my village who died because they could not access medical care. I thought becoming a medical doctor would give me an opportunity to be a solution to the problems that they were facing. I started school at the age of 6, and my first class was under a tree. And later on, I was able to go to boarding school, and I was able to finish my secondary education. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get into medical school on government sponsorship. And unfortunately, my parents could not also afford to take me to medical school as a privately sponsored student. It was very, very disheartening because medicine was the only thing that I ever wanted to do. We looked for scholarships, we spoke to different leaders, and all this was in vain. My parents had to sell some of the family property, and I was able to get into medical school as a privately sponsored student. And in my second year of medical school, I nearly dropped out of school because my dad was very sick for a very long time, and we had to be in and out of hospital. He underwent a lot of surgeries that drained a lot of our financial resources. Luckily enough, as God came through and I got a scholarship, and this was such a huge blessing. It's a thing that transformed my life. It transformed the lives of my family, and I vowed to at least give a love gift of education to one adolescent girl, for everyone requires and needs to go to school. I saved some of my monies from my medical internship, and together with the gifts that I received on my graduation day, we were able to start Girls Unstoppable Uganda. However, when we sent our first girl to school in 2017, I realized that it would cost us about 2.4 million Ugandan shillings to be able to put a girl in school for one calendar year. And if this girl was enrolled in senior 1, it would require us over 20 million Ugandan shillings. And that is when my leadership journey began. I had to talk to different people, and different people came alongside me. And currently we have over 37 donors who have been able to subscribe to the work that we are doing. They come from different backgrounds, the youngest of them being 13 years old. They give us different monies on a monthly, on a quarterly, or an annual basis. We have had also different people sign up as virtual volunteers who helped tell the story of these girls. We've had to come up with a team, and currently we are a team of 7 people, with 2 of these as full-time staff. We've also had to get into partnerships with schools so that we are able to take our girls to these good schools at a subsidized fee. Currently, we have been able to educate 14 girls, with the oldest going to university this coming year, and we've been able to give books to 2 schools and sanitary ware to these 2 schools. The girls that we sponsor in school are very special. They not only have passion to acquire an education and be better for themselves, they are girls that are actively taking up leadership roles in their schools and in the community. They give 40 hours of community service where they go about cleaning their communities, taking care of the the vulnerable in their community, the elderly in their community. They give of their time, and this has transformed people in their communities. We also require of them to save at least 20,000, which monies we hope they will be able to utilize and do something of significance in their society. Girls Unstoppable is on a journey of educating 1,000 girls in the next 5 years, and we also want to partner with at least 10 schools, and in these schools we'll be able to provide them wash facilities so that girls are able to access good toilet and bathroom facilities, but also want to do school clubs so that in these spaces we are able to train, to skill, and to equip these girls to be effective leaders who are passionate about doing something with the resources that they have in their different communities. The education that we are giving these girls is not just about the classroom, it's about encouraging them and working alongside them to see that they are doing something tangible and something of significance in their community. And we hope that as every girl goes out to give these 40 hours of community service every year, as every one of them gives to another person, other people are going to be transformed and will ultimately transform the world.
Hello Transform, my name is Shadrach Mwanguzi and I'm the founder and live stream engineer at Extreme Agency. Basically what we do is that we deliver video and audio over the internet, which is known as live stream. About my Wash Harvest story, I joined Wash Harvest in January. It's so unbelievable, and that was through the New Dawn camp. And after the New Dawn camp, I went under the discipleship of Pastor Jeremy and Pastor B3, that is through their gang mentorship space. Just to take you back a bit, during New Dawn camp, I learned 2 things that have since then changed my life. One was being a regular tither, then the other was giving your first fruit. As you know, you have just joined a new space, it is January, then you have to give your first fruit. For some people it would be hard, but I was so open, and since then I can't explain the changes in my life. At the moment I serve at the media team, and I've since seen a lot of acceleration, working with different people, getting to learn. I lead the missional community, and I'm getting to learn this thing of discipleship, and I'm really getting plugged and planted. After the New Dawn camp, I joined Gang, which is a mentorship space under Pastor Jeremy and Pastor B3. And in this environment, I've learned so many things that have really changed my life. And also, it's such a great space for young leaders like me. How I started, what I do. Everything that I do is self-taught, and I'm a very self-driven person. I am a proud graduate of the YouTube Academy, that is tutorials, doing tutorials and research, sleepless nights, and I just love always learning and relearning and researching and getting to know so many things that I don't know. So I just have a few lessons that I would like to share with young leaders today that I've seen on my journey in business. Over time, I've learned 2 things that I would like to share with young leaders today. One is teamwork and partnerships. In the business, like what I do today, you need to be a good team player because you get to work with different people. These have elevated me in business, and they have enabled me even to do what I couldn't do alone. So I would encourage every young leader today, if you're doing something or if you're in business, look for a partner, somebody that will push you, somebody that you're going to do business with. The second thing is excellency, and what I mean by this is going over and above in whatever we do, just doing that extra something to the task that you're given to do. As I conclude, I would like to share something about the Blue Band team. So when you're in a supermarket and you're buying Blue Band, your eye is drawn to two things as you pick up that blue band tin. One is the expiry date, and the other is the day the blue band was manufactured. So this is what I think about it. As you, a young leader, or as a creative there, the skill you have has an expiry date in today's economy. What I mean, the skill that we have today may not be needed tomorrow. I think we have had a lot of learning with the pandemic, and the skills that we have today all have expiry dates. So what you need today is it's not automatic that it's going to be needed tomorrow. So to young leaders, I'm just urging you to stay hungry and stay foolish. Staying hungry meaning don't be comfortable with what you have today. Learn something today, learn something tomorrow, and keep on learning. Then staying foolish simply means you don't know everything in life. We don't know literally everything. We keep on learning. So look for somebody who is ahead of you. Get on the journey of following them, and trust me, your life will not be the same. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Ivy in Napo. I have been born again for exactly 19 months, and I'm being location pastor for Worship Harvest Muyenga for exactly 1 week. I was born in a family of 4. For the first 15 years of my life, I was raised by a single unemployed mother. My father came back into my life after the 15 years, and my parents remarried. And of course, I was thrown into that equation. But because my father was missing from my life for the first 15 years, I struggled with low self-esteem, I struggled with depression, I struggled with a reckless lifestyle that involved smoking, drinking, endless parties. It left me feeling that I would never amount to anything. Regardless of all that, I actually grew up in a Christian family. Both my parents were born again, but I never ever understood why I had to have a relationship with their God, who could never have taken me out of the situation I was in. Fast forward to mid-2019, I meet a friend and we're having a conversation, and they tell me they go to Worship Harvest Ministries. So they tell me the story about how they joined Worship Harvest. They told me they joined Worship Harvest through the space known as Gang, and their mentor that year was Pastor Jeremy and Pastor B3. They encouraged me that if I wanted my life to turn around, I should consider joining this group. I thought about it, followed it up, and indeed I joined Gang. And as a requirement for Gang, we were required to sit under these pastors of ours for a year so that they would mentor us and turn us into holistic human beings. Now, the first time I walked into Worship Harvest downtown was my first encounter with Christ. That was last year, January 2020. That was the first time I encountered Jesus, and I got born again that very first Sunday. I get planted into a church family known as a missional community. I was placed into a church family that loved on me, that prayed with me, that did life with me. I go from being in a missional community to becoming a huddle leader. I go from becoming a huddle leader to becoming an MC leader. Then I go from becoming an MC leader to being a cohort shepherd. And finally, I become a zonal pastor. Then January this year, I went through something very tragic. And I can attest to the fact that if I wasn't in this church family, I don't think I would have survived what I went through. Because they loved on me, they affirmed me, they prayed with me, they checked on me. Truly, I understood the testament of being part of an amazing church family. They held my hand, they encouraged me, and if they were not there, I can attest to the fact that I would have gone back to those dark days of depression, of leading a very reckless life that involved smoking, drinking. If it was not for this church family, I don't think I would not have gone back to my dark days. They loved on me, they prayed with me, they affirmed me, they held my hand during that time. So in them holding my hand and telling me that, you know what, it's actually okay. But above all, the peace of God upon me, helped me soar forth, launch Worship Harvest Muyenga with a membership of about 250 people. If that is not God, then I don't know what it is. But again, this is just an encouragement to somebody out there that you can actually soar through whatever situation you're going through. That God is a God who defends us. He's a God who surpasses us with His peace. If you're a young leader out there, this is what I would like to say to you. You might feel unqualified. You might feel unworthy. You might feel you're not equal to that task. Begin by saying yes. Say yes to that calling. Say yes to starting up that missional community. Say yes to leading that group of young people. Just say yes, and the rest will fall into place.
Walimi Katale is an online marketplace that helps connect smallholder farmers and medium-holder farmers in villages to online markets in urban centers. My name is Jotham Martin Wambi, and I am the team lead at Walimi Katale. What inspired me in starting Walimi Katale was one day I attended a mastermind. Actually, it was the very first mastermind with Apostle Mose in 2018, where he talked about net worth and wealth and accumulation of wealth. And I sat down and thought to myself that I'd been working for more than 3 years, about 4.5 years, and I had nothing to myself. I had nothing to say that, I was wealthy or had made some money here and there, yet I was working for very good and reputable companies. So I woke up one day and just made a decision to quit my job and start building something. Of course, I started with a juice business that was called Fruitify, and then COVID-19 hits. So when the COVID-19 pandemic hits, the business can't flourish anymore because we're thriving on crowds. So I sit down and I have to think again, what am I going to do next? What can I do in that period that will help the different farmers that were struggling at that period? I remember there's a story that I read online on social media where one gentleman had harvested his tomatoes, about a ton of tomatoes, and then they had all gone bad. So he drove his truck, they're usually called tippers. He drove the tipper to one restaurant in Nakawa and poured everything in front and said, at least give me, even if it's 200 shillings per kilo, please take this. So that is one of the one main thing that really pushed me and inspired me to build an online marketplace that can be able to help struggling businesses, struggling farmers make some money. One thing that has really made me thrive, especially in this community and in this particular industry, is the higher accountability space that I am in. I lead an MC called Rest MC, and I go to Worship Harvest Makere. So the guidance and leadership of Pastor Blessed, Ivan, and Babi, through the gang that I attended in 2018, all shaped everything. I actually like to tell my friends that I have learned more in just a space of 2 years than I have learned in the past 20 years from the time I was being schooled in the formal education. So that kind of space really kept pushing me, and also being in a space where you're seeing people doing massive stuff. There's what we call business garage. There's a lot of knowledge being shared every Sunday, and if you just sit down and implement on just a few of those ideas that are being shared, you can actually move further. So I really thank the space that I've been in, and of course my blueprint for business really has been the Straightforward Financial book. It's been informing almost every decision I've taken in terms of business. And so what I would really advise many people out there is, number one, don't stop dreaming. If there is something that you actually want to work on, you want to build, it may not take you maybe as fast as some other businesses are moving, but however long it takes you, don't stop dreaming. And secondly, it's the time for us to get up and transform our own economies, transform our own nations, transform the African continent. It's high time we stop relying more on foreign aid, more on, we can't wait for Amazon to come and transform the agricultural sector in the African continent. We have to get up and do it, considering that we have very many people that are thriving in it, that are dependent on it. Most of the African countries are depending on agriculture. Uganda alone is considered to be a food basket for the whole of the region, sub-Saharan region. So if we get up and do some inventions, come up with certain ideas that can be able to promote this whole thing, it will be really helpful. So at the moment with Walimi Katale, we are serving about 150 customers from the time we started in October 2020. And right now we have over 15 farmers that we're working with. These are within the central region and in rural areas. Our target really is to aim at in the upwards of about 200,000 farmers, where we are able to connect them to online markets and they can be able to achieve their dreams, their financial dreams. The one feature that I would like to share in a nutshell about is the traceability feature for the agricultural produce. You'll be able to tell where your item has come from, which farm your item has been grown. If you're buying Irish potatoes, you will know if the Irish potatoes are from maybe Kabale or from Chisoro or from Mali. You can be able to trace that. And based on the, a lot of statistics I've been researching on, this is a feature that is really sought after in developed nations. So that's one of the principles that we're trying to base on, and also going by the fact that we'll be having a lot of data on farmer selling. They'll have access to finance because many institutions are going to come to us looking for this kind of data. And a farmer wants to maybe finance his planting season before the rains stop, and he needs money, so that institutions will come to us and we'll give them some information about the farmer, and then they'll be able to advance and have some finances. So my advice to the young people out there is don't stop dreaming and keep working hard. Yeah, thank
you. Hi, my name is Stuart.
My name is Elizabeth.
We are the Sebron Boys, and we have been married since October 2016. We are also the location pastors at Worship Harvest Chira, and we have been pastors for exactly one month. Wow, one month.
Yeah.
Yes. We ran 4 businesses together. As a graduate architect, I started Refine Limited in 2017, and as of 2020, also started Sinza Construction Company.
In 2014, I started an events design company, L Themes, and last year in May 2020, we also started Brundi Spaces, which is an interior design company.
We joined Worship Harvest shortly after getting married in late 2016 and got an amazing opportunity to start serving on the music team after Jonathan Bukenya invited me to join the band that was serving at Nalia. Now, as much as we were serving in churches before, we were in for an amazing ride. We did not know what we didn't know. We experienced the first year, 2017, in a different light under Pastor Evelyn's discipleship.
Yes.
She invited us into her space as the music team leader, and we got to see what she had to do to lead the team well. We got to see how she cared for the members, and we got to see what she had to go through in order to ensure that the team kept growing. John Maxwell says that growth thrives in
conducive
environments, guys. And one of the best conducive environments we have ever experienced and been a part of was Gang 2018 under Apostle Mose and Pastor Ari. Wow! I had never read books like that in my life. We used to read books every 2 weeks. We used to account for money daily. We had to define the spaces where we are discipling different people. It was in that gang that we started leading an MC. During that same period of gang, our MC grew, and when MCs grow, you become a cohort. So we became cohort leaders. And from that period of time, we have seen tremendous growth in leadership.
Yeah, in 2020, there was a restructuring in the church. In Worship Harvest, Nadia, we broke out into zones. It was at that point that we were invited to become zonal pastors of Zone 5. And we saw tremendous growth in Zone 5. up to the point in June when we are now invited to plant Worship Harvest Chira. We planted Worship Harvest Chira on 1st August 2020 and in 2021.
Oh, yeah.
And in just a month we have grown from 156 people to 379 people. That is more than twice. Now the growth that we are seeing in ministry is the same growth that we are also experiencing in our businesses, in our family, in our marriage, and in all the spaces that we are in. Being in School of Leadership, School of Ministry, the things we are learning in business coaching, business garage, those are the things that we take and then implement. We don't know what we don't know. We are students, we are disciples, and that is the posture of learning that we have taken that has propelled us to grow. What we learn, what we are told to do, that is what we do. Our story is really a story of learning, staying hungry, staying foolish, and just following hard.
Indeed, ours is a story of environments. Ours is a story of growth environments.
Yes.
And the amazing people that have invited us into those growth environments and caused us to also grow as leaders in business, in church, even in family. You might be out there feeling stuck. You might be out there thinking that the success you dream of is too far from you. I would like to challenge you. Identify the people in your environment who are where you would like to be. Identify the people who have invited you into a space of discipleship, into a space of mentorship, into a space of coaching, and take those opportunities and you'll see amazing growth in your life. Identify the environments of growth that are accessible to you, and you too will get a chance to soar in everything that you are part of.
Thank you.
What's up, Transform 21. Welcome back from the 7 in 7,
Welcome. So good to see all of you watching and tuning in.
Oh yeah, my name is Blesso and this is
Precious.
All right, that was a really powerful session. 7 young people causing incredible transformation in their community, in business, in ministry, and doing incredible things. Let us know, by the way, in the comments, what stood out for you the most from that session as you listened and watched and heard these incredible. Tell us, what stood out for you, Precious?
I was really challenged. I think when Ruth was sharing, I was thinking, what was I doing at 15?
Well,
tell us, what were you doing at 15?
First of all, the accent. Did you hear her accent?
Oh man, let's try it.
At 15, what was I doing at 15? At 15, I was leading a fellowship in high school, Scripture Union. What were you doing at 15?
I was studying.
Oh yeah. Well, studying. But even as we share that, as we are talking about truth, really, I loved her story. A cohort shepherd at 17 years old with 64 people and 4 missional communities.
Yes.
3 missional communities. Can you imagine that? It's possible and it's available for you. I will not ask how old you are and how many MCs.
Tell us how old you are at 15
leading.
in the comment section. What you were doing.
Yeah, the beauty of starting early, and something she mentioned, that once you learn to develop your character above your gifting, you get yourself into incredible leadership spaces and you get to influence so many people's lives.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what else stood out for you from the 7?
The story of Dr. Catherine. At 29 years, she is already taking 14 young girls to school. I mean, who does that?
Oh yeah, 29 years old. By the way, she's living out a dream that many of you had when you were still younger. until you encountered biology and chemistry and other things like that. But 29 years old, Dr. Catherine has, she's saved money from her internship and her graduation gifts to educate someone else. You see, this is what leadership is about. This is what Transform is about. This is what we are about, raising leaders that are not only thinking about themselves, but they are trying to figure out how can we change and transform our community. And they are young. She's young. She's 29. What excuse do you have? With the little you have, you can start something.
Yes. I will add to what Shadrach shared about something to do with skills. The skills you have today will not be the skills you'll need tomorrow. So you need to keep learning, you need to keep growing, you need to keep improving yourself, because what you have now will not sustain you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, and Shadrach, and that was cool. I saw you sometime on something like that, somewhere on social media. One time I think you should talk about that. But all through, Pastor Ivy in Napo, talk about speed and acceleration. 19 months. Get born again.
Location pastor.
To being a location pastor. 19 months, guys. 19 months. Can you imagine that? Again, I won't ask how long you've been saved and what you're up to currently.
Leave us. Let me talk about Jotham. I love Jotham's story. He left campus and started working, doing a very amazing job, and then suddenly he had to quit it and do something that God had told him to do. It was very bold of him, and I think that is one of the things we'd like to tell you, young people, take the bold step. I think also Peter mentioned it. You need to take the step. After you have heard God speaking, after he has spoken for so long or so little, you need to take the step. He will not take the step for you. You need to move out, get into the uncertainty and do something.
Oh yeah, you have to take the leap, like you say, take the step. Do something about what you're hearing. In fact, in the comments as well, let us know, what are you going to do different? What are you going to do different? I found it interesting that there's a common thread through all their stories. One, I noticed that growth thrives in conducive environments like Bishop Stewart and Episcopal Sister Liz saying that growth thrives in conducive environments. You notice that they all either walked into gang. By the way, if you haven't yet done gang and you need to join one, it will be coming up somewhere at the start of next year. They either walked into gang, Harvest Institute, of course Worship Harvest. Our leaders have done a great job creating a growth environment for us, but they got themselves into spaces where they were challenged to grow and become better people. Another thing I noticed is that at times the magic is in you taking the step to invite someone. Because for each of them, Pastor Ivy was invited by a friend to come and try out gang. Look at where she is now. She's a pastor. I'm sure the rest of the other people, Shadrach, Ruth, Dr. Catherine, were all invited by people. So this is why actually we want to encourage you at this moment to share the link. Share the link. The magic is in there. You are going to impact and change someone's life. Jotham, Walimi Katale, we love that. Shadrach, Peter, did you hear Peter's profile, the business profile? International businesses in different places. Oh, by the way, have you noticed that these people are not only thriving in business, but they're also thriving in ministry?
Exactly.
So it's possible for you to thrive in both business and ministry.
And ministry. It's never an excuse that because you're in business, you can't serve in church. You can actually serve perfectly well.
Oh yeah. I am reading some comments right here. Some people here, Amanya says, say yes to opportunity, that the magic is in saying yes. Apparently, Pastor Filter was trying out for a football club at 15 years old. I wonder how that went. Someone is saying, don't ask difficult questions here, please. Well, that's why we are here, to ask those difficult questions. You can rewind. Say yes and stay humble enough to learn. Shadrach quoted Steve Jobs when he said that you should stay hungry and stay foolish. Keep learning, keep growing.
Oh yeah, is there any other thing that you're saying there? I see Laura here saying yes. Get into growth environments, invite a friend, invite a friend. At times that's where the best magic is, when you invite someone to get into a growth space just like you and I.
Yes,
all right.
You never know what that invitation can do to someone. It can be the life transformer. I think for me, the thing that's on my mind right now is we've had all these young people who are doing incredible things, and I am asking myself the question, what's my excuse? What's your excuse? And maybe you're thinking it's too late. No, it's not too late. You can start today, you can start now, you can make the decision to transform your community, to transform your business, to transform your workplace, to transform at church, wherever you are. It's not so late. Start now.
All right, I see Dr. Joshua Waiswa here saying that at 15 he was dodging morning prep somewhere in Ginger. Talking about dodging, please make sure you stay online for our next session. We are going to be profiling our nominees for the ACT Award. Our nominees for the ACT Award. Stay online so you get to know more about them. And if you haven't yet voted, please go ahead and vote. In fact, I'm going to ask you to do something really cool. I saw our MCs doing it, Pastor Steve and Pastor Salome. I'd like you to take out your phone. Take out your phone right now. I hope you're not using it to watch. Take out your phone now. You know your phone, and turn on the selfie camera. Turn on the selfie camera, yo, and let us take that selfie. Take that selfie. Take that selfie. I see you. I see you. Take that selfie, and I would like you to put it on social media with the hashtag Transform21. Put it up on your Instagram, on your Twitter, wherever you are. Hashtag it Transform21 with a highlight of what it is that is standing out for you. Thank you so much for being here with us. Right now, we invite you to stay online. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, some juice.
Some Rolex.
Rolex. Yeah, not the watch. Rolex. And please, let's watch these videos in this time and get to know who our nominees are for the ACT Award, and get voting and share the link of Transform21.
Share the link.
The leaders gathering where your story is going to be changed forever.
Hello, my name is Peter Genza. I am the program manager for Blessed Child Foundation, an organization that takes care of children who are undergoing treatment for cancer. We have been here since 2007, when Brian, our founder, who is a local clown, got the inspiration after visiting the Uganda Cancer Institute. The need was that there were many children who needed accommodation, who needed care, who needed nutrition, that were lying on the hospital verandas. And so he came to us, his friends. We put our resources together, and we opened our very first home in March 2010 here on Soweto Kagwa Road. Since then, we have opened 3 other homes, one in Gulu, one in Barara, and another home right within the same area here. Children that come from far from all over the country. Some come from outside of the country, Congo, Southern Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. They all come to Mulago for treatment, and many of them have nowhere to stay. So the homes of Blessed Child Foundation provide for them accommodation, meals, nutrition support, all other psychosocial support, play therapy, education, to help them be able to cope with the challenges of treating cancer. We offer many services, like I have mentioned, but chief among them is accommodation. Accommodation for a family that has a child that is suffering from cancer. We take them to hospital every single morning. We bring them back in the evening. And I must say that this has had a huge transforming effect on the people that come in to have their children treated for cancer. Many of them are not exactly rich people. They are hard-pressed for finances. But when they come and they know that accommodation is taken care of, their meals are taken care of, the child is going to receive therapy, play therapy, counseling, palliative care, they are able to stick in there, hang in there, and we have seen
treatment abandonment rates dropped dramatically. We celebrated 1 year in Mbarara at the Grace Home earlier this month at the beginning of August. And the doctor there, Dr. Barnabas Atwine, who is in charge of the pediatric oncology ward, was telling us that abandonment of treatment rates in Africa, averagely they stand at about 30%. But because of the social interventions that we have seen in the homes like Blessed Child Foundation, those abandonment rates have dropped to 10%. That is a huge impact. So now parents who have children who are suffering from cancer do not have to worry much about where they are going to stay when they come for treatment in Mulago, because the homes are available and everything is provided to them at no cost. The accommodation, the transport, subsidized medical support, the education. Unfortunately, some of the children pass away, but we are still able to offer bereavement support for them all the way until the child is repatriated back to their communities. I am glad to say that in the last 10 years when we have been operational, actually 11 years, we have taken over, we have looked after nearly 4,000 children. The actual number is 3,882, something like that. And we have seen a tremendous impact in the treatment outcomes of children with cancer. What I can say is that back in the day, about probably 6-7 years ago, the death rate, mortality rate of children with cancer were quite high, standing at about 70%. They have since gone down to about 30%. So the impact has been tremendous. The ACT Award, Award for Community Transformation, if Blessed Child Foundation came out top, that would be a testament to the intervention that we are doing among children who are suffering from cancer in our country. It would mean a lot to us that people are finally recognizing that, number one, we have a challenge of cancer among children in Uganda, but most importantly, that there are people out there who are doing something about it to ensure that every child who has cancer has a fair shot at treatment and beating cancer. I would like to thank the Worship Harvest community for the award for community transformation, the ACT Awards, and for the people that have nominated us. I know that we are among the top 5 nominees. We would like to say thank you so much, because you believe in the work that we do. You are partnering with us to ensure that we kick cancer out of our country, Uganda. Thank you so much.
Vote for your favorite or the most transformational story. Voting ends at 3 p.m. today.
That's right, voting ends at 3 p.m. However, just before that, right now, we're going to have a break, just a little break, and through the lunch break until 1:50. Our next session is at exactly 1:50 p.m. So please make sure you're logged on by 1:50 p.m. And in the meantime, in the break, we'll have the videos playing so you get familiar with the stories, but grab yourself some lunch, talk to someone, do something about what you have had. See you back at exactly 1:50 p.m.
Transform. We'll be right back.
Catherine Nagadia is my name. I'm a 29-year-old medical doctor and an aspiring general surgeon. I am the CEO and co-founder of Girls Unstoppable Uganda. Ever since the age of 6 years, I always wanted to be a medical doctor, to play a part in the health of the people in my community. And I studied really hard, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get into medical school on government sponsorship. However, I would qualify for private sponsorship, but my parents could not afford the monies that we needed to be able to go to school for those long 5 years. The plan was that once I get into medical school, I would actively look for a scholarship. And I remember the first day that I reported to school, my dad had to sell over 7 cows to be able to put me into school. And for the subsequent years, every year that I looked for scholarship and we didn't get any, that was the routine. Unfortunately, in my second year, my dad got very sick and our family finances reduced significantly and I nearly dropped out of school. However, at that same time, I was fortunate to receive a miracle of a scholarship from Wales Mountain Initiative, and the experience alone, the fact that I was going to go on to complete my education and be able to become the doctor that I desired to be from a young age, made me desire to educate another girl. For every marginalized adolescent girl deserves to be able to go to school and receive the education that they need to be everything that God created them to be. Following graduation, I went on to do my medical internship, and from the allowances that we used to receive and the money I received in my graduation, we were able to send the first girl to school. The girls that we sponsor in school are required to give 40 hours of community service. They are encouraged to do different activities for 40 hours a year, and some of these girls clean health centers, their hospitals. They give back to their community in different ways. We also require of them to do an income generating activity that requires them to save at least 20,000, and we believe that by creating in them a culture of service above self and also the culture of saving, will be able to transform them into responsible citizens. Girls Unstoppable so far has given scholarships to 14 girls, has been able to give 2 book donations to 2 schools, and has distributed sanitary pads to 2 schools in rural Uganda. We have also been able to offer career guidance to over 500 girls in different schools across the nation. The culture of service above self that the girls are learning and the financial skills that they are obtaining are transforming the girls, and ultimately they are transforming their communities. Our dream is to be able to support the education of 1,000 girls in the next 5 years. The monies that we use to sponsor these girls, to support the education of these marginalized adolescent girls, comes from donations of people, regular people like me, and some of them are actually as young as 13 years of age. Thank you so much for nominating Girls Unstoppable Uganda for the SCT Award. Your nomination is an endorsement of the work we are doing. We are very, very, very grateful. It is a testament that the work we are doing is actually transforming society and our communities, and will ultimately transform the world. When we win the SCT Award, we will utilize the visibility that we are obtaining to reach out to more girls, but also to reach out to more funding and more donors. And the money that comes with this award will be utilized to send more girls to school, and ultimately it will get us closer to educating 1,000 girls by 2026. We are very grateful. Thank you so much.
name is Annabelle Nakabiri Sebachije, and I am the founder and executive director of the Remnant Generation. The Remnant Generation is a ministry that works to rescue, restore, and empower survivors of sexual abuse and teenage mothers to survive and thrive according to God's potential. The Remnant Generation started from my personal life experience. I am a survivor of sexual abuse and child marriage. And for a very long time, I was that girl that many people would look at, and when you're advocating for the girl child in Uganda, I would qualify for that category. Growing up in poverty, not having an opportunity to go through school, and being forced to be married off at the age of 13. When I finally found the bravery to run away from home, became part-time street child, worked as a housemaid, and grew, to learn how to work for myself, I had a deeper compassion on the inside of me that when I ever make it through life, I'll go back and help other girls that are going through similar situations like myself to come and have the opportunity to go to school. My dream was to be like Oprah Winfrey. I loved how she used to have those shows and invite people and give them an opportunity to dream, and they are able to talk about stories. I loved, I would envision myself as Oprah Winfrey. I might not have become an Oprah Winfrey, but I'm glad that I have become something better. So in 2015, we founded the Remnant Generation together with my husband and registered it as a non-government organization. Since that time, we have served more than 8,000 young girls in this country. Currently, our locations are in Kampala, Lyantonde, and Kasanda district, where we are working with over 700 girls this year to basically bring these girls out of desperation, girls that have been sexually abused, enabling them to access healthcare services, access justice, have a safe home to stay. We have a princess shelter that accommodates girls that are chased away from home, girls that have been forced into marriages and they have found the bravery to report and to run away, and we give them second chances. We currently work with a team of 27 staff members, and God has been good to us. He has blessed us with property where we are planning to build a Hope City in Kasanda district. And this Hope City would be home for 100 girls each time, where we also hope to have a hospital that will be able to provide specialized services for girls that have been sexually abused, and a healing program that will potentially go across the globe. Currently, we are working with 750 girls in all the districts where we are operating. And our impact has been just seeing the transformation, the opportunity that has come with these girls being educated, having access to healthcare, girls that would have potentially died because of lack of access to basic health services are now able to deliver their babies, and they're able to go back to school and graduate and become responsible citizens. We have seen discipleship happening in this space. We have seen girls coming in broken, finding the love of Jesus Christ and starting a new life. Right now in our community program with a School of Purpose, which is a vocational skilling program, our alumni that have been through the program since 2011 are the ones that are training. We have girls that have gone through that Remnant Generation, part of our staff team, and we are believing that every story of desperation can be transformed into a story of hope and inspiration. The story of Uganda, where we are seeing 28% of girls as teenage mothers, can completely change if we all arise and give these girls an opportunity. I want to thank you so much for nominating the Remnant Generation as part of the ACT Award. And this is what it means for us. It means that we have the opportunity to show girls that are pregnant and have gone through a lot of abuse that there is opportunity and potential, and that there are people that see them and believe in their dreams and believe in their aspirations, and they are able to rally behind them and give them that platform to shine their light out. Thank you so much for voting us even now.
name is Grace Wanunda. I am a born-again Christian based in Mombasa. I am a mother of 2 beautiful children by adoption. In the year 2014, the Lord called me to adopt. I obeyed and started the process of adoption. And I brought my first child home at 5 months, 5 kilos. It was a real struggle. The process I thought was easy, it wasn't so. I thought that if you wanted to adopt, it would be easy. You walk into a children's home and pick a child and bring home as simple as such. But it turned out to be so emotionally draining. It turned out to be so challenging and so many obstacles on the way. So I got so discouraged, but I said, if this is what God wanted me to do, I will pursue it to the end. And I did just that, and therefore I brought my daughter home. 2 months down the line, I saw a huge transformation in my child. A baby that came home 5 months, 5 kilos, transformed and started becoming so glowing, so happy, so bubbly. And I also became so happy. The fulfillment that I felt was so huge, and therefore we were just meant to be for each other. Therefore, this fulfillment and the transformation and the challenges I went through is what prompted me to start a group called Adoption is Beautiful. I said adoption is beautiful because of the beauty that came from me. The beauty, the inside beauty came out because I started talking confidently about my journey. I was so proud about it. I was so proud about the fulfillment, and my journey and my story with the child, my daughter, made so many people developed interest in adopting. So this is the reason why I said adoption is beautiful, because it's godly, it is divine, it is God calling you to walk with a child to be the person that God ordained them to be. And to me, that is a beautiful thing. So therefore, I brought people together through my story, and I formed this group with an intention of creating awareness and demystifying the challenges and the stigma and the stereotypes associated with adoption. We brought up together adoptive parents, and we brought up together prospective adoptive parents and adopted persons, and therefore this group is a huge family for 13,000 people that have just come together to share and to learn and to demystify and to encourage people to adopt. It is not only for Kenyans. There are so many people that are learning through Adoption is Beautiful that are not Kenyans. I've got a Malawian that approached me when she wanted to adopt. She followed me and we shared, and she got her to adopt. I've got a Zambian lady who adopted, and through Adoption is Beautiful Kenya, she has also started her own Adoption is Beautiful Zambia. And we have demystified the stereotypes and the stigma that has been associated with adoption for a long time. So many people have come together, and we are celebrating our joys, we are celebrating our challenges, we are encouraging each other that this thing is doable. We are brought together professionals like psychologists, we are brought together children's officers, we are brought together the adoption social workers, we are brought together even mentors that we always invite from time to time to come and talk to us and to just enable us to learn on how to encounter the challenges that an adoptive parent or an adopted person goes through from time to time. We are brought up families, different families from different angles. We bring them up from time to time to have family fun days. We have managed also to bring up the High Court of Kenya that is authorized to legalize adoption together. We bring the judges together to educate us on the legal process of adoption. We bring up people together from all corners. Those that are not able even to afford the legal process fee, we have managed to bring them up together to teach them on the self-representation. So therefore, this group, Adoption is Beautiful, is a home for all the people that are considering adoption and those that are in the process of adoption. We help each other psychologically, emotionally, financially, and we just support you to make sure that your will, that the will of the Lord concerning adoption in your life is fulfilled. So the reason why I keep talking about adoption and I keep sharing about adoption is because even God himself adopted us into his family. We are the children of God through adoption, and Jesus Christ, the one we believe and we profess, is an adopted child. So I keep encouraging Christians, particularly Christians, that we cannot change the whole world. But you know what? We can make this world a better place for one child. Bring one child home today. purpose to bring one child home and make a better place, make the world a better place for that child, because adoption is beautiful and adoption is godly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I pray that this story may encourage you, that you may open your hearts and you may open your families to consider adoption. Thank you.
I'm Erin.
And my name is Hannah.
And together we lead
Petros Zoe Initiative. And I would like to tell you about our mandate. Our mandate is to promote the strength and abilities of youth by providing life skills that empower each to face life's challenges with confidence, competence, and dignity. Now, we are doing that through different programs, but today we would like to highlight only 2 programs that we are doing as Petros Zoe. And Erin here is going to start with one of our biggest programs.
That's right. Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah.
So the first program I would like to talk about is our Teenage Pregnancy Center. So like Hannah said, we focus on the youth in Uganda. And we realized that because teenage pregnancy is such a big issue in Uganda, we cannot effectively handle taking care of the youth without focusing on that population as well. So last year, we decided to start our teenage pregnancy program. And then in October of last year, we launched our residential center for the teens. So since October, we have had more than 40 girls go through our program. Currently at the center, we have 22 girls and about 16 or 17 babies. Yeah. When the girls come to our center, we train them, they go through counseling, they go through parenting classes, and we basically set them up for success for after they leave our center. Once they give birth, we give them about a year to get themselves together, to get their confidence back, and to be able to enter society again and become successful mothers. For girls whose pregnancies are normal, for those who don't have any complications, we are able to deliver them from our site here, which saves us a lot of transportation, and it also keeps the girls safe. A lot of these young mothers go into labor, and they go into labor very quickly, so having a labor ward on site takes care of that unknown of the travel. The midwife is also here 24 hours, so she's able to be in here with them during that time as well. By the time they leave our center, which is about after a year after giving birth, that they would be able to enter back into society and be productive citizens, be good mothers, be good parents, and then raise their children up to be good followers of Christ as well. We have a discipleship program with the girls. They faithfully attend Worship Harvest every Sunday. They're part of it MC, and we've seen incredible transformation within the girls that we've had at the center. You see them coming in and their confidence is down. They've gone through trauma. They don't believe in themselves, but then just through the short time that they're at our center, we see incredible transformation in their confidence. All of a sudden they understand that they can be somebody and that their life is not over just because of this teenage pregnancy. So yeah, we are super excited about that program. I'm gonna pass it on to Hannah for our other program we're gonna discuss today.
Thank you very much, Erin. One of the programs that I would like to talk about to you today is the charity clubs. Now, the charity clubs are a group of young people in the communities out there who have chosen to do a lot of work in their community. They are actually doing community work, and they are partnering with the local government in Mukono as a municipality. So we have different charity clubs. We have one that is dealing with sanitation in the community. Another one is dealing with the children, the babies, the children who are supposed to go to school but do not have enough help from their parents to help them do their classwork well. And those who do not know how to download work from the internet, we have a charity club that is helping them to do that. And another one that is dealing with food security, and they are helping to go out into the communities and teach the people how to do urban farming. So today I would like to just really highlight the sanitation club. The sanitation club, they go out into the community, and every week they reach out to 320 homes on a weekly basis. They go to them to find out if they have latrines, what are the conditions of the latrines, Are they harvesting water? Do they have sock pits? How are they disposing of their garbage? And they are teaching the communities on how to do that. Now, what happens is that we as Petros Zoe, we are just facilitating these youth with just 10,000 shillings a week to do this kind of work. And when they find disabled people, old people who cannot put up for themselves latrines, who cannot dig up for themselves sock pits, they actually help to make sure that they put up these facilities for these old people. For the people who have the energy but do not have good latrines, do not have sock pits, they actually work hand in hand with the local government who come in and enforce the law to make sure that the community is clean and that the community is doing well when it comes to sanitation. So those are the two programs that we wanted to highlight to you today.
So we'd like to thank everybody who nominated us. Thank you so much. Webele, nyo. And if we win this ACT award, we are going to be so excited, so happy. And I know our youth are also going to be so proud that there's something that so many people are getting behind and supporting. So thank you very much. Vote for us.
Hello, my name is Peter Genza. I am the program manager for Blessed Child Foundation, an organization that takes care of children who are undergoing treatment for cancer. We have been here since 2007 when Brian, our founder, who is a local clown, got the inspiration after visiting the Uganda Cancer Institute. The need was that there were many children who needed accommodation, who needed care, who needed nutrition, that were lying on the hospital verandas. And so he came to us, his friends, we put our resources together, and we opened our very first home in March 2010 here on Soweto Kagwa Road. Since then, we have opened 3 other homes, one in Gulu, one in Barara, and another home right within the same area here. Children that come from far from all over the country, some come from outside of the country, Congo, Southern Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, they all come to Mulago for treatment, and many of them have nowhere to stay. So the homes of Blessed Child Foundation provide for them accommodation, meals, nutrition support, all other psychosocial support, play therapy, education, to help them be able to cope with the challenges of treating cancer. We offer many services, like I have mentioned, but chief among them is accommodation. Accommodation for a family that has a child that is suffering from cancer. We take them to hospital every single morning, we bring them back in the evening. And I must say that this has had a huge transforming effect on the people that come in to have their children treated for cancer. Many of them are not exactly rich people. They are hard-pressed for finances, but when they come and they know that accommodation is taken care of, their meals are taken care of, the child is going to receive therapy, play therapy, counseling, palliative care, they are able to stick in there, hang in there, and we have seen treatment abandonment rates drop dramatically. We celebrated 1 year in Barara at the Grace Home earlier this month at the beginning of August, and the doctor there, Dr. Barnabas Atwine, who is in charge of the Pediatric Oncology Ward, was telling us that abandonment of treatment rates in Africa, averagely they stand at about 30%. But because of the social interventions that we have seen in the homes like Blessed Child Foundation, those abandonment rates have dropped to 10%. That is a huge impact. So now parents who have children who are suffering from cancer do not have to worry much about where they are going to stay when they come for treatment in Mulago, because the homes are available and everything is provided to them at no cost. The accommodation, the transport, subsidized medical support, the education. Unfortunately, some of the children pass away, but we are still able to offer bereavement support for them all the way until the child is repatriated back to their communities. I am glad to say that in the last 10 years when we have been operational, actually 11 years, we have taken over, we have looked after nearly 4,000 children. The actual number is 3,882, something like that. And we have seen a tremendous impact in the treatment outcomes of children with cancer. What I can say is that back in the day, about probably 6-7 years ago, the death rate, mortality rate of children with cancer were quite high, standing at about 70%. They have since gone down to about 30%. So the impact has been tremendous. The ACT Award, Award for Community Transformation, if Bless a Child Foundation came out top, that would be a testament to the intervention that we are doing among children who are suffering from cancer in our country. It would mean a lot to us that people are finally recognizing that, number one, we have a challenge of cancer among children in Uganda, but most importantly, that there are people out there who are doing something about it to ensure that every child who has cancer has a fair shot at treatment and beating cancer. I would like to thank the Worship Harvest community for the award for community transformation, the ACT Awards, and for the people that have nominated us. I know that we are among the top 5 nominees. We would like to say thank you so much, because you believe in the work that we do. You are partnering with us to ensure that we kick cancer out of our country, Uganda. Thank you so much.
Dr. Catherine Nagadia is my name. I'm a 29-year-old medical doctor and an aspiring general surgeon. I am the CEO and co-founder of Girls Unstoppable Uganda. Ever since the age of 6 years, I always wanted to be a medical doctor, to play a part in the health of the people in my community. And I studied really hard, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get into medical school on government sponsorship. However, I would qualify for private sponsorship, but my parents could not afford the monies that we needed to be able to go to school for those long 5 years. The plan was that once I get into medical school, I would actively look for a scholarship. And I remember the first day that I reported to school, my dad had to sell over 7 cows to be able to put me into school. And for the subsequent years, every year that I looked for scholarship and we didn't get any, that was the routine. Unfortunately, in my second year, my dad got very sick and our family finances reduced significantly, and I nearly dropped out of school. However, at that same time, I was fortunate to receive a miracle of a scholarship from Wales Mountain Initiative, and the experience alone, the fact that I was going to go on to complete my education and be able to become the doctor that I desired to be from a young age, made me desire to educate another girl. For every marginalized adolescent girl deserves to be able to go to school and receive the education that they need to be everything that God created them to be. Following graduation, I went on to do my medical internship, and from the allowances that we used to receive and the money I received in my graduation, we were able to send the first girl to school. The girls that we sponsor in school are required to give 40 hours of community service. They are encouraged to do different activities for 40 hours a year, and some of these girls clean health centers, their hospitals. They give back to their community in different ways. We also require of them to do an income generating activity that requires them to save at least 20,000, and we believe that by creating in them a culture of service above self and also the culture of saving, will be able to transform them into responsible citizens. Girls Unstoppable so far has given scholarships to 14 girls, has been able to give 2 book donations to 2 schools, and has distributed sanitary pads to 2 schools in rural Uganda. We have also been able to offer career guidance to over 500 girls in different schools across the nation. The culture of service above self that the girls are learning and the financial skills that they are obtaining are transforming the girls, and ultimately they are transforming their communities. Our dream is to be able to support the education of 1,000 girls in the next 5 years. The monies that we use to sponsor these girls, to support the education of these marginalized adolescent girls, comes from donations of people, regular people like me, and some of them are actually as young as 13 years of age. Thank you so much for nominating Girls Unstoppable Uganda for the SCT Award. Your nomination is an endorsement of the work we are doing. We are very, very, very grateful. It is a testament that the work we are doing is actually transforming society and our communities, and will ultimately transform the world. When we win the SCT Award, we will utilize the visibility that we are obtaining to reach out to more girls, but also to reach out to more funding and more donors. And the money that comes with this award will be utilized to send more girls to school, and ultimately it will get us closer to educating 1,000 girls by 2026. We are very grateful. Thank you so much.
My name is Annabelle Nakabiri-Sebachije, and I am the founder and executive director of the Remnant Generation. The Remnant Generation is a ministry that works to rescue, restore, and empower survivors of sexual abuse and teenage mothers to survive and thrive according to God's potential. The Remnant Generation started from my personal life experience. I am a survivor of sexual abuse and child marriage. And for a very long time, I was that girl that many people would look at, and when you're advocating for the girl child in Uganda, I would qualify for that category. Growing up in poverty, not having an opportunity to go through school, and being forced to be married off at the age of 13. When I finally found the bravery to run away from home, became part-time street child, worked as a housemaid, and grew, to learn how to work for myself, I had a deeper compassion on the inside of me that when I ever make it through life, I'll go back and help other girls that are going through similar situations like myself to come and have the opportunity to go to school. My dream was to be like Oprah Winfrey. I loved how she used to have those shows and invite people and give them an opportunity to dream, and they are able to talk about stories. I loved, I would envision myself as Oprah Winfrey. I may not have become an Oprah Winfrey, but I'm glad that I have become something better. So in 2015, we founded the Remnant Generation together with my husband and registered it as a non-government organization. Since that time, we have served more than 8,000 young girls in this country. Currently, our locations are in Kampala, Lyantonde, and Kasanda district, where we are working with over 700 girls this year to basically bring these girls out of desperation, girls that have been sexually abused, enabling them to access healthcare services, access justice, have a safe home to stay. We have a princess shelter that accommodates girls that are chased away from home, girls that have been forced into marriages and they have found the bravery to report and to run away, and we give them second chances. We currently work with a team of 27 staff members, and God has been good to us. He has blessed us with property where we are planning to build a Hope City in Kasanda district, And this Hope City would be home for 100 girls each time, where we also hope to have a hospital that will be able to provide specialized services for girls that have been sexually abused, and a healing program that will potentially go across the globe. Currently, we are working with 750 girls in all the districts where we are operating. And our impact has been just seeing the transformation, the opportunity that has come with these girls being educated, having access to healthcare, and girls that would have potentially died because of lack of access to basic health services are now able to deliver their babies, and they're able to go back to school and graduate and become responsible citizens. We have seen discipleship happening in this space. We have seen girls coming in broken, finding the love of Jesus Christ and starting a new life. Right now in our community program with a School of Purpose, which is a vocational skilling program, our alumni that have been through the program since 2011 are the ones that are training. We have girls that have gone through that remnant generation, part of our staff team, and we are believing that every story of desperation can be transformed into a story of hope and inspiration. The story of Uganda, where we are seeing 28% of girls as teenage mothers, can completely change if we all arise and give these girls an opportunity. I want to thank you so much for nominating the Remnant Generation as part of the ACT Award. And this is what it means for us. It means that we have the opportunity to show girls that are pregnant and have gone through a lot of abuse that there is opportunity and potential, and that there are people that see them and believe in their dreams and believe in their aspirations, and they are able to rally behind them and give them that platform to shine their light out. Thank you so much for voting us even now.
Hi, my name is Grace Wanunda. I am a born-again Christian based in Mombasa. I am a mother of two beautiful children by adoption. In the year 2014, the Lord called me to adopt. I obeyed and started the process of adoption, and I brought my first child home at 5 months, 5 kilos. It was a real struggle. The process I thought was easy, it wasn't so. I thought that if you wanted to adopt, it would be easy. You walk into a children's home and pick a child and bring home, as simple as such. But it turned out to be so emotionally draining. It turned out to be so challenging and so many obstacles on the way. So I got so discouraged, but I said, if this is what God wanted me to do, I will pursue it to the end. And I did just that, and therefore I brought my daughter home. 2 months down the line, I saw a huge transformation in my child. A baby that came home 5 months, 5 kilos, transformed and started becoming so glowing, so happy, so bubbly. And I also became so happy. The fulfillment that I felt was so huge, and therefore we were just meant to be for each other. Therefore, this fulfillment and the transformation and the challenges I went through is what prompted me to start a group called Adoption is Beautiful. I said adoption is beautiful because of the beauty that came from me. The beauty, the inside beauty came out because I started talking confidently about my journey. I was so proud about it. I was so proud about the fulfillment, and my journey and my story with the child, my daughter, made so many people developed interest in adopting. So this is the reason why I said adoption is beautiful, because it's godly, it is divine, it is God calling you to walk with a child to be the person that God ordained them to be. And to me, that is a beautiful thing. So therefore, I brought people together through my story, and I formed this group with an intention of creating awareness and demystifying the challenges and the stigma and the stereotypes associated with adoption. We brought up together adoptive parents, and we brought up together prospective adoptive parents and adopted persons, and therefore this group is a huge family for 13,000 people that have just come together to share and to learn and to demystify and to encourage people to adopt. It is not only for Kenyans. There are so many people that are learning through Adoption is Beautiful that are not Kenyans. I've got a Malawian that approached me when she wanted to adopt. She followed me and we shared and she got her to adopt. I've got a Zambian lady who adopted, and through Adoption is Beautiful Kenya, she has also started her own Adoption is Beautiful Zambia. And we have demystified the stereotypes and the stigma that has been associated with adoption for a long time. So many people have come together and we are celebrating our joys, we are celebrating our challenges, we are encouraging each other that this thing is doable. We are brought together professionals like psychologists, we are brought together children's officers, we are brought together the adoption social workers, we are brought together even mentors that we always invite from time to time to come and talk to us and to just enable us to learn on how to encounter the challenges that an adoptive parent or an adopted person goes through from time to time. We have brought up families, different families from different angles. We bring them up from time to time to have family fun days. We have managed also to bring up the High Court of Kenya that is authorized to legalize adoption together. We bring the judges together to educate us on the legal process of adoption. We bring up people together from all corners. Those that are not able even to afford the legal process fee, we have managed to bring them up together to teach them on the self-representation. So therefore, this group, Adoption is Beautiful, is a home for all the people that are considering adoption and those that are in the process of adoption. We help each other psychologically, emotionally, financially, and we just support you to make sure that your will, that the will of the Lord concerning adoption in your life is fulfilled. So the reason why I keep talking about adoption and I keep sharing about adoption is because even God himself adopted us into his family. We are the children of God through adoption, and Jesus Christ, the one we believe and we profess, is an adopted child. So I keep encouraging Christians, particularly Christians, that we cannot change the whole world. But you know what? We can make this world a better place for one child. Bring one child home today. Purpose to bring one child home and make a better place, make the world a better place for that child, because adoption is beautiful and adoption is godly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I pray that this story may encourage you, that you may open your hearts and you may open your families to consider adoption. Thank you.
I'm Erin.
And my name is Hannah.
And together we lead
Petros Zoe Initiative. And I would like to tell you about our mandate. Our mandate is to promote the strength and abilities of youth by providing life skills that empower each to face life's challenges with confidence, competence, and dignity. Now, we are doing that through different programs, but today we would like to highlight only 2 programs that we are doing as Petros Zoe. And Erin here is going to start with one of our biggest programs.
That's right. Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah.
So the first program I would like to talk about is our Teenage Pregnancy Center. So like Hannah said, we focus on the youth in Uganda. And we realized that because teenage pregnancy is such a big issue in Uganda, we cannot effectively handle taking care of the youth without focusing on that population as well. So last year, we decided to start our teenage pregnancy program. And then in October of last year, we launched our residential center for the teens. So since October, we have had more than 40 girls go through our program. Currently at the center, we have 22 girls and about 16 or 17 babies. Yeah. When the girls come to our center, we train them, they go through counseling, they go through parenting classes, and we basically set them up for success for after they leave our center. Once they give birth, we give them about a year to get themselves together, to get their confidence back, and to be able to enter society again and become successful mothers. For girls whose pregnancies are normal, for those who don't have any complications, we are able to deliver them from our site here, which saves us a lot of transportation, and it also keeps the girls safe. A lot of these young mothers go into labor, and they go into labor very quickly, so having a labor ward on site takes care of that unknown of the travel. The midwife is also here 24 hours, so she's able to be in here with them during that time as well. By the time they leave our center, which is about after a year after giving birth, that they would be able to enter back into society and be productive citizens, be good mothers, be good parents, and then raise their children up to be good followers of Christ as well. We have a discipleship program with the girls. They faithfully attend Worship Harvest every Sunday. They're part of an MC, and we've seen incredible transformation within the girls that we've had at the center. You see them coming in and their confidence is down. They've gone through trauma. They don't believe in themselves, but then just through the short time that they're at our center, we see incredible transformation in their confidence. All of a sudden they understand that they can be somebody and that their life is not over just because of this teenage pregnancy. So yeah, we are super excited about that program. I'm gonna pass it on to Hannah for our other program we're gonna discuss today.
Thank you very much, Erin. One of the programs that I would like to talk about to you today is the charity clubs. Now, the charity clubs are a group of young people in the communities out there who have chosen to do a lot of work in their community. They are actually doing community work, and they are partnering with the local government in Mukono as a municipality. So we have different charity clubs. We have one that is dealing with sanitation in the community. Another one is dealing with the children, the babies, the children who are supposed to go to school but do not have enough help from their parents to help them do their classwork well. And those who do not know how to download work from the internet, we have a charity club that is helping them to do that. And another one that is dealing with food security, and they are helping to go out into the communities and teach the people how to do urban farming. So today I would like to just really highlight the sanitation club. The sanitation club, they go out into the community, and every week they reach out to 320 homes on a weekly basis. They go to them to find out if they have latrines, what are the conditions of the latrines, are they harvesting water, do they have sock pits, how are they disposing of their garbage, and they are teaching the communities on how to do that. Now, what happens is that we as Petros Zoe, we are just facilitating these youth with just 10,000 shillings a week to do this kind of work. And when they find disabled people, old people who cannot put up for themselves latrines, who cannot dig up for themselves sock pits, they actually help to make sure that they put up these facilities for these old people. For the people who have the energy but do not have good latrines, do not have sock pits, they actually work hand in hand with the local government who come in and enforce the law to make sure that the community is clean and that the community is doing well when it comes to sanitation. So those are the two programs that we wanted to highlight to you today.
So we'd like to thank everybody who nominated us. Thank you so much. Webele, webele, nyo. And if we win this ACT award, we are going to be so excited, so happy. And I know our youth are also going to be so proud that there's something that so many people are getting behind and supporting. So thank you very much. Vote for us.
Hello, my name is Peter Genza. I am the program manager for Blessed Child Foundation, an organization that takes care of children who are undergoing treatment for cancer. We have been here since 2007 when Brian, our founder, who is a local clown, got the inspiration after visiting the Uganda Cancer Institute. The need was that there were many children who needed accommodation, who needed care, who needed nutrition, that were lying on the hospital verandas. And so he came to us, his friends, we put our resources together, and we opened our very first home in March 2010 here on Soweto Kagwa Road. Since then, we have opened 3 other homes, one in Gulu, one in Barara, and another home right within the same area here. Children that come from far from all over the country, some come from outside of the country, Congo, Southern Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, They all come to Mulago for treatment, and many of them have nowhere to stay. So the homes of Blessed Child Foundation provide for them accommodation, meals, nutrition support, all other psychosocial support, play therapy, education, to help them be able to cope with the challenges of treating cancer. We offer many services, like I have mentioned, but chief among them is accommodation. Accommodation for a family that has a child that is suffering from cancer. We take them to hospital every single morning, we bring them back in the evening, and I must say that this has had a huge transforming effect on the people that come in to have their children treated for cancer. Many of them are not exactly rich people. They are hard-pressed for finances, but when they come and they know that accommodation is taken care of, their meals are taken care of, the child is going to receive therapy, play therapy, counseling, palliative care, they are able to stick in there, hang in there, and we have seen treatment abandonment rates drop dramatically. We celebrated 1 year in Mbarara at the Grace Home earlier this month at the beginning of August, and the doctor there, Dr. Barnabas Atwine, who is in charge of the pediatric oncology ward, was telling us that abandonment of treatment rates in Africa, averagely they stand at about 30%. But because of the social interventions that we have seen in the homes like Blessed Child Foundation, those abandonment rates have dropped to 10%. That is a huge impact. So now parents who have children who are suffering from cancer do not have to worry much about where they are going to stay when they come for treatment in Mulago, because the homes are available and everything is provided to them at no cost. The accommodation, the transport, subsidized medical support, the education. Unfortunately, some of the children pass away, but we are still able to offer bereavement support for them all the way until the child is repatriated back to their communities. I am glad to say that in the last 10 years when we have been operational, actually 11 years, we have taken over, we have looked after nearly 4,000 children. The actual number is 3,882, something like that. And we have seen a tremendous impact in the treatment outcomes of children with cancer. What I can say is that back in the day, about probably 6-7 years ago, the death rate, mortality rates of children with cancer were quite high, standing at about 70%. They have since gone down to about 30%. So the impact has been tremendous. The ACT Award, Award for Community Transformation, if Blessed Child Foundation came out top, that would be a testament to the intervention that we are doing among children who are suffering from cancer in our country. It would mean a lot to us that people are finally recognizing that, number one, we have a challenge of cancer among children in Uganda, but most importantly, that there are people out there who are doing something about it to ensure that every child who has cancer has a fair shot at treatment and beating cancer. I would like to thank the Worship Harvest community for the award for community transformation, the ACT Awards, and for the people that have nominated us. I know that we are among the top 5 nominees. We would like to say thank you so much, because you believe in the work that we do. You are partnering with us to ensure that we kick cancer out of our country, Uganda. Thank you so much.
Transform. We'll be right back. right back. Transform. We'll be right back. Transform. We'll be right back. Transform. We'll be right back.
We're back.
We're back.
Hey.
Are you ready for us? Transform 21 is your hashtag. And right now, Pastor Steve, we have company.
Oh, yes, we do.
Enjoy. And as you come on, I want to invite you to just log on.
Log on right now because
tell those who are eating to come back till the lunchtime crew that it's time to get back.
oh yeah, it's time to go. So
Get your drink.
we just need you to remind everyone out there that we are back. But whilst we wait for them, I think the music is playing. You are here. I am here. There's people that are willing to dance. So we are going to get a praise party started in here whilst we welcome the rest of you to join us. Now, do not be blinded. Do not be fooled. We're going to turn it up. So go ahead and share that link right now. Remind somebody that we are back online right now, because we are about to turn it up. And as we do, we're going to get some boogie on now. We are about to be joined by a few awesome people on stage. Now, to all my talented people, to all my gifted people, come on, let's show them how we do this thing. Hey. So I would like to invite you to right now, get on your feet right now. Get on your feet right now. Just like you can realize, none of us is seated. I mean, just look at these people. Nobody is seated. That's why we are going to get started. Just spread those legs wide, just like I am. Now move from side to side, just from side to side. Hey, I know you've just had your lunch, so this could be a little bit hard for you. That's why we're just going slow on you. Now we are going to hold it in place and just go like, See that? Because we know you've just had some beautiful lunch, we know that we can't go pretty hard on you, but we're still going to start taking it up a little bit. And now we are going to take this pasta right. 1, 2, 3, let go. Easy peasy, easy peasy. I hope you're standing. This is not for your entertainment. This is for our entertainment, all right? Easy stuff. Let go.
We need you to join us. We need you to join us. We are back. Tell everyone that needs to know that they need to get back right now. Come on. Hey.
Easy stuff. We go. Now every time I say like a boss, you know what a boss does? I hope you guys have got it right. Loyal people. We good?
We got it.
Like a boss. These guys have got it. We are not yet sure you guys have got it. One more time. 3, 2, 1, let go. Oh yeah. Let go. Let you give me peace every day. Let you make me dance every day. Like non-stop. Easy stuff, right? We good. I see you.
Come and show me, man. I need some help right here. Come on. Hey.
And we got, hey.
And even as you enjoy the hype going on right now, I need you to share that link and let everyone know that we are back. We are excited.
Now, let's go.
And we're waiting for you. Come on. Hey.
Easy stuff, easy stuff.
You can get up wherever you are and just
shake that foot down. We go.
Shake that foot down wherever you are. Just get up on your feet right now. We need you to join us. And even as you do that, share the link. Let everyone know that we are back and we are excited.
Are we together? Are we together? I don't know why we are not going together. 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 Let's just switch it up. Go back on a different foot. You think that? Do you think that is easy? Let go. Let go. Then when you get here, So we are taking it back. But this time,
Come and get the groove. Left
Yo, I hope you're moving with us. Come on. Hey, check this out. Hey. Double time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You need to get that link shared.
One more time.
As you
1,
enjoy
2,
with us.
3,
Come on.
4. Anytime now. There's a time when you can do some things and some people can do sometimes. So it's time for us to go. Minister Timo, how we go?
Are you ready? Come on.
See, 1, 2, 3, we go.
Even as we continue to have some fun in the house, don't let anyone miss. And now you can even still invite those who need to tune in right now and miss the first session. There's still more for them, so call everyone.
It is only fair we go up and around we go. We go. It is only fair that we do it together, right? We go.
Come on. I hope you have voted for your Act Award nominee. As
Any
you saw
people
in the
ready
videos
to-
during the break, you still have an opportunity to do that.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
as we continue to dance, as we warm up and bring you some more moves, remember to vote, 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 vote. Vote for your Act Award nominee. Let us know who you want to win this year, 2021. Tell your neighbor we are back, we are waiting, we are building momentum. I can see on YouTube, and we need more and more of us to get on, so let everyone know. Come on.
Always switching it up. Easy stuff. Hey. If you have your heels on like Pastor Solomon, do what she's doing.
That's right.
It's time I think the born again Christians call it spiritual warfare. Hey, we are going to bring the spiritual into the physical.
I have a move for us. I know about this head move, which Pastor Flo is good at. Can you just show us that head move that the dancers were doing that's so cool? That's so dope. Guys, that move is so cool. If you're like me and you can talk more than you can dance, you will agree that that move is dope. I love it.
So we've been joined by awesome dancers. Oh, thank you so much. Just as you leave, as you say bye-bye, we just want you to go like... Let go! Oh yeah! Come on! So, I hope that was beautiful. I think you broke a sweat because, I literally did that. I hope you broke a sweat wherever you are. This was just to let you know that we are back. And you know, since you just had lunch, chances are likely, the sanctity of the after lunch nap is kicking in and we don't want you to get into a nappy stage. So,
that's right.
Let's come back. Share the link. Let the people know that we are
know that
here.
we are back.
Oh,
we
yeah.
are back, we are back, we are back.
With you right now.
Transform 21 is your hashtag.
2021, come on. Hey.
Come on, share the link, share the link, share the link. The beauty about online is that you can watch while you eat. Hey. Come on. So you need to get on right now.
All right.
Transform will be right. He is the senior pastor of Mavuno Church. He studied biochemistry at the University of Nairobi. His passions include leadership development and societal transformation. He is an author of several books, including Mizizi. He and Carol have been married 27 years. Welcome to the gathering, Murithi Wanjao, aka Pastor M.
Greetings. What an honor it is for me to be speaking here today. I love Worship Harvest Church. I love the Transform Conference. And it's such a joy to be here. You know, if I was not pastor at Mavuno Church, I would be a member of Worship Harvest. I'm so excited about what God is doing among you. I want to give a very special shout out to my good friends, Apostle Moses Mukisa and Sarah Mukisa. You are our relatives, you are our buddies, you are our friends, you are companions in ministry. We love you and honor you. I want to just say, Worship Harvest, for those of you who are from Worship Harvest, that you have amazing pastors. We are just so delighted in them. And I mean, they're such good friends. Every time they come to visit us in Nairobi from Kampala, they bring us one of our favorite snacks. They bring us a couple of bags of Gonja crisps. Actually, Pastor Ari brings us like 6 bags, and we just hoard those and we release them like medicine. I mean, that's how much we love the Gonjas or the plantains from Kampala. And so thank you so much for just being such good friends. We honor you. We're grateful to be here. I want to say this also, that the pastors of Worship Harvest, led by Apostle Mukisa, have been such a blessing to Mavuno. We are tracking some of the things that God is doing in your church, and you've come and you've blessed us many times. And one of the things I'm convinced is that when the story of Mavuno, the next 15 years of Mavuno Church is written, that Worship Harvest will feature very strongly in that story. We're blessed to know you, and you are blessed to be led by such incredible leaders. Now, we want to also say that we're convinced that Worship Harvest is currently in the middle of a revival. We, as your relatives, are following closely because we want to be completely affected and infected by what you have. We are so excited about what God is doing, and I was asked this year to speak along the theme of Soar, which is the theme of the conference. And what a great theme, because it's exactly what we sense God is doing at Worship Harvest right now, at Transform, that there's a soaring that God is bringing, that there's a new level that God is calling his people into. And so as I prayed about the theme and what to speak about today, I was led by God to speak from 1 Kings chapter 19. And I want you to turn there with me in your Bibles or in your gadgets if you have them. And I just want us to go along and read that together. And as we do so, there's just a little context that I want to give you for what we're about to read. This scripture, this story is about Elijah. He was Israel's most famous prophet. And you know, this was actually at the most successful point of his career. Elijah was such an important prophet that he was known as the one who represented the prophets. Moses represented the law. Elijah represented the prophets. And when Jesus, much later on, was at the Mount of Transfiguration, remember, who appeared to him, it was Moses and Elijah. In other words, this guy was an icon for Israel. He was a huge, huge emblem for that nation. And you know, it's interesting, in 1 Kings 18, there's a story of one of his greatest achievements. This man, he prophesied and he declared a drought over Israel. And for the next 3 years, not a single drop fell on that land. It was parched. His word came true. And then he summoned the king and he called him into a contest, told him to bring all his prophets, the prophets of Baal and the prophets of Asherah, and he called them to a public presentation. I think you know the story. And each of the prophets, each group was to demonstrate, to show publicly which God was the strongest. And the God who answered by prayer, they were going to put up these altars and put some put some offering on them, a bull, and then the God that would send fire to burn the offering, that will be the real God. And so, of course, the Baal prophets went first. And you know the story in scripture. It's actually a very comical story when you read it in the original language. These prophets come and they desperately call their God for prayer. They call their God in prayer. They call him to send fire. They cut themselves. They're bleeding. They're just showing this idol, this God in their minds. They're showing how passionate they are. And Elijah, he begins to tease them. I mean, this guy is a king of trash talk. And he begins to tease them. He says, come on, cut yourself a bit more. Shout a bit louder, guys. Maybe your God is deep in thought. He can't hear you. So just shout a bit louder. Or maybe, maybe he's in the toilet. ouch, relieving himself. And it's like, come on, you might need to shout louder so he hears you. Or maybe he's away on a trip. Or he's asleep and needs to be wakened. I mean, this is actually from scripture. I mean, this is like, by the way, when I play sports, I kind of do that stuff, but it's in the Bible, you know? So this is Elijah. He's doing this to these guys, and of course they're mad. And then afterwards, it's his turn. And he comes up, he raises a stake, he says, bring water. And they pour water on the sacrifice. He says, just pour water, because when that fire comes, I want you to know it's only God who could have done it. And then he doesn't cut himself, he doesn't shout, he doesn't even say in the name, he doesn't say any of that stuff that we sometimes say to sound impressive. He just says a simple prayer. And when he prays, fire comes down, boom! And it consumes the whole sacrifice. And everybody in Israel just cries out, the Lord, He is God. And Elijah, I mean, it's crazy because all the prayers Elijah has been praying for Israel, in that one day they come to pass. The whole nation turns back to God. God's power is in the land. People can see a revival. People can see great things God is doing. Elijah then commands the people. He says, come on, seize those prophets of Baal. Let's kill them all because these guys have destroyed our land. They've desecrated our land. And the people just obey him without even thinking. They do it. And then Elijah goes up to the mountain. I'm telling you this story. This could be a Hollywood movie. I mean, this is a scripture. It's just so dramatic. He goes up to the mountain and then he prays. And he prays 7 times. If you know the scripture, if you know the story. And the 7th time, there's a small cloud that just becomes this thundering storm. And the drought is over. But before it's over, he realizes, man, the king is going to be trapped. This storm is going to be serious. So he tells the king, get on your chariot and follow me. And the dude just runs in front of the chariot. Can you believe that? I mean, he runs faster than the horses. The horses are just trying to keep up with him. And this guy, just carried by the Spirit, he runs all the way and tells the king, okay, now you're home. And the rain can rain. I mean, all in a day's work. This is a serious guy. He's full of the power of the Holy Spirit. He's experiencing revival. He's at the top of his game. Everything is going well. And that's why what happens next is a complete shocker to us. Because you can imagine, when this man has seen the whole nation turning to God, from State House to the slums, revival everywhere, he's in his place of purpose. What can possibly go wrong? Let's read the scripture and see what happens next. 1 Kings chapter 19, and here's what it says. It says, Ahab told Jezebel everything Elijah had done. By the way, can I do a cut right now? I'd have wanted a Bible. Will I create work for you if we have to add that part? What could possibly go wrong? Let's go down, Kidogo, to the paragraph just before. It's everywhere. God has used you powerfully. All your dreams have come true in that one day. What could possibly go wrong? That's what we want to read about. So turn with me in your scripture, like I say, to 1 Kings chapter 19. And I'm going to read from verse 1 to 9. Now, Ahab told Jezebel everything Elijah had done and how he had killed all the prophets with the sword. Now, Jezebel sent a message to Elijah to say, may the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like that of one of them. Elijah was afraid, and he ran for his life. When he came to Beersheba in Judah, he left his servant there, while he himself went on a day's journey into the desert. He came to a broom tree, sat down under it, and prayed that he might die. I've had enough, Lord, he said. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors. Then he lay down under the tree and fell asleep. All at once an angel touched him and said, get up and eat. He looked around, and there by his head was a cake of bread baked over hot coals and a jar of water, and he ate and drank, and then he lay down again. The angel of the Lord came back a second time and touched him and said, get up, eat, for the journey is too much for you. So he got up and he ate and drank, and strengthened by that food, he traveled 40 days and 40 nights until he reached Horeb, the mountain of God. There he went into a cave and spent the night. Now, you would expect, after seeing God's mighty work, that Elijah would be overflowing with confidence, overflowing with authority, ready to tackle any challenge that had come his way. In the middle of the revival, what could go wrong? But here's what happens. Elijah hears that Jezebel has sworn to have him killed. And he panics, and he quits, and he runs away. He's so depressed that he even wants to die. I mean, is this some kind of spiritual attack? That's the first thing. It's like, this is a spiritual attack? What's happening? Are these demons? I'll tell you what's happening. Elijah was on the verge of burnout, and he did not even know it. Now, what is burnout? My layman's definition is burnout is a condition of chronic stress that is caused by living in an unhealthy emotional space for longer than your body can handle. So it's chronic stress that you just live in that emotionally unhealthy space for longer than your body can handle. And let me explain how it works. Maybe you're taking a walk and you come face to face. You turn around the corner and you come face to face with a huge snarling dog. And it's attacking you. What do? What's your first reaction? You run, isn't it? Or you fight. If you're in a corner and there's nowhere you can go, you fight. That's called fight or flee response. That's what your body gives you. It releases some chemicals, in particular adrenaline, cortisol, and norepinephrine. And these chemicals are just there to help you fight or flee. Some of you studied biology, so you remember some of this stuff. I remember this actually is true, because when I was in high school, I remember once I was visiting an area where I was going to see a certain beautiful girl, and it's an area that was a bit deserted, and one of those rich neighborhoods where people have big gates and big compounds. And I turned a corner, and there was a dog like that. And let me tell you guys, I've never understood how, because the fence that I jumped over, I came later, and I showed it to people and they refused to believe that I jumped that fence. But I tell you, I did not even touch it. I just found myself on the other side of the fence. That's what adrenaline does. Fight or flee. And I fled for my life. God gives you, I'm telling you, God made us amazing. He made us have some crazy responses. So here's what happens. When your body is in that space where you're feeling threatened, where it's feeling like it's stretched, adrenaline is produced, cortisol is produced, all these chemicals are being produced in your body. But when our bodies are constantly on alert, constantly on that place of just alertness, fight or flee response, guess what happens? These chemicals are produced over and over and over, and what they start to do is they start wearing out your body. You're worn out spiritually, you're worn out emotionally, you're worn out physically, you're worn out in every way, mentally. And it's like a floodlight. If you find a floodlight which is on and has no switch off, basically what eventually happens is a bulb just starts to burn out. And that's what happens in a place of burnout. Now Elijah, he shows us some of the signs of burnout. And some of you may recognize some of these signs as I share them. The first is panic attacks. When he heard from the queen that she intended to kill him, verse 3 says, Elijah was afraid and he ran for his life. I mean, that's a very interesting thing. This guy has just commanded people to kill prophets, 450 of them. He has just called fire from heaven to burn a wet sack. Surely, why is he afraid of one woman? How? I'll tell you what's happening. You see, people facing burnout, they suffer from panic attacks. And some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. They lose confidence in themselves. They have no capacity to deal with unexpected crisis. And that's what happens. Everything is going well until something comes out of the blue. He's not expecting it, and he panics. And that's the thing that seems so easy for him to do now seems overwhelming. And some of you are right now in a space of being overwhelmed. A second symptom of burnout is deep discouragement. By the way, I don't know why the Lord really impressed this word was so strongly on me as we talk about Soar. Some of you are wondering, what does this have to do with Soar? I'm going to come to that in a moment. But the second thing is deep discouragement. And he says in verse 4, as he's thinking about this word, he's like, I've had enough, Lord. Take my life. In fact, he says, I'm no better than my ancestors. I mean, this guy just sounds like a complaining African. I'm no better than my ancestors. I mean, he's literally asking to die. And yet to everyone else who's watching from a distance, he's a prophet. He's a definition of success. He's done what nobody else has ever done. But at the height of his career, at the height of everything good, he wants to commit suicide. And maybe you've seen this happening. You found people that they're at the top of their game, but when you talk about them, you find they're depressed. They want to quit ministry. Or have you ever seen those people where at the height of their ministry, I was talking about, somebody was telling me about a church that was a very successful church, and at the height of the success, the pastor had an affair and just destroyed the whole church. It doesn't exist anymore. What happens to leaders when that happens to them? What happens is people on the verge of burnout, they experience often a numbing sense of hopelessness, struggling with feeling of depression and self-pity. And that's what begins to happen. And you see this happening with Elijah. Number 3, exhaustion. We're told after he prayed, in verse 5, it continues now with the next symptom. He says he lay down under a bush and he fell asleep. I mean, this guy, he needs to sleep. And even when the angel comes, it's like God just lets him rest. And then he comes, the angel taps him, gives him food, like freshly prepared by the angels, by the way. The guy just eats it. He's not even like, oh, wow, an angel, amazing. He's like, we've never even heard of Elijah seeing an angel before that. It's the first time he's seeing an angel. He just eats, he sleeps again. That's how exhausted this guy is. And the Bible tells us the angel comes again and wakes him up and gives him food and he sleeps again. And it's only after he's done that a couple of times that now the angel tells him, it's time for you to go, and tells him where to go. You know, Elijah was experiencing physical and emotional exhaustion. And some of us are in a place where we are so exhausted that even when you take a few days from work, it doesn't even seem to make a difference. You come back even tired from resting. You're tired all the time. You have to psych yourself up to even do the simplest task at work. The thing that you used to enjoy so much, even the ministry you enjoyed, has become a drudgery. It's become work for you. And that's a symptom of burnout. A fourth symptom of burnout is a distorted perspective. And Elijah, again, very interesting, he shows this one as well. You're going to read this in just a little farther down. In verse 5, he says, the word of the Lord came to him. This is actually a little farther down. It says, the word of the Lord came to him and asked Elijah, what are you doing in this place? And he replied, I've been very zealous for the Lord. This is verse 9 and verse 10. I've been very zealous for the Lord Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, broken down your altars, put your prophets to death with a sword. I am the only one left, and now they're trying to kill me. You know, Elijah's answer is completely paranoid. It's like, I'm the only one left. He feels like single-handedly he's the one representing God on the planet. It's like, God, I'm the single-handed representative of heaven right now, and they're trying to kill me. Like, what a distorted perspective. What could have even led him to think like this? You know, Elijah had taken on God's responsibility. He began to feel like he was God's representative on earth alone. And he felt like if he didn't do it, the whole thing would crash. Things would come falling down. You see, when you're in a stage of near burnout, it blurs your perspective. You start to feel like the whole world is in your hands. You can't even delegate work because you feel they won't do it as well as you anyway. They don't even know what they're doing. They're not even as committed. You look at people who are coming late to work and you feel resentful of them. Do they even understand this mission? Do they even understand the responsibility we have? And you're like, just give it to me. You are asked to take a day off and you find yourself even working from home on your day off. And I can hear some people laughing in the audience because they are guilty of this very thing we're talking about. You know, when we are close to burnout, we feel like we're the only ones carrying God's weight. We feel like if we take a break, nobody else cares as much as we do. Am I preaching to somebody in the house today? Absolutely. Some of you are experiencing burnout. And some here are becoming aware of the fact that even now in the middle of a revival, you could be in burnout. Here's the crazy thing about Elijah. He's not burning out because things are bad. He's burning out in the middle of good things. And there's some of you in the middle of a beautiful thing that could be happening that you could be burning out in the middle of a good thing. Burnout is often the reason why many good leaders and many good many pastors and Christian leaders have moral failures. It's not because they were not godly enough. It's not because they didn't pray or fast enough. It's not because God was not using them powerfully. But it's because they just burnt out. And the best part of this story, and I just say this, I mean, it's a crazy story, but the best part of this story, when Elijah complains to God, God does not rebuke him. God does not tell him, you crazy guy, what made you even think like this? Instead, he lets him sleep. My goodness, what a good God we serve. Hey, God wants you to sleep. Like God created in 7 days, and then 6 days, and then the 7th day he slept. Not because he needs sleep. The Bible says he neither sleeps or slumbers, but because you need sleep. You need rest. And it's like God created a rhythm for us to rest. So he lets him rest and he gives him food. He allows him to take a much needed break. And I want to say that some of us who are watching this, you desperately need to schedule a break in your life right now. Don't worry. God can still run the world in your absence. Just take a break because it may be exactly what you need to go the long journey. The angel says to Elijah, eat and drink because the journey the journey ahead is long. And where God is taking you doesn't need a sprint, it's a marathon. And he needs you to be rested for the things that are coming. And it was only when Elijah was in a good space, emotionally in a good space, that he could now listen to what God had to say to him. And it was interesting because before that, he couldn't hear God. But 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 9 going ahead, it says this. And the word of the Lord came to him. and this is chapter 19, verse 9. It says, the word of the Lord came to him and asked him, what are you doing, Elijah? And he replied, I've been very zealous for the Lord Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, broken down your altars, put your prophets to death with a sword. I'm the only one left now. They're trying to kill me too. And the Lord said to him, go and stand out on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by. And then a great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks before the Lord, but the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind there was an earthquake, and the Lord was not in the earthquake. And then it continues to say, after the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went and stood at the mouth of the cave. Wow. Wow. Amazing words. God was speaking in a gentle whisper. You know, Elijah had just come from a very adrenaline-filled, passionate, exciting stage of ministry. But God was teaching him something powerful. He was teaching him this, that God's whisper is only for those who stop long enough to listen. You know, sometimes in the middle of ministry, we don't stop. We can't stop. We feel like we have to keep running. And sometimes even prayer becomes work. You're running so hard and praying so hard because of the demons you have to slay and all the things you have to do. You don't even have time to listen to what God is saying. When was the last time you stopped enough to listen to what God was saying about your job and your business or your family or your ministry, your relationships? What are you saying, Lord? I surrender these. Speak to me. You know, many of us, if we're to be honest, our lives are so full of action. Good things, not bad things, that we hardly have time to actually tarry and be with God. Even our prayer times are just full of emergencies that we need God to sort out. You know, our relationship with God is it's premised on emergencies, on crisis management. I remember one time after doing ministry, an intense season of ministry. I'd done 15 years of ministry without a significant break. And so I took a sabbatical. My leaders in the church that I was serving in asked me to take a sabbatical. And so I took a sabbatical, my first sabbatical ever. And I remember the first thing I discovered. After about a week on sabbatical, I realized I couldn't pray. Like, I woke up to pray and I had nothing to say. And I was like, God, I don't even know how to pray more than 2 minutes. Like, for me, who was a prayer, I'm like, I've been praying and I've been seeing demons. What's happening? I can't even pray. And it's only when I went to a friend to counsel who told me, here's what's going on. You've only learned how to pray when there's a problem. Your prayers are crisis. By the way, it's like, God, destroy, fire, come down on heaven. Father God, this conversation I'm having, Lord, I need you for this. Provision is needed for ministry. And it's like now when there's no provision needed, because I didn't need anything at that time, all my needs were provided. I realized I had no relationship with God beyond managing crisis in ministry. And you know, it was such a powerful thing for me because I remember this pastor who was an older pastor. He's called Pastor Kenton. He was ministering to me at the time. And he told me, here's what I want you to do. He gave me a little devotional book. Some of you have seen those. It's called Jesus Calling. It's a very interesting book because it's not even like, by the way, I used to look down on devotional books because when I was brought up as a Christian, we were taught to read the word for yourself. Chew it. Why are you getting other people to chew for you and then spit out and then you eat what they're eating? Chew for yourself. So I couldn't even read the scripture. So here's what Kenton told me. He told me, take this book. And it was such a simple devotional book. It's like you open page 1 and it says, Dear son, I am your father. I love you so much. You are the apple of my eye. Love God. And then the scripture there, the apple of his eye. And I'm like, what's the deep thing after? It's nothing else. That's day 1. And I was like, really? And he said, yeah, that's what I want you to do. Every day, just wake up, read that prayer, thank God, and that's okay. After that, eat and enjoy your sabbatical. By the way, I felt like a heathen for the first week. I was just feeling like I'm backsliding. Like, how am I doing this? But what Kenton was beginning to help me is to understand that, my goodness, it's about relationship. I was in a task-based conversation with God. And it's like, no, God doesn't want task. He wants relationship. And here's the thing I began to realize, and this is a passage from this story. This is a word from this story that I believe is powerful and important for every leader in this conference to understand. That it's not busyness, but effectiveness that counts. God doesn't care about your busyness. how much you're running back and forth, all the hours you spent in ministry, those are not what really count. It's really the effectiveness of your time with him. That's what really counts. Elijah gives God a long list of complaints. Oh, can you see this is happening? People are trying to kill me. I'm the only prophet. They don't even care. God doesn't even respond to that. Because here's the thing, that Elijah is spending all this time worrying about things that are not his business to worry about. It's like he's taking over God's responsibility. He's become busy doing God's job. And it's like God is saying, you think you're the one who's holding my world together? In fact, later in the passage, God tells him, listen, I have 7,000 others in Israel. In other words, there are 7,000 other people I could have used Elijah. Just because you think you're the greatest prophet. You are just one in 7. My God, how embarrassing. It's like, I thought, God, it was only me. I thought that the religion, the faith was just depending on, no, Elijah, there are 7,000 other people. I just chose you because I chose you. Because I love you. Relax. And right there, God begins to tell Elijah, in fact, those things you're worrying about have nothing to do with you. Here is your assignment. And if you know the rest of the passage, he continues to tell Elijah, go and anoint this guy to be the next king of Israel. And go and anoint this guy to be the next king of Syria. And go and anoint this guy to be your successor. Because, by the way, Elijah, your time is done. I'm even finished with what you've even done what you came here to do. It's time for you to hand over. And it's like, God, I thought, no, relax. I've got the world in my hands. You know, there's a song that we were taught in Sunday school. I've always thought, by the way, that the best theology I ever learned in my life, I learned in Sunday school. And that song said, he's got the whole world in his hands. 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 By the time we pastors, we church leaders, when we begin to understand this truth, it will liberate us. It will make ministry a joy. We will stop thinking that the whole world depends on us. Elijah has lost focus on God. He's now focusing on ministry. Ministry has become his God. He's become more worried about ministry than God himself is. Come on, Elijah, get a life. This is not what God created you for. It's like you're doing, you know, it's not about moving fast. You can be in ministry, but being in ministry doesn't mean that God has sent you. Somebody needs to hear this word. Just because you're busy in ministry doesn't mean you're busy doing God's work. You could be doing your own tasks. And I like to say, it's almost like somebody is driving to Ginger. Your car is supposed to be moving to Ginger, but your car is headed towards Mbarara. It's like your car is facing the wrong direction. Driving faster will not get you there. At some point, you're going to have to stop that car, turn it around, face it the right direction, and then you can get where you're supposed to be going. And what I'm saying is this, God will never reward you in heaven for moving fast. He'll never reward you for being busy. He'll reward you for doing what you are meant to be doing. And the only way you'll ever find that out is wait on him. Wait on him. It's not busyness, but effectiveness that counts. And I don't know why this word was so powerful for me, because I just thought in the middle of a revival, when everything is working so well, when God is on the move and his spirit, the fire is on a people, it's so easy for them to lose sight on the fact that it's God doing it. It's so easy to start focusing on the things that God himself is supposed to be doing. You know, Jesus said, I will build my church. He never said you build a church. But there's some things he said that he will never do for you. He says that you instruct your children. If you're so busy building his church that you have no time to do what you're supposed to be doing, which is instruct your children, then you're not doing God's work. If you're not so busy building the church, you have no way to be a husband to the one wife he gave you to look after. Surely, why are you looking after his children? Why are you doing his work and abandoning your work? That is not something that will ever give you credit with God. It's not busyness, but effectiveness that counts. And this brings me to why this is so powerful and so important for this conference. This is why this word really connects with where we are as God's people. Because here's what Isaiah chapter 40, verse 29 to 31 says, the powerful word of the prophet to God's people. And here's what I believe God is saying to somebody in Transform right now. Those who hope in the Lord, those who wait on the Lord, those who expect, look for, hope in him, that they will gain new strength. They will renew their power. This is the Amplified Version. And it says they will lift up on their wings. They will soar on wings. They will rise close to God like eagles. They will rise towards the sun. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not grow tired. NIV says they will soar on wings like eagles. Do you see it? The condition for soaring is waiting. Come on, somebody. The condition for moving, for soaring on wings, is waiting. It's listening. It's quietening before God. How do we wait on the Lord? And I want to conclude right now by saying this. We wait on the Lord. I've learned to do it by observing rhythms of Sabbath. And how do I observe those rhythms? For a leader here, this might be helpful for you. Every day, I disconnect from the world and I wait on God. And I've come to learn that it's easy to see this as a duty. Waking up in the morning, every morning when I pray for an hour, Apostle Mo taught us that only heathens pray for less than an hour. Pastors pray for 3, but I said, just like him, I said at least 1 hour, surely I can be a Christian. And so as a Christian, waiting on the Lord for an hour, just listening to his voice, spending time with him. And I found that, by the way, it's not a chore. And I want to encourage those of you who are doing it. This can become work, but it shouldn't be work. This could actually be just time to enjoy your Father. Just like a relationship. When you meet your long-lost friend for a while, talking for an hour is nothing. When you meet somebody that you enjoy being with, it's like, okay, tell me about your life, what's going on? And you have a relationship. It's not a chore. And so that 1 hour is just something that I've really come to treasure. Every week, I also have a rhythm. So that's my daily rhythm every day. But every week, God rested on the 7th day. And God did not need to rest. When is your day of rest? When do you, each week, take time to refresh and to energize yourself? And you know, some people, I know even pastors in our church, once in a while I'd catch them, that on their day off, they would actually go to a prayer ministry in another ministry. I'm like, come on, guy, that's not what I'm giving you a day off for. Your day off is for you. What kind of God? What other God would... He's so crazy, he loves us so much that he tells us, I command you to take a day of rest. And what other foolish kind of people are we who are like, no, I don't want to rest? I'm like, it's like you read the scripture and God is perplexed at Israel. It's like, you break my Sabbath? What kind of people are you? So what's your Sabbath? That's your every week rhythm. Every month, I take a day off to pray and to listen. Just give a whole day, just to enjoy God and to spend time in him, because that's my monthly rhythm. Every term, I don't know if, I think like in Uganda, you're on a term system like we are. So we have 3 terms a year, which is every 4 months. I take a Sabbath, I take a retreat, a prayer retreat. And for 2 days, I go away without my family, just myself. And I spend time to just retreat and hang out with God. It's not by the way, it's not fasting. I don't fast at that time. It's a time when I eat, enjoy my meals. But I evaluate where I've just come from, and I look forward to where God is taking me. And I look at every portion of my life and just evaluate, am I living on purpose? Just spending time with God. And then every year, I take my leave seriously. I'm not those guys who work during their leave. I turn off my phone, turn off my email, and I go and I rest with my wife. 21 days, 24 days every year are my time to recharge. And then every 5 years as a leader, and this is an important one, every 5 years as a leader, I take a sabbatical leave. And I expect my top leaders to do the same. At least 3 months, we take off and we go. And by the way, I do this in business as well. Take a 3 month. If your company cannot run for 3 months without you, then you're not doing a good job as a leader, especially after 5 years of leading it. And so take some time off and relax, refresh, renew yourself, recharge, and re-energize, because none of us is indispensable. Now, I want to conclude by saying I had a story about this American Christian. His name was Truett Cathy. And this man was in the fast food restaurant business. Fast food means fast. And this guy was, it's like the hustle. He was the king of the hustle. When he was starting his business, he was so zealous about business. He was so hungry for business. He didn't want to miss a single sale. And so he stayed open 24 hours a week, 7 days a week. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And basically, he and his brother, there were 2 of them, they would do 12-hour shifts. So you stay awake 12 hours, I'll do 12 hours. And he even slept in the restaurant next to the grill. Can you imagine how crazy the guy was? Like, they have a restaurant, his bed was next to the grill so that he could wheel it out in the morning and start cooking for guys. Fast car to pull into the parking lot, he wanted to be ready to run and meet the customers. Great customer service. This guy was a hustler. But one day, he began to realize as a believer that he was in danger of making money but never enjoying the blessing of the Lord because of his lifestyle. The scripture says, the blessing of the Lord maketh rich, and he adds no sorrow. And the guy realized he was beginning to bring sorrow even to his own health and to his own body and his relationships. And so he prayed. And he decided if God was to be in charge of this restaurant, then he could take a step of faith and do a crazy thing. He would close his business on Sundays from that time on. Think about that. He just decided my employees also need a day off. And the day of the Lord is, I mean, he could have picked any other day, but he said the day of the Lord is 7th, is Sunday. So I'm going to just shut my business and nobody will work on that day. My employees can be encouraged to go to church and worship. And that was such a radical idea because, of course, it meant that on Sunday, which is a busy day, everybody's out. All your competition will go to the competitor. They will be benefiting because you're closed. But he did it to honor God. Now, today, that restaurant, it's called Chick-fil-A, and it has over 2,200 outlets. They still close on Sundays and Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday. The times when everybody expects you to be open, he decided Christmas holidays, we close. Experts estimate that they lose $1.2 billion annually because of his decision. But here's the crazy thing. Despite only operating on 6 days a week compared to the competitors, Chick-fil-A is the most profitable food chain, fast food chain in the world. In the world. The most profitable. By the way, double the profitability of McDonald's. 4 times the profitability of KFC. In 2021, it was once again, this year, it was once again rated as America's best fast food restaurant. Come on, God. Isn't that amazing for somebody? It's like I honored God. I decided that I will take a break. I decided that I'll give my time to rest. And look what's happening. God accelerates me. This man is not trusting in his own strength. He's trusting in his God, and God is accelerating him beyond the competition. He's no longer alive, but his children have continued the tradition. And one of the things Chick-fil-A is known for, if you ever travel to the US, you must try it. It's known for the fact that these guys always close on Sundays. Everybody knows that about them. Now, it's so easy to get caught up. As I conclude, let me say this. It's so easy to get caught up in ministry that we have no time to listen to God. We have no time to even see the people in our family. We have no time to see the people in our small group, in our missional community. We have no time to actually be there. We're there, the lights are on, but there's nobody home. You're there, but you're not even present. You're thinking about the next thing you need to be doing. And in the process, it's so easy to lose sight of the things that God has led us to, for our ministry to become an idol. We can end up carrying burdens we have no business to carry. God did not call us to carry them. But the business sets us up for ineffectiveness and ultimately for burnout. And so I want somebody to remember this today. It's not busyness, but effectiveness that counts. I want to conclude right now and pray for somebody. I pray this has been a blessing. Father, I want to pray for somebody in this house who is on the verge of burnout. Lord Jesus, I just want to speak to a brother or sister here who is hearing my voice and is convicted right now by your Holy Spirit. That, Lord, they started well and they're not even doing things that are bad, but even in doing the right things, they're doing them the wrong way. They've picked up God's burden and are carrying it as if it is theirs. Like the prophet Elijah, they're at the place where they are doing God's work, but doing it their own way. And Father, I just want to pray for somebody right now who's feeling overwhelmed in life, feeling that this is me that this pastor is talking about. Father God, I pray that you give them the grace to confess that this is where they are, and to give their business, to give their ministry back to you. I pray that, Lord, you'd help them to move away from self-reliance and move towards God-reliance. I pray that, Father God, you'd cure them from workaholism. I pray for somebody here who's a workaholic. I pray that, Lord, you would break the curse, break that addiction to alcoholism, and help them to trust you and to trust you alone. And Lord, I just want to thank you for the revival that this community is experiencing. Lord, we rejoice. We give thanks to you for it. I pray that, Father God, the marriages in this church will thrive. The marriages of all the people watching would prosper. The families would prosper. Their ministries would also prosper at the same time. And so I bless you, God's people are transformed in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And God's people say it together, amen.
Incredible sermon from Pastor M all the way from Nairobi. Pastor M, we love you. Wow, what a challenge. Now come on, friends, I want you to write in the chat, what do you feel has been the most challenging statement that he made? What have you learned from his sermon? And especially, what are you going to do? One of the things we do here at Worship Harvest is every time we hear a sermon, we ask ourselves, what is Jesus saying to me and what am I going to do about it? So I'd like to invite you right now, for just a few minutes, begin to ask yourself those questions. And you know what you can do? Just write in the chat and say, I am going to respond like this. Some of the things he said that stood out for me, he said, it's not business, but effectiveness that counts. So my question to you is, how effective are you as a leader? How effective are you as a pastor, as a businessman? How effective is your ministry? Are you taking time to wait on God and just to inquire from Him about the direction that He has called you to take? You know, somebody once said to me that many times we are so busy doing the work of God that we cannot wait on the work, on the God of the work, yeah? So I hope that that is not you, because it's very important as a believer to wait on God for direction. One of the things I learned as a leader, and this is something that I learned through Apostle Moses Mukisa, something that Rick Warren said. He said, divert daily, withdraw weekly, and abandon annually. So make sure that every day you have a rhythm of rest. You have a rhythm of rest every week, and you have an annual rhythm of rest, because that is going to help you as a leader go the long haul, yeah? One of the things that he said also that really, really stood out for me is the condition for soaring is waiting on God. So once again, what are your rhythms for waiting on God? What are your rhythms for waiting on God? It's important for you as a leader to take time off just to pray, review your business, review your ministry. Also take time off to think, you know, just time to think and say, where are we going? Are we really still on the right track? Who is doing what I'm doing that I should be following? Who should I be learning from? And those are some of the things that are going to help you to grow and to extend your legacy as a leader. So once again, thank you, Pastor M, for the incredible sermon. We have been greatly challenged, and I know that people are going to respond to your sermon by doing something about it. If you're joining us right now, welcome to Transform 2021. The theme is Soar, and we still have something more in store for you. So please, if you need to load some more data, you know what I'm talking about, please go ahead and do that. If you need to invite some of your friends onto the stream, go ahead and do that, because we have the Actor coming up. We have a lot more entertainment coming up. Just sit tight and get ready. Welcome to Transform 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Florence Rengabo. I am the current leader of Cohort David, which belongs to Blossom Zone under Worship Harvest Nakawa, previously Worship Harvest Katikati. I was called at first to become an MC leader towards at the start of the year, after New Dawn Camp. Flipped out, but after all that, you know, I had really no choice. So I became an MC leader of then Yolo Chanja MC. It later transitioned into a bound MC, which then had about maybe 7 to 8 people at the start. We grew tremendously to about maybe 20 people. I had joined gang at the start of the year, not really joined, but kind of dragged into it, but had been learning quite a lot about leadership, about ministry, about serving. And so when I didn't necessarily struggle at the start, or even anywhere really. It was just, I was afraid. I'd never led before anything or anywhere, maybe in school way back then. But as we grew, I realized there was a lot of potential in that MC. I realized how cool it is to just hang out with people, live life with people, impact communities together. And so it became enjoyable somewhat. And so towards May, I was asked to become a cohort leader. Same thing, flipped out, threw tantrums, but still took on the role. And so, like I said, as I had been taught before through gang, Pastor Stephen and Pastor Florence had really they are still teaching us how to do these things. And so I knew what I needed to do, the systems to use. I had been learning leadership, I'd been reading all these things. And so I was equipped. I was just afraid still. But it became easier. My zonal pastors, the Ruhwezas, they were incredible. They still are. They are just helpful. They teach you everything you need. I ask all sorts of questions. I call them anytime. They are always there to answer questions. And so from there, Abound, with one MC, remember MC leader into cohort leadership, we are now 6 MCs. 6 MCs with about 55 members. One of our MCs previously, which was Chisasi Kids, has become a cohort of its own. It has become a cohort of teens as well as kids. Incredibly proud, impactful work. The children that Edith works with, the food we supplied over the time, the impact on the community. We delivered a wheelchair to to their frontier actually, which is now officially their frontier. There was a person who was ill. We delivered a wheelchair there. The children are incredible. They've multiplied. I think they're in the 40s now. So it's been great. It was terrifying at the start, but as you go along, you learn things, and it becomes easier because you have the people, you have the systems, you have the support, and the leaders are incredible. They are very helpful. They have a lot of potential, and it has changed my life, really. I was one of those incredibly antisocial people, as Pastor B3 would call it, as one of those really bad-mannered people who are antisocial. But as you grow into living this life with these guys, it becomes easier. You learn a few things here and there, and the impact has been great. So we recently were doing Frontier. We were actually doing the statistics the other day, and we realized that in the month of August alone, as Worship Harvest Nakawa, we fed over 200 people. It was just so rewarding, and so for me it has been worth my while. It doesn't even matter the process or where I was before. Where I am now is what counts. The impact, the significance is just all worth it.
Welcome to Transform the Leadership Gathering under the theme Soar. We are excited to be hosting some very, very important people today as we talk about leadership in the civic space. My name is Daniel Ruhweza, and I'll be the moderator for this session. We are joined by the Honorable Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemereire, who is a Justice of the Court of Appeal, which also doubles as the Constitutional Court. Justice Catherine is also a sister in the Lord. We look forward to having a good conversation with you, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. We are also joined by Senior Counsel Simon Peter Kinobe, who is President Emeritus of the Uganda Law Society and a partner with Otis Advocates. Simon, you are very welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, and I hope we'll be of help.
Thank you. I'm sure you will be. So we are discussing leadership in the civic space and how do we soar in that space. Before we go any further, I need to ask our listeners and those who are watching to understand that we cannot start asking the questions to Her Lordship immediately, because protocol demands that we start with those of us who are at the bar before we go to the bench. So Simon, the questions will first come to you before they go to the bench. So Simon, very briefly, just share with us your testimony. I believe that you're a Christian.
So I was born in a very Christian family. My father's a Reverend Canon in the Anglican Church, the late Reverend Canon Apul Chinobe. and my mother was also born again, and you know, they were in the youth department of the Church of Uganda, served at All Saints Church, etc. But while they did ministry, we moved with them, and as a result, I got born again. And I'm glad that my father walked me to the aisle of Christianity. Now, my walk with Christianity, the initial is not the amazing testimony, because, well, you've been born in church, Christianity is the norm, but I think my better understanding of God was at university. And that's when I tell people I started my personal walk with Jesus Christ. And my Lord may not know that when we were in campus first year, we wondered about this legal thing, and then Christianity, and then you know what happens on campus, girlfriends are there, relationships are there. So how do you walk through those waters? And I remember Justice Catherine Bamgemereire, the husband George Bamgemereire, Justice Chivita, Justice Echir Kubinza, Justice Chivita's wife Monica, and a few Christians in the legal profession came to talk to us continuously. And they're the pioneers of the Christian Fellowship in Makerere.
Yes.
And so I'm not only honored but privileged to be on the same platform with her, but that's my walk of Christianity. And yes, I'm born again, but strongly founded during my life at campus.
Thank you very much, Simon. Your Lordship, very briefly, we hear that you are a Christian. Some of us know, but we don't know your journey. Could you kindly share your story with us very briefly? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ruhweza, and the pastors of the Worship Harvest. I'm really excited to be here. I have just heard about you, but I had never been here, so thank you. Am I a Christian? Yes. How far back do I go? Quite far. Many of you are not born. But I am told that at 3 years old, I got healed miraculously of an ear infection, and I spoke in tongues at 3 years.
Wow.
I'm told that I used to worship, and you know, but that was when I was really young. And then after that, I grew up in church again. My mom was a choir leader at the Anglican Church back in Eastern Uganda. And however, I made a personal decision to follow Jesus when I was in S2 in 1982. So I don't know how many of you were born, but I doubt that even half of this room was born. And my journey, my real personal journey with Christ, with knowledge and deliberate choices, was 1982, 31st of March. I do remember the day, I know the hour, wow. When Christ called me. And I, from then on, took on leadership seriously and became the vice chairperson of the Scripture Union at the high school. And we belonged to a high school that used to export Christianity to other schools.
Amen.
So a lot of people would come from Nabumali High School, would go to Budo for their HSC, and then they would light fires there. Right from the person who actually was preaching when I received the Holy Spirit at 3 years old. Wow. That is Reverend Stephen Mungoma.
Oh, yes.
When there was so much fire, you know, they were starting Deliverance Church. So that is my work. I became a leader. And then I joined university. When I was joining university, we were told that whereas you've been Christians most of your lives in high school, the university is a graveyard. That's what we were told. And so we were warned not to lose our faith at university. And so the first thing I did when I went to university was to identify with Christians. And remember, I was coming from Eastern Uganda. I remember colleagues who came from Namagunga, Gayaza, Budo, asked me, which school did you go to? And I said, I went to the great university of the East Coast of Mali High School. And I said, well, where is that? And so, yeah, you could be lonely and you could even lose your faith. But knowing and identifying with Christians, I recall one day I was in the hall of residence, and a certain doctor who was the chairperson of the Christian Union, now at university it was called Christian Union, came and asked me if I wanted to be a leader in the Christian Union. Now that was big, that was huge. To come from the small unknown school and then be asked if you want to be a leader helping all these Christians from all these great schools around the country. And do you know who that leader was? It is Dr. Sesvera. He's now, he's been a minister in Rwanda for God knows how many years. He's one of the leaders of the revolution that went down there and transformed Rwanda.
Amen.
So that is my work.
Amen.
And I made the choice that I will only marry a Christian man while at university and even in high school. And I got in fellowship, and that's how I met George. And we have 2 children. We've lived in so many places in the world, but everywhere we go, we look for a church, we look for Christians, we worship and celebrate Jesus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. Quickly, Simon, so we know that the 2 of you are lawyers. We've heard about you. Simon, you've been President Uganda Law Society. But there's a reputation out there that Christians cannot be lawyers by virtue of the work that you do. You know, you represent people who have committed very egregious crimes, and yet you claim to be Christians. For the sake of those who are watching and listening, could you kindly help us understand, how can you be a Christian and at the same time be defending very questionable individuals?
Well, there is a joke in the legal profession that lawyers are not liars, it's our clients that lie. We give their opinion of the truth. So, but on a serious note, I think the best people cut out for the legal profession are Christians, and born-again Christians. Why? Because we believe and understand the concept of justice. And what is the legal profession about? Proving innocence, safeguarding clients, and making sure that at the end of it all, justice prevails. And so we Christians who are born again are better placed. Now, the sad thing about the legal profession is what is put out there is the hotshot lawyers that are devoid of integrity. But I can assure you, you do not want to land in the hands of a lawyer that is devoid of integrity. And that's what we continually preach or talk about as regulators of lawyers, as leaders of lawyers, that the best lawyer is one of integrity. How much more a born-again Christian? So there is no conflict because we understand the concept of justice, the genesis of justice, and the importance of justice.
Your Lordship, what is your take?
Mine will be very brief because you can't get it better than what the President Law Society has said. At the end of the day, everybody at one time may need a lawyer. And you need a good lawyer. You need a lawyer with integrity. At some point in your life, you might be accused of something you haven't done. Now, if it is true that lawyers are liars and Americans make it very complicated. When you say, I'm a lawyer, and they something, I'm a liar, it's like, when a liar and a lawyer really sound the same. But you need a good lawyer. You need a lawyer who will walk you through. And for us in the courts, we insist on standards. So there are standards for criminal cases, there are burdens for criminal cases, and there are standards for civil cases, the cases that between you and another person, and then there are also burdens for that. Only a lawyer will know that. So whether it's a Christian or non-Christian, you need a good lawyer. And you need to avoid a situation where you will fail to be represented. So when people say, why do Christians represent bad people? Sometimes people are innocent, and they can only prove that they are innocent when they are represented by a good lawyer. And Christians are the first place to go, in my view.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we've gotten to figure out that that lawyers can be Christians or Christians can be lawyers. Now, it gets even more battling in the leadership space when someone who is a Christian and is a lawyer and has been president of the Law Society decides to throw in his hat into the political game and decides to stand for parliament. Now, Simon, help me here. What inspired you to suddenly say, I want to become a member of parliament, very well knowing what parliament is like? What inspired you?
Now, so let me, I need to be brief on this, but let me try. One, we are the salt of, I am the salt of the world, right?
Yes.
Na. Number two, we are heads and not tails. Number three, and most importantly, is what the Lord taught us to say while praying. May your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Now, Christians have unfortunately taken a back seat in leadership in this country and world over, which I think is so sad. Because the best leaders you will have in the world are Christians. Why? Because we have the characters and traits of the best leaders. Integrity, confidence, etc. I can give a scripture for every trait. And so the other unfortunate thing about Christians is we've taken a back seat and we enjoy hiding in one prayer and forget that faith without is no. Now, number two, we have become kings and queens of excuses. Make so many excuses, and have also become masters of complaint. So and so is doing this, so and so. But when will that man die or that woman? When will this and this happen? And have forgotten our role of being part and parcel of the solution. So I purposed and by destiny to take that choice to be part of the solution. And that's why I ran for the presidency of Uganda Law Society. I didn't have to, I didn't need to. I already had platforms wherever I was, but we needed to show people that things can be done differently and things can be turned around. That's why I went to Parliament. I have my views about the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. I think it's a deal house, etc. But then how are you going to change that if you do not take that step of faith to enter that house and turn it into something it should be? So my choice, yes.
So Simon, just to be specific to those who are watching, if you had gone into Parliament, or for those who want to get into Parliament, how would they actually be agents of change? What are the specific areas you think a Christian in Parliament can actually do to turn things around?
There are so many things. First of all, you're talking about integrity. How is it that all the wrong decisions in this country flow from the Parliament? So as a Christian, you're supposed to be a beacon of what should be done rightly, of what is right. And so, and I remember me and a few of my friends had said, because I think generally we are all tired of deal wheeling. We are all tired of seeing things go wrong. And this is regardless of our political affiliations. You see, at the end of it all, we are Ugandans. What do we want? Good roads. What do we want? Good laws. What do we want? Good policies. What do we want? You know, the needs of Ugandans are similar, regardless of political affiliation. And so, and that's why we had made our groups. Some of my friends went through, some in the opposition, others in the movement. But how do we influence policy? How do we fight the deal wheeling in this country? How do we foster humanity and righteousness above self-interest?
Thank you.
And so I think it's possible, it's doable, it's being done, I'm told, and that was my motivation.
Thank you very much. Of course, Your Lordship, I'm not going to ask you about politics because that is not your area, but we know that lately you have been in the civic space, in the leadership space, as an influential leader, chairing very powerful commissions of inquiry, KCCA, UNRWA, the one on land. You know, what have been your experiences? You know, maybe what have been your challenges? Could you share some lessons learned? And maybe, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really admire my land brother Chinobe for taking that step, and I can only encourage you to say it may not have been this time, but it may be next time. So don't give up that dream, because we need people like you in that parliament. Now, about the question of what are the challenges in this other space? I came back to Uganda in 2010. We had been out of the country since 2001, and we'd been living abroad. I followed my husband, so I went as a following spouse for an expatriate gentleman. We lived in Mexico City, then moved on to London, and about 10 years down the road, I was appointed High Court judge in Uganda. But before I was appointed, my husband, around the end of 2009, when we were having our end-of-year prayers, took a board and said, let's write down what we believe the Lord has done for us this year and what we want him to do for us next year. And when he came to his turn, he said, I believe it's time to move on. And this was 2009. And I didn't see how the moving on was going to happen. We need to move on, we need to change. He worked for one of the best multinationals you can work for Shell. He worked for Shell International, the actual international, because Shell has hundreds of companies. George worked for Shell International as a human resource and also legal. And he was in charge of a share plan that had offices around the world. So in the morning, he would be talking to Mexico. In the afternoon, he would be talking to Asia. And at I think later in the day, he would be talking to America. It was crazy. But, and it was a very good job. Our children were going to good schools in the UK, extremely expensive schools that would never even afford in our lives. And there he was, getting the calling that he needs to return to Uganda. And then he didn't even have the plan, the master plan, that this is where we're going. He just said, this is where I think we're being led. And at that time, I had several calls from colleagues and also from the Judicial Service Commission. They had asked me whether I was interested. I was actually headhunted. I did not apply for a job. I was at the High Court bench. I was headhunted and asked if I was interested. But then at some point, it fizzled out. So it looked like that was not a possibility. And then suddenly, when George's plans were ripe, he had even called in the movers, because when you're living abroad and now you're coming back, you get a series of people who come to your house. One of them comes to advise you about your health. You go and do medicals, and before you arrive to the next country, you do medicals. Before you leave that country to the next one, you do medicals. When you arrive here, you do medicals. So there are those medical people who had come. Then there are the movers who had come. Then there are the school people who had come to ask us where the children would go next, and all these things. So I talked to the movers, and I knew I was doing this because George had said, we're moving. I didn't think it had anything to do with me. And then about 2 days later, I got a call from Uganda that I was needed in Parliament and that I needed to go and get vetted. And, you know, the rest is history. So when I get here, I'm asked to do all these commissions one after another. And so one of the challenges you get with that situation is then you get a Joseph calling, why you? Why you? Why is it you doing every commission? And there are other able people. Of course, there are other able people. And of course, I am not the appointing authority. And then yeah, so you got to deal with that and how you handle that. How make the same mistakes that Joseph made and show everybody that all the stars move around me, you know. You know, so you got to deal with those challenges. And then the other thing is that when you're dealing with commissions, you don't appoint everybody. They're about, okay, the most important people are hardly appointed by you. So you're dealing with a blank sheet of paper with people you don't know. In a commission, it's not like the courts. I remember one of my colleagues was asked to start a commission on something that happened in this town, and then he asked, he wanted the law and the procedure and the processes done, and then he would start. That commission has never taken off. So one of the things, the challenges, is to know that it's going to try your creativity. So whenever I go into a commission, I don't have a blueprint. You go into it, you got to be innovative, you got to be creative, and we've been sharing this at our family altar, the story of Daniel. What did it take for Daniel to be able to work with so many different types of kings? So it is like working across regimes. And it is not about your party affiliation. I am a professional. I believe I am a judge, and I don't believe I can become ever a politician. And so there you are, but you're in this situation, you're being removed from the judging to doing something that has to do with the executive. So yeah, creativity, innovation, ability to lead from day one and hit the road running, and then ability to inspire, and also ability to transform, because one of the things that you've got to do right there and then is to say, I have these people, I did not bring some of them, but we have to work together. You have to sell them a vision. And one of the challenges there is sometimes your vision will be challenged. And how do you deal with that? You've got to still be bold. And the boldness here is the one for me that comes because you are the righteousness of Christ. Because you're the righteousness of Christ, you're living daily with Jesus, you know that your conscience is right. And because of that, you can be as bold as a lion. You can shake and move things and people. And you can sell your vision across the board. And then the other challenge for me is what happens when you're trying to deal with a situation. Normally, commissions of inquiry are appointed when things have gone badly wrong. Yes. It's not just wrong, but badly wrong. Things are really bad. And then you come in. And for instance, at the time we're doing KCCA, Kampala was ungovernable. I don't know whether any of you was there, but if you recall, they were fighting on TV right there in KCCA. Every day there were fights. And after that commission and after that inquiry, it all sizzled down. And some of the changes we see in the law and everything that's going on are immediate results of the KCCA report. Yeah. The UNRWA thing, the same. We've seen changes in the way roads are constructed. We've seen a new way of doing things. So it calls for a lot of courage. It touches on whether you're actually going to be a person of integrity, because if you're not, you will fail. Yeah. But if you are, and you know that you know Jesus, and that you keep that altar burning every day, we pray at my commissions every day. We pray, we always have a theme for every commission and a theme song. And I don't want to share them here, but every commission has a prayer team and a theme song. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. I wish I could share the one for land, but I guess
you can feel free to do that.
No, that is for you. Okay, we are fast running out of time, but I'm learning prayer, innovation. I'm learning selling your vision in order to be able to soar wherever you are going. So now it gets even more complicated when we are operating in the times of a pandemic. It's been said that we are living in a world which is VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Things are not going to happen. Yes, things are not going to happen the way we would expect them to happen. So my last question to both of you, starting with Simon, how do we soar above the VUCA storm? How do our listeners and those who are watching, what lessons do you give them? How do they go ahead? Over to you, Simon, and then your lordship will chip in.
I wish I would repeat the words in VUCA.
Volatile, uncertain.
Volatile it is, uncertain it isn't.
Complex
it is.
Ambiguous
it is. Now, we are Christians. I like radical Christians because the motto for we radical Christians is if you are in your comfort zone, if you're comfortable, if everything is going well, you're doing nothing.
Wow.
That is number one. So COVID is really God forcefully shocking you out of your comfort zone. And yes, things can happen, you can soar. I would like to give an example of Worship Harvest Church. During the lockdown, Worship Harvest Church has grown more than it has before the lockdown. True?
True.
So that shows you that God can still work during the season of the pandemic.
Yes.
And how do you do that as a Christian? Learn new technologies, create new technologies, create new ways of reaching out to people. Embrace the changes. You know, there is this tendency of we Christians sitting back and watching while the world moves. Now, this is our opportunity for us to move while the world is still in confusion. And one of the ways we can do that is by using the technologies that are before us, by using the tools that have been handed down to us to be able to reach the world. It's so interesting. Our generation is a generation of convenience, right? We don't want to move to church on Sunday like our foreparents did. We want to stay in bed and, you know, hug and do what? Now, church is on TV. So what excuse do we have? Church is on our phone. Church is on the internet. Church is everywhere. And I think those tools need to be used to soar as leaders, to reach out to masses, to preach the word, but also to sell our ideals. I see so many people sending clips on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. There are so many, I can't keep account of them. Those profiles should be flooded by Christians. Recently, I saw CC Winans launch her album. Why can't we leaders express our views and ideas using these tools and thereby soar beyond and above where we're at?
Thank you very much, Simon. Senior counsel.
Yeah.
Your Lordship, to those old and young who are watching us, watching you today, it's a different world. You are in the public space. What lessons do you give them in this VUCA situation?
Thank you very much. I'll start quickly by just saying something about the need to change with change. The only thing that is constant is change. Change is always going to happen. So this is one of the changes. And this particular one was as though God was saying, I am the sovereign God. If I say stay indoors, you will. And boy, didn't he make the world stay indoors. For 45 days, the whole world was quiet. You people, if you've never known there is God, that was God speaking from heaven. And now the listening has started. And we need to change with the new normal. There are things that are going to change in the way in the courts, for instance, we now accept online hearings. It's slow, but it's coming along. In the social spaces, we speak to family on Zoom, on WhatsApp call, on all these things. You speak with your bankers, everything happens online. So Whether you're like us who are now considered old, or you're going younger, things are changing and you've got to change with the times. And the question is, how are you changing? Because this morning I was watching Sky News very early. I wake up very early. In our family, we wake up early. And now we see our son also starting to wake up early to go to work. So it's a good thing if you can do everything you can early in the morning. It helps you to manage your day. And one of the things that was being discussed is how the employers in London can encourage their workers to go back to office, because nobody wants to go back to office. The new normal is so good. They are still achieving results by staying at home. So why would they get into the rough and tumble of the tube and the rain and the raincoats and the umbrella? Who wants that? Who does that? So people want to stay at home. So, the thing is, the change is now with us. And pastors and the leaders, you're going to have to deal with the situation of how do you encourage the church to come back into church when it's all over. And you can't believe it. In the UK, they're actually encouraging, they're going to do gym, they're going to do yoga. And I don't believe in yoga, but I'm just giving you an example of what they're going to do. They're going to do things that make people feel like going to work. Because right now, nobody wants to leave their home. So we change with the times. Thank God we have a God who never changes.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. Thank you very much, Simon Peter Chinobe. These are my parting shots, just based on the conversation that we've had. And it's good to hear some of these words, because Apostle Mose and our pastors have been sharing and challenging us. Wake up early, prayer, have an altar. Be innovative, among other things. So we thank you so much for these amazing words that you've shared with us. And to those who are watching, I love the words that Mordecai said to his cousin Esther. Never know it's for time such as this that you are made queen. Never know it's for time such as this that you are watching Transform Soar. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to our leadership, who will take over from this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow. What an interview. Thanks so much, Dr. Daniel, our interviewer, for that session. And thank you, Justice Bamgemerere and Senior Counsel Simon Peter Chinobe, for a great session. Now, we are almost coming to the end of our day today, almost. But don't leave just yet, because we have the incredible award for community transformation coming up shortly. Usually at Transform, this is the highlight of the day. Now, we're on YouTube, and I'd like you to type in your comment telling us your highlight of the whole day. Just your highlight of the whole day. Let's see whether you can summarize your English into a line. Your highlight for the day. We're about to get into the word. I hope you voted. I'm seeing that this is going to be an exciting time as we look at the different. We have five nominees, And anytime now, you're going to find out the winners for the award for community transformation. Remember that the winners not only get those awards and the different, they get certificates, that winner gets an award, but there's also cash prizes. And this year, the second runner-up, which will be the third-placed organization, is going to get 2 million Uganda shillings. And then the first runner-up, which is the second organization, is going to get 3 million Uganda shillings. And then the lead, the winning organization is going to get 5 million Uganda shillings. So, yes, we are ready, we are excited. Coming up anytime now is the ACT Award for Community Transformation. Come on. And just before that, we're going to have our incredible team that has been ministering in music through the day. They are going to sing anytime now. So again, share the link. Let's finish on a high. Just let us know when you are ready, and then we're going to do this. Awesome. So, yes, let me see. Who's still here? Cinta Lioness, thanks for being here. Phoebe, Olivia, Amanya, Annette Chidavida, Doctor, giving us her highlight. Her highlight was Arise, Shine. James Chuanuka, The Wisdom of the Land Friends. Grace Nafula, the highlight for the whole day was the information, imitation, and innovation. If Chisache, for you to soar, you need to wait. All right. House of Ruby, driving fast in the wrong direction is pointless, from Pastor M. Anyway, I'll be back shortly to unleash that ACT Award. Over to you, music team.
The name above all other names that may be named, Jesus. The name in heaven and on earth below, no other name, Jesus. The name the name that changed the course of history. And who am I that you call me friend? Jesus, how wonderful your name. You mean so much to me now that I see you as you are. There's no better thing for me to do now than to get to know you more. Jesus, how wonderful your name. The name above all other names that may be named, Jesus.
hello. My name is Mose. I told you I'd be back, and I'm back. Just remind you, our nominees for the award for community transformation include the Remnant Generation, Bless the Child Foundation, Petros Zoe Initiative, Girls Unstoppable, and Adoption is Beautiful. Come on. Are you ready for this? Now, the only place to be right now is YouTube. YouTube is spelled Y-O-U-T-U-B-E. Yahoo. So if you are somewhere else, you don't know what's going on and we don't know what's going on, so please make some suggestions. Who do you think has won? Let us see. Who do you think the winner is? By the way, was in that team hot. I've been seeing some of your reflections, what stood out for you throughout the whole day. And we have the best music team, worship team, whichever you want to call it, this side of heaven. It's just been awesome. It's been awesome. Yeah, I'm back. Let me see. People are saying, let me see who people think won. Who do you think has won the award for community transformation? You've been voting. We have received 2,652 votes. My goodness. 2,652 votes. And right now I'm going to invite our nominees. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage the Remnant Generation team. Where are they? Remnant Generation, come on. Yay. Come on, people. These are awesome people. Awesome. So we have the Remnant Generation team here led by the Mokisa's namesakes, Isaac and Annabelle Mokisa. You saw their video. They're doing a great job. So good to see you. How are you feeling? Do you feel like you're gonna win this thing? Just tell me how you're feeling. Not about the winning, just the feeling. Mutima gutuja.
Yeah, mutima gutuja, but it's a feeling of, celebration. Just being nominated and making it to the finals is humbling. Yeah.
Yeah, there were many people that were suggested, and then the team came up with these top 5. Yes, we have here representatives from Bless the Child Foundation. Bless the Child Foundation. Yeah. Come on. Hey, good to see you, man. How are you feeling?
Excited and a little bit anxious.
I can understand the anxious part, but you've come too far. Yeah, and we are so proud of you and the work you're doing. That video was quite moving about the children and the way you're helping them even as they come for treatment, and the mortality rate going down from 70 to 30%. That was awesome. Come on, people. I want to see those clapping emojis on YouTube and those in the studio. Hey. We have Petros Zoe Initiative. Yeah. Erin's got her groove on. This is going to go good. How you feeling?
Awesome as usual.
How you feeling, Hannah?
Very thankful.
You see the way Hannah is dressed? It's like the Oscars. I hope we have our own version of the red carpet. Because this is top notch, man. This is top notch. Now, if you've been here since morning and then you leave at this time, you don't know what you're doing. Because the excitement is just about to get started. I said, we're just about to get started. Last but not least, definitely not least. No, not last. I still have two nominees here. Girls Unstoppable! Hey, the good doctor is here. Come on. Doctor. Whoa. Dr. Naga, dear, how are you feeling?
Anxious.
You've done an amazing job. Thank you for standing up for those girls.
Thank you, Apple.
Oh, I didn't appreciate Petros Zoe initiative. You know, these are like legends. Every year they get nominated because they are moving heaven and earth literally constantly. Wow. And then lastly, coming to us all the way from Mombasa, Kenya. Adoption is beautiful. Adoption is beautiful. Hey, adoption is beautiful. Sing with me back home. Sing. Adoption is beautiful. Hey, adoption is beautiful. How you feeling?
Pretty awesome.
Feeling pretty awesome. If I was a competition, I'd be worried by this confidence.
Oh. Surely.
Thank you. That's a very moving testimony of what you guys are doing. I heard she said 13,000 people in that whole group of people who have taken on adoption. 13,000 families. Wow. That's a revolution right there. That's a stadium full of adoptive families. Let me see what y'all people on YouTube are saying about who y'all think is going to win. Tim, are you ready with what does the YouTube app look like? It is red with an arrow pointing right. Let's see who's still here. The Kenyans have come for us. They like adoption, is beautiful. Sinta Lioness, Zam Nakalema says remnant generation. Phoebe Wahiga says, what sayest thou? Ndinawe John Mark says adoption is beautiful. Light Arena Global. Hey, let me see. Who do you think has won? But people, why does it look like everyone has left the group? I think there was a little bit of a shock. What do they call that thing? When suddenly you realize you can't watch and you're wondering why you are the only one who can't watch. Hey, too many suggestions as to who the winner is. Please come back. We are about to announce the winners. All right. Do we have everything ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I'm not sure that I'm ready for this. Because things are. At this time, I would like to appreciate our sponsors for Transform 2021. Come on. Our great sponsors. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sponsors, let me just appreciate some of our sponsors quickly, and then we're going to get right into it. Have you ever looked for that sponsors list? Yes. Our lead sponsor for this event are the students of the School of Ministry of Leadership. School of Leadership of Harvest Institute. Harvest Institute School of Leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being our lead sponsor. Hey. Come on, give me some music for those sponsors. Hey. The other sponsor we have for this event is Worship Harvest Ministry. Thank you, Worship Harvest, for your generosity always. And then we have, this is different from Worship Harvest. This is the location pastors of Worship Harvest Ministries. Hey. Worship Harvest pastors, thank you for your generosity. You lead by example. You're legit. You're legit. Yeah, some other pastors have been hearing them saying legit. It's legit. We would like to appreciate the City Church Luzira. Thank you so much, Pastor Dr. Alex and Faith Mtakubia and the City Church for being our sponsors for Transform 2021. And then we have Goldmine Finance. Goldmine Finance are our sponsors. They are celebrating 10 years. 10 years. In fact, they have a dinner celebration tonight. So we wish you much, much, much appetite. Harvest International School, the best kindergarten to grade 13 school this side of heaven. Thank you, Principal Lynette and your team. Another sponsor is Momentum Leadership Group. Come on. Hey. Helping leaders and teams win. Thank you, MLG. And then we have Home Baked. Hey. Thank you, Home Baked, led by Pastor B3. Then we have Harvest Multipurpose Cooperative Society. Hey, HMC. Thank you for your sponsorship. We have Harvest Finance. Yeah. Led by Elder Kaposh. Thank you, Harvest Finance. And then we have Harvest Institute. Thank you for your sponsorship, Harvest Institute. Led by Pastor Florence Ndagire Senyonjo. And then we have Petros Zoe Initiative. They are also our sponsors. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Then we have Code Clinic. Code Clinic. Thank you, Dr. Stephen and your team. We have Doug and Bragan. Yeke. Thank you, Pastor Chris, Jean and your team. And then we have Brago. Brago, if you have seen the most efficient sanitizer on the market, Brago, thank you for your sponsorship. We have sponsorship from C3 Kazo, Christian City Church Kazo, led by Pastors Bernard, led by the Chirabiras, Pastors Bernard and Annette, in brackets, Dr. Chirabira. Hey, things are serious. And then one of our sponsors who's been working with us on everything is Fervent Creative. Fervent. Thank you, our sponsors. We appreciate your partnership in making Transform a reality. Now let's go back to the award. I believe that all those people had run out of data or data, depending, are back. Data or data. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that moment. You were the top 5 among very many, but the people have been voting throughout the day. If it was up to me, you would all be number 1, all of you. But these voters, they were allowed 1 vote, 1 like this. That's why you had to register, because you couldn't vote twice. For us, we don't allow vote rigging in Transform, and especially ACT. Someone needs to remind me if I've forgotten anything. I believe I've not forgotten anything. I'm going to invite Pastor Ari to join me at this material juncture, in this momentous epoch, in this august house, as we get started. Hey, can I have a microphone for Pastor Ari, please? Where are my MCs at? Where are the MCs at? How are you feeling about this whole thing?
I'm feeling really nervous, as if I'm one of these guys, because they've all done such an incredible job. They are doing an incredible job out there. So I'm feeling really nervous. Actually, I wanted to vote 5 times, but
they couldn't allow you.
I won't tell you whom I voted for.
You look awesome.
Thank you.
All right, now let's get on with it. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? You guys don't look ready. Just wait right there. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5th position, out of 2,652 responses, with 8.2% of those responses, which represents just below 250 voters. In other words, the belief is very high. How are you feeling?
I'm really feeling nervous. I feel like, you know, when you don't know what's going to happen in the movie and it's so tense, that's how I'm feeling.
Anyway, with 8.2% of the votes from you people out there, and therefore in 5th place this evening, but having done exceedingly great. In fact, I'm going to ask the people in the studio to stand up and clap for this nominee as they leave the stage. I don't know how to say it. Bless the Child Foundation. Bless the Child Foundation. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the great work that you have done to change children's lives. We will be in touch. Everyone be in touch with Bless the Child Foundation about that powerful story. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You came far. MCs, you should be on the other side also, as if, what's going on? Hey, how do you feel about that? How do you feel?
Over, we first go home.
I think I know. What key is that? The victory is closer than when you stand there. Stop time to give up. Reggae version. To give. The one who walks with you is faithful and stronger in every circumstance that you are facing. The enemy may whisper something in your mind to cause confusion. So many naysayers, but you have to fight and say, first stop, first stop. First stop.
Are these delaying tactics?
No. We have a small problem.
What is it?
We have to announce the person in 4th position.
Manange, just do it. Just do it.
Because we are giving certificates and even money to only the first 3. Yeah,
it's not fair.
I feel bad.
It's not fair.
I feel terrible. Why didn't they give this job to someone else? In fourth position, ladies and gentlemen, with 9.1% of the vote out of 2,652 responses. What is 9.1% of 2,652? 10% would be 265.2. 9% would be about 240. With 240, can you imagine? 240 people vote for you and you still don't get that.
It's so bad.
It's so bad. But anyway, we are running out of time. So, in fourth position, ladies and gentlemen, maybe I need to find out what the people on YouTube are saying.
Find out.
Let's see. What are people saying on YouTube?
They are saying that you're taking too long.
If you say something, we might be in agreement. Where are we? Let's start fortunate. Let's just celebrate all of them and go home. Let's see who else. Moses Ocheng, victory is mine. Sarah Flower, I can't even sing. Eric, Jay. Joshua White, can they send results on our phones? Kuvanga pressure. Hey. Who is the HR for the award? Abeg, says Daniel Wandera. Okay. All right. I guess we have to move on. In fourth position.
Again, in fourth
with
position.
With 9.1. You be the one to announce.
No.
You don't want.
There are levels.
You only want to announce the first position.
No. There are levels. Big is big. Big is big.
There are levels. Some people only announce first position. My God. By the way, we have had an incredible team working on this event.
It's true.
Led by Pastor Florence. The media team led by Pastor Jeremy. The worship team led by Pastor Angela. The hospitality team led by Pastor Bobby. The Harvest Institute team led by Pastor Annabelle. You see, everyone is pastor nowadays around here. Yeah, Pastor Paul is also there. Hey, in fourth position with 9.1% is Petros Zoe Initiative. Thank you, Petros Zoe. You're doing an amazing job. We celebrate you. Hey. Now, it means that all these people left up here are going to win something. Hey. MCs, are you there? Say something. Say something.
We are here.
Attention in the house. Can you feel the tension? I just really want to know who's winning now, man.
So, there's a theory that we are having right now. Seems like one of Upmore's unfulfilled dreams is creating a movie. So he's creating it right now.
Because he has a whole PhD in suspense creation.
The suspense is crazy. Come on.
Are you having a blast? Is your nominee still on stage?
By the way, now is the time for you to get a drink because the suspense is still coming. It's coming your way, so you better get ready.
I'm very excited about the cash prizes, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because now it means the people left are all going to win some, man. So they're all winners, but we're all winners. So thank you so much for voting. Voting has closed. You can no longer vote. You can't transfer your vote. It is sealed. It is done. We are very excited.
So, my prayer, and I'm also praying that, since we have been part of this ACT award, at least we also get an award for, community engagement by way of YouTube. Yeah, I think we're doing well.
So yeah, you can't leave at this point. You cannot leave at this point.
Oh,
this
no.
is a super highlight for us.
Oh, yeah.
So you really have to stay on board.
Oh yeah, keep the suspense coming up more. We love you.
We love you. We love it. We love it.
Can you imagine the YouTube link going off right now?
Mercy.
So all the people left right now are going to win something. We have a total cash prize of 10 million Uganda shillings, of which the third position team is going to win 2 million, the second 3 million, and the top team is going to win 5 million. Let's see what people on YouTube are saying. People on YouTube, what are you saying? Who do you think? Someone is saying their vote is still on stage. These are the top three. The top three, just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, are Remnant Generation. Girl Unstoppable. And this one I have to read it to know, because I might just like mix up things and I get into trouble. It's called
It starts with A.
A. That's A for elephant.
The other A.
Adoption is beautiful. Coming to us all the way from Pediatric. Hey, come on, give me some music. Brother Timo, give me some music. The tension is too much. I need to relax. Hey,
It's getting hot in here.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Pressure.
That's beautiful. In third position, now my team is ready. The certificates are ready. The prizes are ready. Pastor Flo, are you ready with the third position certificate? All right. Are you even ready with the? I'm going to invite the Okulos. I'm going to invite the Okulos, the Dr. Emmanuel and Angela Okulo, to be the givers of this certificate to the third position team, and their cash prize will follow on Tuesday next week. In third position, which also they call the second runner-up. How are you guys feeling?
Mercy, Abmo, mercy.
Just rip the band-aid off.
In third position, why do these numbers look the same?
Apostle. The pain is real right now.
In third position, with 22.2% of the vote out of 2,652, meaning they got more than 500 votes.
Hey,
close to 550 votes. In fact, how are you guys? How are you guys feeling? Doctor, what's up? You don't want to hear. Well, I didn't get your name.
Flora.
Flora. Do you work with Adoption is Beautiful?
Yes, I do.
Is there a Ugandan chapter?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Kenya, but we are coming to Uganda very soon.
Where do you live?
I just here in Mienga.
Oh. Do you think the people in Kenya are watching?
Yes, definitely and expectant.
What are they saying on WhatsApp?
We got this.
Hey, come on.
In third position with 22.2% of the vote, and therefore receiving 2 million shillings from the organizing committee of Transform. Out of these three teams where we have Remnant Generation, we have Girls Unstoppable or Girl Unstoppable? Girls Unstoppable and Adoption is Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position, are we ready to give the certificate? Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming the Oculos to give the certificate to the second runner-up, which is also the third position, is the Remnant Generation.
Oh yeah! Come on, make some noise!
The Remnant Generation.
Come on, celebrate those people right now. Show them some love. Keep it coming now. Keep the love coming. Keep those hats showing. Keep those hats going. Hey! Remnant Generation, you are doing so well. And
congratulations.
Give it up now.
You've done well.
Oh yeah.
We believe in you. Wow. We believe in you. We believe in your dream. This is just the first step of recognition. There is much more recognition coming. Keep going. Keep rescuing those girls. Keep fighting the good fight of faith. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Remnant Generation.
Yeah.
We are a chosen generation.
Come on.
God to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who I am. Okay. You know when you start that crusade stuff, you start in another kid and they can't find you. Because me, I had maybe it was a 6 and it was a root. Have you ever felt a little bit of pressure? Now, all the people I'm looking for, I can't see them.
We are here.
You're there.
We are right here.
They are there.
I'm going to invite our chief leader of the Harvest Institute, Pastor Florence, together with her husband. Her husband is coming now.
Oh yeah.
They are going to hand over the first runner-up certificate and prize. How are you feeling?
I'm really, really, really nervous right now.
Let's see. If you are nervous, let's see about the people on YouTube, because between first and second position, there was almost no difference. One got 31%, one got 29.5%.
Wow. It was
In other words,
so
they're
close.
only separated by 1.5%.
It was so close.
It's as if they should both have won. Now, of course, the trouble with this whole thing is that when you announce the first runner-up, also known as the second position,
You've announced the
you have
winner.
automatically announced the what?
The winner.
The winner. So now I don't know how to help these people who are watching on YouTube. YouTubers, what should I do? Me, I need advice. Timothy Wemaga says his vote is still on stage. Which one is your vote and are they still on stage? Meanwhile, we have one team from Uganda, one team from Kenya. So this whole thing has become international now. The ACT award is now international because we have Girls Unstoppable from Uganda and Adoption is Beautiful from Kenya as the only two teams left. Which country outvoted the other? Or which cause outvoted the other? Because the moment I announce like so, the second position, we will know. But no, wait a minute. That's actually a mistake. Some people, even after announcing the second position, I have to announce the first position for them to know what's going on.
It's true.
Because they keep waiting. So who is the winner?
Yeah.
So who is the winner?
True. So just go from the second and then the winner.
Should I announce the winner? Or should we announce the second?
Bring it on.
I'm taking a vote on YouTube as to whether I announce the second or the winner. Someone is saying we send them the list on WhatsApp. Send us your number. Please send us your number and we send the list. They are saying Pastor Ali should just go ahead and announce.
Levels.
Please put the appropriate emoji on YouTube for if you want any cooperation from me. By the way, someone is saying they will need weekly rhythms of rest after this pressure.
True.
Try and relate this moment to what you had earlier in that day. But why don't we just close now?
It is okay. You can text the results.
Let's close.
The results will be found on this website. Please write down. Anyway, in second position, winning 3 million shillings and getting a beautiful certificate for their incredible work. Serving the Lord, helping people,
Causing transformation. Changing the world.
Catalyzing renewal.
Spiritual, social, and economic.
In their immediate communities and as a result
The world.
Yeah, of course. In second position, ladies and gentlemen. How do you feel giving out this gift? How do you feel about giving out this certificate?
I feel most humbled and excited at this moment. How do you feel?
So thrilled.
I mean, let's just keep this going. It's beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stop the tension. Coming in second position with 29.5% of the vote, ladies and gentlemen. Today, voted today out of 2,652 responses for their great work in this world is Girls Unstoppable.
Oh yeah! Come on!
Yeah, you come too far. Yes. I'm going to invite. Thank you. I'm going to invite these guys to step behind as we, of course. Does anyone want to know who the winner is?
Yeah! Oh yeah!
In first position. For the award for community transformation, ladies and gentlemen, being represented by Laura, this team which started all the way from Mombasa, Kenya, have won the 2021 Transform Conference Award for Community Transformation. It is Adoption is Beautiful! For all the Kenyans out there. especially want the winner to say something.
Oh my God, oh my God. I'm out of words. I am so honored. I thank the Lord for such a privilege, for such an amazing award. I thank Transformation for giving us this opportunity to transform not only the communities, but the world. We are all adopted children unto God, and we believe as adoption is beautiful, every child deserves a home, every child deserves a loving family. I am truly, truly humbled, and to our vision bearer, Madam Grace, this is for you. None of this would be possible if it wasn't of the vision given unto you by God. We love you, we celebrate you, and we're just getting started. We are just getting started. Thank you so much.
All right, it is our great honor to present to you this certificate to Adoption is Beautiful as the winners of the ACT Award for 2021. Can we take a picture? Take a picture. Now, of course, you not only get a certificate, but you get the ACT Award. First wait. Reload that intro. Because there's also the money. I need help, Pastor Steve, Pastor Flo. Hey. It is only 5 million shillings. In future it will be $5 million, but for now, it's 5 million shillings. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. Everybody, thank you so much for being part of Transform 2021. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our teams. Our tech team has worked around the clock. The media team especially, because we have to have a lot of aspects of this conference. Video Dean, thank you to our facilitators, Pastor M. Thank you so much. All the way from Mavuno, Justice Catherine Bamgemere, Senior Counsel Simon Peter Chinobe, Dr. Daniel Ruheza, Mr. Grace Mnyira from Vine Pharmacies, and Pastor B3, the super business interviewer. All the stories that we have featured, very encouraging. Pastor Ron and Ann Matheson, your story was very, very encouraging. The worship team, the music team. I'm going to invite the music team to come now, and we do Akatalekeka, aka Akatalekeka. So, ladies and gentlemen, have I forgotten anyone? Our MCs for the day, Pastor Stephen, Pastor Salome, our event director, Miss Ruth Mirembe, Pastor Quaker, the team, everybody, the building, what do I break? Where do I live? Above all things, we thank our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the giver of life and the giver of purpose, who is behind everything that you see. And if you've never given your life to Jesus, even now at Transform and at this ACT Award is a good time. Come on, people. You too can find purpose. You too can start changing people's lives like the teams you've seen up here. Our nominees, thank you so much for serving faithfully to the point that your efforts have been recognized by everyone around the world. So if you've never given your life to Jesus, just come and say, Lord Jesus, I give my life to you. Today, right now. Fill me with your Holy Spirit. May I live and be on fire for you. Amen. See you next year at Transform. God bless you so. vida chotala waza yemo loko za chisobola. Chota za vida chotala waza yemo loko za chisobola. Hallelujah, yes, I'm a local that is so well. Hallelujah, yes, I'm a local that is so well. Hallelujah, yes, I'm a local that is so well. He is shining. Through adoption is beautiful, shining. Through remnant generation is shining. God's unstoppable, he's shining. Petrus Zoe, he is shining. Blessed children's home, he is shining. Thank you so much for joining us for Transform 2021. See you next year about the same time.